to silence your cell phones. Thank you.
whom?
Well, hold on. We're going to take a photo first. Should we come up?
How would you?
Yeah, let's come forward.
Come forward.
Okay. A little forward.
Thank you.
Good morning, yeah.
Good morning, everyone.
Yes.
All right.
You're up, Dean.
Good.
Good morning, everyone. Has everybody had enough coffee yet? So it's very, very exciting for me to be here because this is the Boston MIT Sloan Sports Analytics Conference. And my name is Georgia Perakis. I'm currently serving as the Dean of the Sloan School. And it's very exciting for me to be here because my area of expertise is exactly analytics. And I'm very, very excited to see so many of you here. Can you raise your hand if this is your first time here?
Wow.
Wow.
Holy.
I like that.
This is
love it.
amazing.
Yeah.
I'm being told that in this conference there will be around close to 3,000 attendees, which is, I think, pretty amazing. So I'm assuming everybody knows what analytics is, but just to make sure, you want to build models that are going to, for example, predict the wins and the losses of, say, a football team. And I think right afterwards, one of the sessions is about football. And also today, there's a session on AI and sports. Very exciting. But then you are going to wonder, what are the factors that we can put in models to predict wins or losses? And I'm just going to pick a very random example and think of Kansas City Chiefs and think of the percentages of wins. So if you are to basically predict what are the right factors, and you look at some data, you are going to find out, I'm picking a random person, Taylor Swift, that is very well known for being the girlfriend of Travis Kelce, that I'm assuming everybody knows who that is. He's the tight end for Kansas City Chiefs, but if you didn't know that, you probably wouldn't be here. And if you just look at data, you're going to see that Travis averaged 80 yards per game when Taylor was there. But on the other hand, he averaged basically 50 yards when she wasn't there. And if you look at their percentage of win as a team, 75% when Taylor was there and 66.7% when she wasn't. So
QED.
then would you say that, you know what, when you are building a model to predict wins and losses, maybe having one of the players to have a girlfriend who is a celebrity, maybe it should be a factor in the model. So if you didn't know what analytics was, well, here's a very concrete example for you. But to be a little bit more serious, although I think this was pretty serious, I'm going to be here mostly to thank everybody who has contributed to make this a reality. As many of you probably know, these guys actually started this conference in 2006, Jessica and Daryl, who actually I had in my class on the second year on the faculty, and now we are both going to age ourselves and say, this was in 1999. Oh my God.
Yes,
We were both rookies.
we're also going to go through Jessica's stats today.
Yes,
So
yes, exactly. So first I want to thank all of you, for all 3,000 of you actually, for being here. And in 2006, there were about 100 people only who were attending. So you can imagine the growth of this event. So congratulations. This is like amazing what you guys have done. I also want to make sure I thank all the sponsors. And without them, definitely this event would not be a reality. But then I want to say a big thank you to the MIT Sloan students. For example, the co-leads, Tal Gilad and Evan Lefkovich, who actually started organizing this in April, I understand, of 2023. And this is a totally Sloan MIT student-run conference. And there are many, many students involved. My understanding is that there are 52 additional students that are involved and about 87 volunteers, out of which about 65 come from the MIT community. So a big thank you on behalf of the school and on behalf of the university. And at MIT Sloan, action learning is extremely important. And because, what is the motto of MIT? In Latin is mens and manus. And if you don't know what that is, it's mind and hand. And this is what we try to do, learning by doing at MIT Sloan, whether it's through portfolio of courses, but then through a portfolio of co-curriculum activities that are extremely important. And I encourage all of you being here not to be passive attendees, but to ask questions, get involved. This year, next year, I think it's very important. But in addition to our students, who I know have worked tirelessly to make this, and I have organized events, so I know, how much work goes behind this. But I also want to thank Jessica Gelman and Daryl Morey for being the founders of this conference and being the ones that are making this happen. And they're the ones that are helping MIT Sloan through their generosity to have sports analytics be really a reality and to be encouraged, which I'm pretty sure this is what has made this event grow to the degree that it has. And I don't want to take so much time, and I know I am, but I want to introduce them a little bit, and starting with Jessica Gelman, who is the CEO and co-founder of Craft Analytics Group. Before that, also involved in the craft, sports, and entertainment, as they're leading their business operations, marketing, and strategy. She was actually recognized in 2014 by Sports Business Journal as 40 under 40, and in 2012 through the Sports Business Journal as a game changer. So I'm biased, I'm a female, and seeing a female succeed like that, it's very important to me at least. Sorry. Sorry, guys. But she also earned her MBA from that other school across the river, Harvard Business School. Yes. Yeah. But she also has a BA with a cum laude from Harvard College. But of course, I want to also acknowledge Daryl, who, as I mentioned already, I had him in my class, sitting at the back then, Daryl Morey, who is in his 4th season as president of basketball operations for the 76ers. And I'm sorry, I'm wearing green. But then, a Boston fan from that other team that will remain unnamed. And prior to that, he basically spent 14 seasons at the Houston Rockets, 13 of which he spent as the GM. So in 2017-18, he earned Executive of the Year honors with the Rockets. He's a graduate in his undergraduate from Northwestern University, and of course, as I already mentioned, a graduate with his MBA from MIT Sloan. Once an MIT student, always an MIT student to us. But above all, I want to welcome everybody, enjoy the event, and I know from what I've seen, it's going to be a lot of fun. Thank you.
Thank you,
so much for being here.
It sounds like we just need Taylor Swift on the Sixers. So Jessica always gives me the job of like, what are we excited about? And so this year, obviously, AI, machine learning. As Dean Parakis, it's pretty cool that she's here since I took her data models and decisions class. She didn't even say the class. That's very appropriate class. We both have a computer background. And really, like, my job and the key jobs in sports and the key jobs and the key analysis that you guys is about prediction. And AI and machine learning are really sort of changing how we think about prediction in fundamental ways. Last year we talked about things like if you took her class in '99, they would say, don't have more parameters than you have data. You'll overfit, you'll do all these things. Now with machine learning, we know that having billions of parameters, even more data that perfectly fits the data, can actually improve your prediction if you properly adjust for how you handle the errors. This year as well. So every panel is going to cover AI. We do have an AI panel, but the reason we don't have multiple AI panels is that every panel is going to cover AI because it's so important. And we're finding things that are really, really amazing to me. Simple things like if you give large language models newspapers, they will come out with signal for where the stock market's going to go. And then even more shocking is a recent Berkeley paper, which is essentially gives the large language models the data that you have to that point, takes expert human forecasters, super forecasters you might call them if you read Tetlock's book, do wisdom of crowds on experts, and these language models are at times coming in similar or beating multiple human experts. That means that we're going to be sort of where chess is, and there's a lot of chess content which I'm excited about. And chess went through a transformation where early on, obviously, in '96, when Jessica was playing ball at Harvard, which we'll get to in a moment, the computer beat the best player in the world in '96. Then for many years, as the computer, if you work with computers and humans together, you could beat computers. And then eventually, any human involvement meant that you would do worse in the chain. So you can call it scary, you can call it anything, but at the end of the day, we're at this place where it's like, how do we improve prediction? Because all large language models is prediction of the next word, using a syntactic space. And so pay attention to the AI stuff. I think that's the most important thing here. I did want to announce one thing. It has been announced, but not widely. One of the passions of this conference that Jessica and myself over the years is trying to increase the availability of data in sports where that doesn't happen. And in a collaboration with Sports Reference, who has a lot of content here, lots of talks, we were able to make a donation to them, and they have built out the data from women's sports. And I did this only so I could see what Jessica's stats were at Harvard. So you can go now and look up Jessica's stats.
When I played in college, did you play in college?
We're going to pass over that. I did play in college.
Intramurals.
Yeah, intramurals. Very important in Northwestern, intramurals. Yeah.
Is this a roast?
This is a roast.
We give it back and
I'm very fun to roast. I'll get off stage, but the general theme of the conference, besides the experiential learning that working with the amazing students every year, which is very important, is we are able to build out things like making more data accessible. And I think that came out from a Sue Bird comment 5 years ago now, maybe?
I think it was
about 4 or 5 years.
5 years ago,
Yeah, about 4 or 5 years ago, she mentioned how data isn't available for women's sports as it should be. So, hopefully the conference in a small way can help that.
I think all of us try and help with, it's not, I mean, of course it's women's sports, which has had an amazing year, but it's across all of the Olympic sports where data isn't necessarily touched today in the ways that it can and should be. And so the things even that we're seeing with AI in particular, yes, there's a tremendous amount of information, but there are issues sometimes with the data, and you talked about that, but I think the piece that Nate Silver put out earlier this week on the limitations of Gemini, we're still in the very early days, and it's actually incumbent upon the people who are here who understand what the model should be getting to and help train that is going to be most important. So, so pleased to have so many first-time people. Thank you for asking that question. So this conference was coined Dorkapalooza by Bill Simmons in the second year when we were still on the Sloan campus. So welcome to Dorkville. We're happy to have you. The theme for this conference, the overall theme, is the power of sports. You'll see it throughout all of the panels and themes. And why we talked about power of sports is how sports inspires us to be better or to see people who are performing at such an amazing level. For those of us who played sports, which is many of the people here, we learned amazing lessons that we carry with us into our professional careers, because most of us are not professional athletes. And also, I think more broadly, sports connects us as a society, but as importantly, now honestly, with the advent of AI globally, in ways that we've never seen before, the ability for there to be real-time translation of languages so that games that people are watching, we can all be sharing in that communally, is really powerful. And so we're going to talk throughout the conference, yes, about AI, but also the things that we're really noticing this year or this past year that we tried to bring forward, which is globalization and some of the impacts that that's having on ownership, fan consumption, and the massive changes that are happening with respect to streaming, and what that also means for access to women's sports and other sports so that you can actually see. And what is happening with Caitlin Clark is, yes, the Peacock, if you don't know, is not putting her games, NBC, on the cable over the air. They're putting it only on streaming to drive more people to be paying to watch. So that's an incredible phenomenon. And then there's a huge focus just broadly on how we are growing overall. So, and the sports innovation that you might have some specifics. I'm not sure, but I think we'll learn about how AI is helping with rule changes and thinking and conceiving of new ways to do it. But a little bit about the conference, and those of you who are here, we have over 140 teams and leagues that are represented at the conference. We have 34 countries represented. 10% of the people here are international, which I think is probably our high. So thank you for traveling in. I think the furthest is Singapore. We have 140 universities. This conference sprung out of a class that Daryl and I taught in 2005. When I listen to you talking, I'm like, oh, Professor Mori.
Why did you laugh?
But it's very, I think with age and the beard, very professorial. 550 different organizations, and what we have really seen is the increase of the smaller leagues, and really starting to adopt and want to learn about analytics and the application of it. So in terms of some of the things that are going on, it is more like a festival than a conference. There'll be concurrent panels. We have 35 panels this year. There'll be presentations, and this is really important. The presentations, the competitive advantage talks, that's where there'll be the application of data to what is actually happening in sports, which might not come across on the panels, but there's a lot of learning. And in those talks, we actually focused on beyond just what's happening on the field or in the business. We have an amazing talk about mental health, and it'll focus on suicide prevention and some of the things that Stanford women's soccer undertook to support that and the data involved in those learnings. We have 4 competitions. Our research paper competition, which has been critical for innovation. Many of the winners have gone on to lead teams on the sports side, start companies. We're really proud of that.
I would also say the research papers basically predict what panels will be there in 3 years. So if you want to know which panels will be in 2 years, go to the research paper.
I love that. The startup competition, we have 18 of those this year in first pitch. And then there's also workshops, because this conference is really about learning. 35% of the attendees are students. And that brings a really unique energy. And there are some panels on AI and large language models. In terms of what Daryl mentioned, how we're trying to expand access to data in women's sports, really because of the storytelling, but also in representation on our panels. 50% of our speakers this year are either women or diverse, and that is an effort that we care very much about, because we need to hear all of the viewpoints, because that provides broader perspectives. Some of the panels that I think I'm most excited about, well, one, this panel that we're kicking off with Paul Tudor Jones and Jonathan Kraft on the future of football. Paul, if you don't know, is one of the leaders in finance and hedge funds, and is bringing those concepts to football on the team side. Daryl and I have had a lot of conversations over the years about the challenges of bringing analytics to football, and what they're trying to do at scale is really impressive. And I think to hear his view of those with Jonathan's, who obviously has led the Patriots in the development, and I would say like a lot of sports, in bringing a business approach to football. The seats at the table with Megan Rapinoe and Sue Bird and Andrea Iguodala, again, their focus is talking about bringing diversity of thought to ownership, and the role of players and player empowerment in that, which will be very, very powerful. And then there's many other amazing panels. David versus Goliath, which you're on, which will be really fun. A couple of other things to note: our women's luncheon tomorrow. This is the sixth annual, with Megan Rapinoe and Sue Bird will be keynoting that. We have our 4th year of our mentorship program, which we're very, very proud of, to ensure that people who might not otherwise have access to the conference are able to attend. And thank you to all of our partners on that, especially the Eugene Lang Foundation. And then I think, Daryl, I'm really surprised you didn't mention chess boxing.
Chess boxing is going to be great.
We have the U.S. team captain for chess boxing. If you don't know what it is, Daryl will tell you. I had to watch a video.
It's the nerd pentathlon. Throw
Right.
two sports together.
So I think just in kind of wrapping up my thoughts, I, of course, always want to thank Daryl, who we conceived of this conference about 19 years ago, and we had no idea that it would become what it has become and the influence that it has, but we're really thankful. I will speak on behalf of both of us. We like to thank our wives, Corbin Petro and Ellen Morey, on that. You guys keep us sane for sure, but also do so much to support the conference too. Corbin will be on a panel later today on what analytics is happening in other industries and the good that it's bringing about. I'd like to thank the former student leads who are now in leading in the industry. That's also a byproduct.
Panelists now?
And panelists, and that is also a byproduct I never saw. But to see where people started and where you might be in a few years is pretty phenomenal. And then of course I want to thank the students who we've had so much fun working with you over the past, I guess, 11, 12 months and getting to know you. I think what we love about this conference is that you're getting real world experience on how to basically run a business and get the leadership experience. And Tal and Evan, I want to personally thank you. We've had a lot of conversations, a lot of fun conversations, a lot of challenging conversations on leadership, and I'm just so impressed by both of you, and congratulations on putting this conference together. We're going to have a lot of fun the next 2 days.
Thank you. We're really looking forward to it and appreciate that. I think that's exactly what we have taken away the most from this experience is this hands-on learning. And Dean Parak has talked about MIT's mission of mens humanis, mind in hand, and this is an absolutely perfect example of that while we are full-time students, we also have this incredible opportunity to lead such a large-scale event and team. So that's been amazing from like a professional development side, but I think for me personally, this whole experience has also just shown and proven to me, as I think that everyone in the audience here believes that this is by far the best industry ever, and that there's so many interesting problems to be solved while also a lot of fun to be had. And I think that we really marry both of those things really well throughout these next 2 days, and I hope that you definitely feel that. First and foremost, though, I definitely want to thank the two of you. Your guidance throughout this last year has been incredible. Seeing you have such passion for analytics and the sports industry and your dedication to not only enhancing that in the industry, but also serving the mission of the Sloan Sports Analytics Conference is really amazing, and we're honored to be a part of that for this year. So thank you for that. Thank you for the fun conversations that we've had and all of the guidance, and it's going to be really amazing to see that all come to fruition this weekend. I also want to thank our leadership team. So in addition to Evan and I, we have 8 other members of our leadership team who are probably running around right now getting the rest of the day set up. I'm sure you will see them, but just to thank them personally, Grace Donahoe is leading all of our careers activities and our mentorship program, which has 74 mentees this year. It's our largest group ever. Raghav Garg is leading all of our competitions, so the research papers, the startup competitions, everything that Jess and Daryl mentioned. Diego Carrasquillo and Nick Holmes lead our content, so all of the panels, speakers, presentations, they have had their hands in all of that. Anna Yee leads our marketing. So the social media posts and newsletters that you've probably received have all come from her. Ruben Guzman, our operations, making all of this happen is not easy, so we really appreciate him. Chris Crouch leads our sponsorships, interactive events. We're really excited for the interactive events this year, the chess boxing. We have an athlete recovery room. It'll be amazing on the second floor.
Why do we have the recovery room this year?
People might want to take a little break. Yeah, you can do the boxing, and then you can get a nice little a break in the room. And then just finally for our leadership team, Justin Morris leads our ticketing. So without him, none of us would be in this building at all. But aside from that, we have an incredible organizing committee of 44 other people, volunteers. We have about 80 of them. You'll see all of us running around. We also want to thank some of our conference advisors, especially Tiffany Morris, Corbin Petro, and Lance Morey. Really, none of this would happen without you. And I also just finally want to say thank you to Evan. We have worked so closely together over this last year, and it's been an absolute pleasure. I was reflecting coming into today, and a year ago today, we were standing in the very back of the welcoming remarks together, not knowing that we would be here a year later, and we were standing with one of the SSAC alums talking about what an incredible organization this is, and the alumni presence, as Jess mentioned, and the incredible things that they're doing. So it's an honor to be here now. It's an honor to be here sitting with you, and I'm really excited to see how this thing that we've planned over the last year will come together.
I appreciate it. Well, I'll start there as well. I want to thank you, thank you for truly being, I couldn't imagine doing this with anyone else.
Thank you.
You have balanced out all my weaknesses, and you have also made a perfect complement to all my pessimism with your optimism. So I really appreciate everything that you've done.
Thank you.
And I know that this wouldn't have happened without the both of us, so thank you. The other people I want to thank is I want to thank the two of you. As I've said to you before, I came to Sloan for this conference. It's why I wanted to be here, and I never imagined that I'd be leading it. And working with the two of you have made it even better than I imagined. It truly has been an honor and a privilege, and I cannot imagine my Sloan experience or even getting into this industry in the future without the two of you, so thank you so much. In terms of the conference, I think one of the biggest things for me that I am most happy about is I worked with all of our sponsors. So to echo Dean, I'd like to thank all of our sponsors. It's been an absolute pleasure to work with all of them. I'm really looking forward to getting to see them in person live here over the course of the weekend. And I think last but not least, a few rules of engagement for the weekend. First and foremost, please download our conference app. Our conference app has all the events, panels, competitive advantage talks, interactive events, competitions, etc. You'll be able to see them there, connect with attendees. Second thing, please keep your badge visible at all times. That's the way that our team knows who attendees are, and please don't lose that badge, as you won't be able to get it to the venue tomorrow if you don't have it. And third, last but not least, please make sure not to film any of the content over the course of the conference. We film everything. It'll be posted on our YouTube page after the conference, and we believe that by sharing that via YouTube, we're expanding access to all the great information we have across the industry. And last but not least, have fun.
And please come on down to the front of the rooms and come into the middle.
Oh, yes, yes. Come forward for the next panel, yes.
All right. Thank you all.
Thank
Thank
you
you.
very much.
Appreciate it.
Hello, everyone, and thanks again for joining us at the 2024 Sloan Sports Analytics Conference. My name is Jacob Harrison, and I'm a first-year MBA student at MIT Sloan. And it's my pleasure to introduce our panel, Future of Football, Innovation on the Gridiron. Our panelists today are Paul Tudor Jones, co-chairman and chief investment officer of the Tudor Investment Corporation and co-founder of Sumer Sports, and Jonathan Kraft, president of the Kraft Group. Our panel will be moderated by Michelle Steele from ESPN. The panel will run for 45 minutes and we'll leave 10 minutes at the end for audience questions. Please submit questions via our Cadence app. You can navigate to this panel via the schedule pane in the menu and navigate to the Future of Football Innovation on the Gridiron panel. Questions will be submitted in that event and then will be selected by the moderator. And with that, I'll turn it over to Michelle.
Great, thanks so much, Jacob. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Jonathan. Good morning, Paul. I think this is my 12th Sloan Analytics Conference. I didn't go to the first one, Jonathan, the first one that was in an MIT class. I think you went to that one.
I did. I did. I'm old.
It's grown a lot just in the time that I've been going, and I've never had a panel this early in the morning, so I'm extremely enthusiastic about the turnout that we're seeing so far this morning. And full disclosure, I'm jet lagged. I was in the Philippines on a family vacation 2 days ago, so I'm very excited to be doing this at 8:30 in the morning and not 8:30 at night.
Good.
So we're going to talk about the most important, biggest sports league in this country, the National Football League. The National Football League, speaking of growth, has been in a period of certainly, you might even call it exponential growth, since your family bought the Patriots in 1995. And last few years, 93 of the top 100 most watched television broadcasts. Jonathan, you know what those are?
Yeah, they're NFL football games.
NFL football games. 5 international games are going to be played in 2024. We're seeing flag football in the Olympics. We're seeing a little bit more of a hockey stick growth trajectory for this sport, more in the years to come, and that's what we're going to talk about. So, and I'm very excited as well about Paul's business and the analytics that he's bringing to the table here as far as football is concerned. We talked, Jonathan, about the NFL being in a period of growth and change. I'm going to follow my journalistic instincts here and talk about your team in a period of growth and change, particularly this offseason. We've seen young coaches in the NFL have a lot of success, whether you're talking about Sean McVay or D'Amico Ryans, and you're going with a young coach in Gerard Mayo. Tell us why he's a good fit and what excites you about him.
Well, for us, we've been blessed. We had the greatest coach in football history for almost a quarter of a century as our coach. And in that period of time, we went from an old stadium that had been built for $6 million, and really the NFL, when Bill started coaching our team, was probably not yet the most popular sports league in America, to Gillette Stadium and a trajectory with the league and a game that evolved dramatically. And Bill was a guy who had been coaching in the 70s, and we were so lucky to have him and that wealth of experience and knowledge. And Bill had had so much success for such a long period of time, and so many of the young coaches underneath him had gone and moved out. For us, the building has always been about Bill and the football side of the building, and we've been blessed to be in that situation. I think when you transition from something like that in any business, you have to go in a very different direction, because nobody can be Bill Belichick. And in Gerard Mayo, you have a young man who grew up playing the game of football, played at Tennessee, was a first-round draft pick. Bill grew up the son of a coach, and Bill grew up on the coaching side. Gerard played the game. He played at the highest level in college, was a first-round draft pick. But even when he was a player as a rookie, he set himself apart. I remember being in the building one Saturday. It was like 6:30 in the morning. I had forgotten something. I was going on a trip, and I heard noise. It was like May in one of the football rooms, and I opened the door, and there was Gerard Mayo, like 3 weeks after being drafted, at 6:30 in the morning, watching film. And I remember saying to him, "What are you doing here?" And he said, "You know, my college coach told me when you get to the NFL, it's a totally different game, and it's a profession, and I'm not going to get by on my athleticism. I have to be smarter and better than everybody else at every aspect of the game." And I woke up this morning and I realized I could have turned on the TV and watched cartoons, or I could have come in and started working. And that work ethic coupled with he is a natural leader, and he has a high intellect. And the last thing I'll say is when he got out of football, before coming back to coaching, he went to work at United Healthcare and thought very seriously about, and he was in their Optum Ventures group, which takes technology and brings it to healthcare to help revolutionize probably our country's most outdated major industry. And so when you take all of those characteristics together, coupled with the passion that he had because he decided he wanted to come back and coach football, you have somebody that's really probably well positioned for today's NFL. And in a lot of respects, because you would never do anyone justice if they were like Bill. He's the opposite, and I say that not negatively towards Bill. I just say it's the way you're going to change a culture that's been one way for a quarter of a century. It's a long answer. I apologize.
No apology needed here. I'm going to expect the same length of answers from you, Paul, coming up here in a few seconds. But you know, my assumption there is that he's continued that work ethic, Gerard Mayo, from his rookie year. My guess is that he's in the facility right now.
As a second-year player, he was a linebacker, stepped in as a rookie into a room that had Teddy Bruschi and Mike Vrabel. Two pretty strong personality, great leader, great football players. And his second year in the league, he was voted a team captain along being in a room like that. I think that speaks to his leadership capabilities.
You know, and by the way, did you say that the last stadium was $6 million?
Yeah.
With an M?
Yeah. That's built for 1971.
Does the lighthouse cost $6 million?
Lighthouse costs a little more than that.
This conference is all about unlocking value, right? Next year is going to mark the 25th anniversary of the most consequential sixth-round draft pick of all time, the start of the longest, most successful dynasty in the history of the NFL. Jonathan, what do you remember about drafting Brady in 2000?
You know, I remember my dad's down here too. It was Bill's first year as head coach, and we had 3 quarterbacks on our roster. We had Drew Bledsoe, a guy named John Freese, who had been a starter in the league and was the strong backup, and we had drafted a kid the year before named Michael Bishop, who was an athletic, really dynamic football player, a very early version of what today is dominating in the league. And we had a lot of needs. We were not a good football team. And all I remember is, you know, my dad and I were sitting in the draft room, and in the 5th round, Brady was still there, and they talked about him briefly, and we just looked at each other. You know, we don't need a quarterback. They took a tight end named Dave Stachelski, who didn't last in the league at all. And in the 6th round, Bill, when we got a few picks away, said, "Why is Brady still there? That's just too much value." I think Bill knew. We had a coach named Dick Rabine, and they drafted Brady, and we carried him that year on the full roster because I think Bill understood if he went to the practice squad, somebody would have signed him. And today, most teams only carry 2 quarterbacks on their roster. The roster spots are too valuable. We carried 4 quarterbacks on the roster that whole year because I think there was an understanding there was something special about his intangibles.
Right, it wasn't lucking into the pick.
Well, we didn't need a quarterback. We had just given Drew $100 million, but I think, and I know Paul is in this business, and I should let Paul talk about it, but I think our guys saw him as just too much value sitting there in the 6th round at that position.
And you knew he had something special, and they kept him on as the 4th quarterback on the roster. Speaking of the ability to see things that others aren't, let's talk about analytics. I want to bring Paul into this discussion. You run a multi-billion-dollar hedge fund. You're the founder of the Robinhood Foundation. And you found time to lean into football analytics here with Sumer Sports. For the uninitiated in the audience, what is Sumer Sports and what are you aiming to do?
Sumer Sports is a sports analytics company that we founded 2 years ago. Football is our primary focus. Sumer's named after the first city in civilization, 4000 BC in Babylonia, that used measurement, that actually created the first mathematics to measure things. And so that's what we named ourselves after. The origin story is real simple, is I've loved football my whole life. I guess my first kind of miss in football was 1993. My uncle and I were the underbidders to Charlotte and Jacksonville the last time the NFL expanded. 2008, I nearly purchased the Dolphins from Wayne Huizenga. So I've loved football my whole life. That was 2 huge misses, I think. And I played fantasy football for 20 years. And the league I'm in is a cutthroat league where these son of a bitches watch football that's all they do in the weekend is watch football. I like to hunt and fish, and I hunt and fish every weekend. So needless to say, I've never won, and it really, really made me angry. And my son, God bless his soul, about 4 years ago said, Dad, I can win this thing for you. I can win this thing for you. And so 2 years, we were 4th and 5th, I think, and I told him, he was a stats major. He was just finishing up his last semester in stats because he's a football fanatic. I said, if you want the future of football is going to be data. It's pretty clear. It's going to be data analysis. It's transformed every single business in the world, and football is going to be one of them. I said, listen, if you're going to run my fantasy team, it's so clear in the fantasy draft that so much of it is about math. Forget even the forecast for the players. Once you start drafting and you're having to optimize every round depending upon who you drafted and what your vacancies are. I said, let's write the algorithm, Mr. Stats Major, and let's do an optimizer for fantasy so we can win this thing. Oh, Dad, if we do that, I'd drop out. Do you know how hard that'd be? Come on, Dad, I'd have to drive. There's no way I can do that. And needless to say, he dropped out, and here we are. And
have you won your fantasy league yet?
No. As a matter of fact, we haven't been able to put a model in fantasy yet because somewhere along the way we got diverted and decided we were going to build one for the NFL. And I thought naively that we could do this with 3 or 4 really bright people, and now today we are 20 data scientists, 20 engineers, 14-person scout team. We probably have more resources devoted to an NFL draft than any team by a multiple of 5. And if you said to me, what have I learned in those 2 years? Mickey Mantle famously said, it's amazing that I've played a sport for so long and it's taken me this long to understand how little I know. And I'd say what I've discovered over the past 2 years is, oh my gosh, this is the hardest human-created game, strategy game, ever created by man. By multiples, it's the hardest game ever created. And I'll say on the good side, it's kind of neat when your passion is also your vocation. And I would say most of the people at Sumer are passionate about figuring this out. So it's work, but it's not really. The best way to describe just how challenging football is, the analog I like to use is comparing football to chess. If you think about chess, you've got 16 players aside. Each of those players has the same superpower. A pawn is a pawn is a pawn. Queen is a queen, rook is a rook. Moving on 64 spaces, one player at a time, typically 35 moves in a game. Compare that to football. You have 11 players a side, but each of those players play on a 53 by 120 yard field with basically, after the whistle blows, unlimited maneuverability as opposed to one at a time. Each of those players do not have the same superpower. A quarterback is not a quarterback, it's not a quarterback. A tight end is not a tight end. And instead of moving sequentially one at a time, you have 22 players moving at the same time. So in chess, just to understand, in chess you have, again, 35 moves a game. In football, you have about 125 plays again. So just dimensionally, the number of possible games of chess that can be played is 10 to the 80th. 10 to the 80th, just to put that in context, is more than all the atoms, not on Earth, not in the solar system, not in the galaxy, but in the universe. So if chess is 10 to the 80th, what is football? And what I've learned now is, oh my gosh, I see why it's so easy to Monday morning quarterback or to backbench criticize coaches and GMs, because the search space is virtually infinite, right? It's literally virtually infinite. So where we are right now is, if I had to just to say this, is football has evolved. Football's, I think, started 1905, 1906. Originally, Teddy Roosevelt actually is the one who, as president, decreed the start of football. And then it was within about 5 or 6 years you had the first big evolution, which was the forward pass. Everyone thought, the forward pass. So football is, I think, in a linear basis, evolved over the past 100 and some odd years.
So
I think we're at the point where it's not going to be a linear evolution. We're going to have a nonlinear evolution, because analytics are going to play a huge role in football. Just one last thought. We get mesmerized in football by the fact that it's a gladiatorial sport. It's this beautiful, it's a series of duets, these incredible combative duets played simultaneously on every play. In actuality, you have these big personalities, you have high drama, people, huge celebrations, people crying, dejection. That masks the fact that at its basic core, football is every bit as much a math problem. Every bit as much. It's just we don't see it because we're diverted by the huge emotion and the athleticism around it. But putting those people in the right position, you can bet, has every bit as much important in determination of the outcome as the players themselves.
So Jonathan, listening to what Paul is saying, you know the intricacies and quite frankly the challenges of managing a roster and acquiring players and that kind of thing. Do you think that you can do that? You can operate roster management and acquisition essentially as a quant fund?
I don't think, and it's not what I do day to day, but I get to work with people who do it. And listening to Paul talk, I think he describes it very eloquently. The only thing I'd say is it's 11 on 11, but then during the course of the game, your 11 actually can be almost 22 on each side rather than 11, so that adds another layer of complexity. I think what you have to do is couple. Paul's explained how hard the math problem is, and I think as you start creating algorithms that help you take data sets, you can get outcomes that will help you inform your decision making. But at the end of the day, the coaches, the personnel people who've been around the game a long time have instinctual understanding of intangibles that are happening in the moment with the factual data set, and the real power comes when you put the two of them together. Now, historically, you've had to rely only on instincts and maybe perceptions that were created by the people who trained you. When Paul's at Sumer, as he continues to evolve that model, when you couple something like that with great instinctual capability, with human knowledge and awareness of things you can't put into zeros and ones, like passion and mental toughness and just things you've seen, then you're going to have an extremely powerful combination. And I think as a league, we're only scratching, I mean, we're not even scratching the surface. People say, oh, these teams have analytics departments. You can look at analytics around the cap and how to allocate dollars and make some general assumptions, but the real decision-making around personnel and around in-game decision-making, the potential of the power of coupling the two is really just at the beginning. You know, you're not even, the clock hasn't started ticking yet.
We know, Jessica is in the audience right now, we know that Kraft Sports Group has a very sophisticated approach to analytics when it comes to the business side of things. What is sort of the vision for the team approach, the football ops approach, as it relates to analytics in 2024?
Well, we're, as we talked about in the first question, entering a new phase. And we were so lucky to have Bill the last quarter century, as I said, because Bill has as good of a human set of algorithms as you can have, as a human being can have in their head. And we benefited from that. And Bill was so good and so much better than his competition at those things that we didn't evolve it on the technical side. We talked about our new leadership. I think they, as I said, Gerard worked at Optum Ventures, which is the division of United Healthcare that was bringing technology to traditional healthcare to try to evolve that business. And I think you'll see us with Gerard and Elliot Wolf and Matt Groh, who are running our football operations, start to bring more traditional analytic tools. We have them on our business side. We will start to bring them to the football side now.
Yeah, Elliot Wolf has said that he's going to change, I think, the grading system to reflect a little bit of what worked in Green Bay. What has Elliot told you sort of about his approach? And, you know, it's not just about the Packer way versus the Patriot way, is it?
Yeah, no, I think what Elliot would say is we had a grading system internally that worked really well and fit the way Bill wanted to manage a football team, which had started, again, Bill was basing that off of something, a foundation he got watching film with his dad, you know, in the 1960s at Navy, and it really worked for a long time. But the game and the way most people are looking at it and grading players had evolved to a system that was just different than that. And without getting into all the details, we're going to bring a system that the people that are now running our football operation believe better fits today's NFL and the way people like to scout and evaluate players.
Jonathan, you brought up intangibles. Paul, the Steelers' former GM this week was talking a little bit about intangibles. I'm not sure if you saw his quote. Not high on analytics, not an analytics guy, saying that they're being overused in the NFL, that analytics are being overused. He said, I would tell the analytics people, when you guys can measure the intangibles, let me know.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
How does Sumer measure the intangibles, and if so, how?
Well, you have to realize that when any human makes a decision, every single one of those decisions, someone's quantifying in their mind those intangibles, right? When you make a decision, your internal brain is going through the mental math to help you say yes or no, go or stay, choose this over that. So you're already making that. The beauty of analytics are, there are three things that analytics bring. First of all, I have a really strong belief that you can numerize everything. Everything can be turned, every opinion can be turned into a number. It requires rigor and it requires process, but when you make a decision, you're doing that already. The thing,
leadership can be a number, smarts can be a number.
Absolutely. The psychographics are it's a nascent field, but it's a very important field. And certainly, I kind of look at it where you're always going to find instances where a human can outcompete a model. But if you look at the tide of history, oh my Lord, why are we where we are today? It's because of the fact that we've been able to either digitize or numerize virtually everything. It's why the 7 biggest companies in the world are tech companies, because they've relied on data and math to get where they are today. So what I would say is that if you think about what a model does, it's extraordinarily rigorous and process driven. The first advantage the model has is that it's comprehensive. It sits down and takes every possible variable there is on player selection and lists them out. So it's comprehensive. The second thing it does is it's transparent. Okay, you believe this about his intangible mental toughness. I believe that. We've got to drive to an organizational value in the draft so that we have an idea of what the Patriots think about that person's mental toughness. So it's transparent. So that variable, mental toughness, everyone's going to be able to assign what their weighting is to that person's mental toughness based on, it may have a whole bunch of variables and models below that. We have 20 big models with God knows how many submodels and variables that go into it, that feed into our overall player selection model. And then the third thing that an algorithm does is it brings accuracy. So once you have your forecast of all these different things that go into a particular player, then it's a question of summing up all those with their grades, their weightings, etc., summing them all up and coming out with how do I optimize in the draft or in player selection in a rapidly shrinking universe, which causes me to re-optimize every time the available players left relative to the vacancies that I have. And so that accuracy is just math. And of course, the reality is that today an algorithm is going to be able to compute 1,000,000 times faster than a human. We've kind of seen that everywhere. Think about chess. Again, I want to go back to that. 10 to the 80th, an infinite search space. There's not a human being today, not a grandmaster, that can even remotely compete or beat a chess model. It was funny because in 1993, when I saw 1990, I guess it was 1997 actually, that Deep Blue beat the first grandmaster beat Gary Kasparov in that series. The first thing I did was I went out and hired 2 of the best players on Deep Blue's team to come build that same tool for me internally in my hedge fund. I still use it today. I spend hours and hours and hours of every day on a tool that takes all the macro variables and all the things that I'm trading and helps and gives me and guides me what to do. But what we built at Sumer, we call it Marvel, which is maximize roster value. It's a model that I think will be every GM's friend. Do you know the average lifespan of a GM today is 3.5 years?
So like their career.
Their career. And why is it 3.5 years? Because, again, chess really talks about in-game play. If you go to player selection, our guess is that, again, the search space on that, like in-game play, player selection is probably, we're at a minimum, it's probably 10 to the 40th. And you could argue it's up to 10 to the 170th or 180th. It just depends on what quant you want to quibble with. But again, it can be the GM's best friend, because with that model, at every single selection, you'll be able to talk to your owner and you can say, it's very simple why we chose this person, because you'll go through all the metrics, all the weightings, all your internal IP, and say, here's what the math said. Maybe the selections are so close that they're indeterminate. So well, we just went with this guy because he's from Boston and it's going to help us sell more tickets, because in reality the error bar was so tiny it made no difference. But it's going to be a GM's best friend, and they're going to go from living 3.5 years on average. With that model, they should be there forever. It'll be a president's best friend of a football organization, because I think it'll save, in terms of personnel costs, I think it could save millions for each team. And then finally, it could be an owner's best friend, because you're going to cut your dead cap by. You're never going to cut it because of injuries, but where you made a mistake because of the math, or you didn't get your forecast right, or you didn't use the math with your forecast correctly, it's going to cut your dead cap space in half.
Do you think that teams are going to want to share their internal IP with a third party?
Well, it's funny. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Do you know, are you asking Paul or me?
Well, you
Go ahead.
smiled, so.
I only smiled because Paul and I have talked about that. Go ahead, you should answer it.
Well, I was going to say, it's funny, we started out 2 years ago when we started the company. I thought, wow, we're a football company because we love football. And 2 years later, I kind of feel like we're V2, which I think is really, really good, but I don't know if we're where we need to be yet on our model. I think by next year for sure we'll be there. It's kind of like ChatGPT 1, 2, 3, 4. Windows 95 was the third version. But I realize now we're a tech and software company first and foremost. And I was talking to someone, and someone that we're probably going to hire, and I said, you know, the clubs are really freaky about their data. And she said to me, you know, it's funny because we work with 7 different departments within the Department of Defense, and if I can fix it for them, then certainly I can create an environment where clubs' IP is 100% safe. And so that to me is a trifle.
And I would just add, and Paul and I talked about that, no team is going to ever be able to make the investment or have the managerial skills to hire the data scientists and the software engineers that Paul talked about that they have at the start. So that main Sumer product, for simplicity's sake, you know, we'll call it a piece of, you know, like SaaS. That's made, you know, the algorithms and the model that it spits out at his end with his data sets, but where you want to customize it team by team with your own data and your own perception of what you've seen, that has to sit in a secure environment that is only accessible to your club. When Paul and I were talking, he acknowledged that was an issue from when they first started the company, and it's why he's really transitioned it to this software tech model rather than football model, because no one says to Oracle or to SAP or to Salesforce, I'm worried about the privacy, the security of my own IP. And I think that was a really great revelation on his part, because that will allow teams to start to use something like this, because there is no tool out there today for us to really go deep in art, you know, for lack of a better term, it really is artificial intelligence that's going to aid the clubs in making decisions. I would disagree or respectfully say that I think digitizing intangibles, though, if you have a big enough data set, you can do it. And that's the only thing I worry about. I don't know that, given that you're looking at, you know, a few thousand players a year coming out in college, and then a couple hundred of them will really make it in the league, so you can track and quantify. It'll take a long time, I think, to be able to really digitize intangibles. It's a process. You should comment on that. That would be the only thing I would disagree with.
So if you said to me in player selection, what is the Achilles heel in player selection, I would say it's psychographics. And I say that because if you look at all the psychological testing, and we've looked at all of them, that all companies use for employee selection, if you look at it, it's really hard to find one that stands out as a test that's cut and dry. You have small edges, and particularly in certain occupations, there's small edges. There really are, and so I would say that part is the hardest part when it comes for the forecast for player selection, no question. But again, let's assume that you and I are, let's say you're the owner and I'm the GM, and we're trying to figure out between two players. And then let's say that everything else is exactly the same, and we have a differing view, and we respect each other 50%. We have a differing view on the psychological profile of this particular player. You'd still want to numerize the distinction that we have. Like if you think, gosh, I think he's just a little better than the next player, and I said, no, I think this other person is a lot better than that player. You'd want to be able to say, okay, well, on that belief, I'm a 6 and you're a 9, so, or I'm a 6 on this player and I'm a 9 on that player. We still would say, let's quantify the distinction in our opinions to come up with an organizational value so that together we have come through and made a very explicit decision as to the way we do it. One thing that we're doing in the players model that we have is that we are capturing the data that, for instance, your scouts will have and be able to rank those scouts and their predictive ability over time. So you'll always have a qualitative understanding of where the particular forecast comes from. So again, at the end of the day, can I just say, the reason I'm such a fanatical about this, I've lived this before. I started on the floor as a commodity trader in the 1980s. There were 100,000 people in that industry that were just like me. We were making decisions on what to buy and sell every day. We were the heart and the liquidity provider and the decision makers in futures markets all over the world, from Sydney to Kansas City to Chicago to New York to Frankfurt, Paris, London. Beginning about the early 90s, all of a sudden they started this thing called electronic trading, where they were numerizing all the things that we were doing, all the beliefs, the opinions, the intangibles, all the things that we thought with regard to what constitutes a price at any particular moment. And then within the blink of an eye, literally the blink of an eye, a small handful of incredibly brilliant people who numerized all the things that went around to making those prices. And remember, those prices are reflections of everything from people's emotions, belief systems, data, opinions, you name it, the same things that go into player selection. Within the blink of an eye, those algorithms had completely, totally supplanted humans and made those people who adopted these really rigorous process-driven decision-making approach to decision-making, pretty much they dominated the industry, and you've got people who did that worth tens of billions of dollars. So I've seen this story before. I've actually lived it. The good news was in the 90s, I saw what was coming. And even though I didn't have a degree in math or computer science or data science, I pivoted very quickly and tried to learn what I didn't know. And it's the reason why I am where I am today. What I would say is, for the students that are in this audience, and those of you that love football, I will bet you have a tremendous future in this sport, because it's the most complex game. And the analytics and the analysts and the people who will be, again, bringing this process-driven way of making decisions in the toughest mental game in the world, they're going to have a really prominent role to play in the future of successful football teams.
You know, when you say you're a commodities trader in the 80s, I have to resist the urge to ask whether you traded frozen orange juice futures, like in Trading Places.
Okay, now you're getting in trouble.
Yeah, I had a hot tip for us.
So the highlight of my life was, that was filmed in the orange juice pit. I was a member. I was supposed to be in the movie, but instead, while the movie was being filmed, I interviewed for Futures Magazine, Dan Aykroyd, about what he thought about that movie. And I think I was 20, 25, 20. I thought I was the greatest, the hottest thing in the world. I'm talking to Dan Aykroyd.
Think about how rich you'd be today if you had the residuals from that, though. Think about what you lost out on.
But you know, let's talk brass tacks here about Sumer. For a team that's like, you know, 8-9, right? And they sign with you guys. What are you telling them that they can do the next year? 1 win, 2 wins? More?
What I can tell them is that there will be, and you have to realize the model can do the work for you, but it really requires the club. It's the club's IP that's so critical. We take them through a process where we go through and we try to understand and get them to tell us the positional. First of all, who are the players that you have on offense and defense? So we go through and we create a custom model for their offense and defense. And then we ask them, let's weight the position of those particular players. And we weight that weighting scheme. And then we go through and we start taking a compilation of their grades. And we take their grades and we change them into a grading systems that we use so that all we've done is just interpolated those numbers and we change them into that so that we have a basic grading system. So you have positional weights, grading system, and then we have injury forecast and snap count. How many snaps, which a lot of it is depth, a lot of it is also the injury forecast. What's your snap count? Now we have a forecast for a player. Once you have a forecast for on-field performance, then it's with their IP. By the way, that's all their IP, germane in particular to their team. Once you have that forecast, when you get to the draft, it's real simple. What are your vacancies? What are your forecasts? What are the available players? What are the forecasts for those players? And then if you think about the draft, it's a shrinking universe where you have to re-optimize on every selection, depending upon what you selected, as well as what other teams have selected. So you're re-optimizing, doing millions of optimizations like this every time. And the great news is with the model is it's going to give you what should be your optimal pick based on your IP at any point in the draft.
And presumably improve the win column.
Pardon?
Presumably improve the win column for those teams.
So, presumably.
Right. Or your money back guaranteed.
Yes, if nothing else, you'll be able, if you're a GM, you'll be able to explain to the owner, the fans, your coaches, and obviously your coaches should be involved in those forecasts, particularly on positional importance because it's their scheme. You'll say, this is why we did that. And it's transparent, and it's clear, it's process-driven, and it's rigorous.
It is a bold bet, and we wish you the best of luck with Sumer Sports. We have some great questions coming in from the audience. Now, Paul, what's your buy-in for your fantasy football league? I've never seen a spit take at Sloan, and that was a real one. That's great.
The buy-in is $100,000, and we take all the profits and give it to charity. And I am so tired of losing. I'm about to blow my brains out. But at some point, we're going to get to building a model for fantasy. That'll be one of our B2C products. And it'll be, oh my gosh, what an edge that'll be. And it's so funny because all the people in my league, they call us the Machine. And of course, the Machine didn't do well this year. And it was just like every Sunday was just such a beating for me. Oh my God. Because we didn't have a model, and it was just my son and I, and we had some injuries and a variety of other things. And it just was, oh, the Machine, oh, the Machine. Because they've been hearing about this for 2 years. So it's been a bit of a challenge, which I'm embarrassed to say.
Speaking of injuries, Paul, tell us how your model accounts for Rodgers or any player going down. How does your model take into account availability?
Yeah, you have to think about this model. I look at it. I look at the model like the probabilities around a casino. If I had to say what most GMs are, they're the players at a casino. So you walk in, and I have within just the same way a casino has all these different games with all these different outcomes. The casino has a 5% edge, at least, in every one of them. I think the only free bet in the casino's coming out in craps. Otherwise, they have a 5 to 15%. It's just you're gonna ultimately get beaten. There's always going to be times when a human is going to outperform an algorithm. You're going to always have that. But if you think about, again, just the number of different variables, the number of different models, probably you're going to have that algorithm over time is going to have enough edge that when you sum up all those edges, it becomes something that's going to dominate day in, day out, year in, year out. So as far as injuries go, you're going to just go back. You're going to look at that person's age. You're going to use an aging curve. You're going to look at their injury history, and you're going to probably just use averages. You're going to do something like averages. You're going to then overlay it with, you're going to have a whole bunch of people who say they can forecast by looking at the musculoskeletal system. You're going to take in every possible thing there is, but at the end of the day, injuries can be so catastrophic external, and they're so episodic that it's really hard to do anything but use the averages and just hope for the best.
Jonathan, given the availability of data and analytics, do you see a time where the GM goes away?
No.
And teams rely on AI and machine learning to draft their team? That's a no.
Not going to be in my lifetime. Machine learning is a tool for the experienced, capable GM or whoever's running that side of the house to put to work to make the best decisions. When you've got financial trading in markets being done by computers, the volume of trades and the liquidity and scale of the market, it's so different. These are very meticulous one-off decisions in building what is ultimately a 53-man roster. And I think over time, the tools like Sumer will probably become a bigger factor for very capable personnel managers. And I will say this, I think the very capable people who, if you go back in recent history, grew up as pure football people, I think they're going to be more well-rounded people. They're going to understand the game of football, they're going to know how to scout, but they're not going to be hardcore technical football scouts because they wouldn't have been able to develop the other skills you're going to need. You're going to need to understand how models work, how to weight different factors, how to take a tool like Sumer and weight it for however you want to run and build your team and what factors might be more important to you. Because coaches and general managers each have different philosophies about how they want to run a team. If you look at a team, you know, like the Kansas City Chiefs, I'm just pulling these out of the hat, so please don't, I'm not remotely criticizing anybody. But if you look at a team like the Chiefs and how it's built, and if you look at a team like the Pittsburgh Steelers, they're two NFL football teams, two historically very successful teams, but they have a different philosophy around team building. And that's the part that the general manager and the head coach will take tools like Sumer and tweak it to their needs. But I do think general managers over time won't have come up as just hardcore, you know, regional scouts, scouting directors, and ultimately moving up to general manager. And I think more and more people diminish the importance of the salary cap, but I'll tell you, understanding how to structure contracts to give yourself the ultimate flexibility while making the right decisions is also extremely important.
Can I just add, I agree with him 100%. I don't think the model will ever replace the human, particularly in football. I don't think there's enough observations for it to do that. Having said that, I think it can be the GM's best friend because, again, it brings rigor and process to a really...
Accountability.
Accountability.
Which is never...
Yes.
Yep.
Can I tell a quick story? Because
Yes.
when we first got into the business, I remember, you know, and we fully acknowledged we didn't know what we were doing, but we said we wanted to take all of the scouting reports for the prior 5 years and look at how all of the players that the various scouts had scouted and how they had performed in their time in the NFL so that we could determine which of our scouts was better and wasn't. And our football people at the time told us we didn't know what we were talking about, that there was too much variability and you couldn't really analyze, and we weren't even going to use a computer to do it. It was effectively going to be, I mean, we might have had a spreadsheet, you know, like in Lotus 1, 2, 3 or something. And the football people at the time didn't want the accountability being brought to bear, like, you won't understand, we can't do this. And I think what Paul's talking about right now is being able to have that accountability, which is also going to be very important. I apologize, but historically they haven't wanted it, and I think a big part of it is they were afraid of the technology and didn't understand it.
Paul, your model seems totally focused on fit rather than best available. That seems the opposite of a hedge fund. Is focus on fit driven by win now, infrequency of trades, or something else altogether?
Yeah, I'm not sure I agree with the premise of that question. The way our model works is, particularly in the draft, you can optimize. We're actually also building, which hopefully we'll have available next February, what we call a scenario builder, which will allow you to, for free agency in the draft, optimize to fill your vacancies between free agency and the draft. You can turn everything to optimize for next year's win, or you can say, I want to have a 2 or a 3 year horizon, because that's kind of the length of a rookie contract, and I want to optimize through time. So the model's flexible enough to give you the ability to determine whether you want to win now or win in the future. It's just a question of, again, if you wanted to win now, we saw the Los Angeles Rams do it a couple years back. You trade away all your draft picks, you go hard in free agency. So the model's flexibility and allows the GM, the owner, the coach, again, it brings that transparency to say, what are we trying to do? Are we trying to win next year, or are we trying to win for the long term?
And we'll do just a lightning round here to get to the last few questions. Jonathan, how important is it for you as the Patriots transition from top team in the league for 20 years to a rebuilding young squad? How important is it for you as a leader to remain consistent in your approach regardless of outcome?
I don't, consistent in approach, I'm going to assume it means overall managerial approach. I think you have to be consistent as a leader. I think inconsistency makes it very hard for an organization to perform. The people that work with you need to understand what's important to you and culturally what matters to your organization. But I would say we're not setting the tone for the football department. That would be our you know, the person running personnel and the head coach.
What are some of the metrics, Paul, that are undervalued at the NFL Combine?
I'm going to pass on that one.
Jonathan, what did you think of Tom Brady's 40-yard dash? this week?
Nothing Tom Brady does surprises me. I think he'll probably beat his.
He beat it.
He beat his combine 40 time from 20 whatever years ago this past week, and I would bet that at 65 he'll beat his 45 40 time because he is that extraordinary of a human being.
We're going to throw down the gauntlet there.
Can I just go back? I think, I go back to psychographics, those particular qualities. If you think about Tom Brady, why was he so incredible? Well, yes, he had great technical skills as a quarterback. He was very accurate, but what really set him apart, and I think was a big part of why the Patriots won all those Super Bowls. If you take football and break it down into its four component parts, it's player selection, performance enhancement, how do I get the most out of my players mentally and physically, play design, and then in-game play, which is the chess part of it. Brady was a great talent physically, but he also went into performance enhancement because his work ethic got the rest of the team to dedicate themselves to what they could do. And then also in talent selection, he attracted players like Randy Moss to come play with him. So in talent selection, you'd have to give him a nonlinear rating on leadership because he was able to improve the other players because he attracted additional talent. So you can't do 0 to 10 when ranking a player. There has to be a nonlinear way to go past that because you have these extraordinary players that have tails associated with them that are worth more than the best player in that on a normal scale, normal ranking.
Gentlemen, this was a fascinating conversation. I can't wait to have you back, Paul, to talk about how you beat the pants out of everybody in your fantasy league next year. Thank you, everybody, for listening in, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Hello, hello, hello. Hello, everyone, and thank you so much for being here at the 2024 Sloan Sports Analytics Conference. Could not be more happy to have you all here. My name is Grant Anhorn, and I'm a first-year MBA student at MIT Sloan, and I'm going to be introducing this amazing panel, Fostering Fanatics, a one-on-one with Michael Rubin. Our one and amazing panelist was Michael Rubin. He is the co-founder and CEO of Fanatics, and also the co-chair of Reform Alliance. This panel will be moderated by, again, another person who needs no introduction, Jessica Gelman, the CEO of CAGR and the co-chair of this conference. A little bit of logistics here. The panel will run for 45 minutes with 10 minutes of Q&A. Please submit it through the Cadence app. And with that, I'll bounce it over to you, Jess.
All right. Good morning. Michael, great to see you. Thank you. So I think this is your 11th year at Sloan.
It's amazing to be 25 and have done this 11 years. It's incredible.
Well, what's really interesting, as I was reflecting, because I've been lucky enough to, this is our first one-on-one. We've incorporated other people in the past, but I think back to when you and I first met through the crafts about 12 years ago. You had just bought back GSI. And Fanatics.
Yeah.
Sorry, you just bought back Fanatics. And today, now, in 12 years, you've created three business lines, e-commerce, collectibles, and now betting. The business, as the last time it was valued, was at $31 billion in December of 2022. Is that still?
Directionally accurate-ish.
18,000 employees and 80 offices in 12 years. So, you know, this was exactly what you had in mind, right?
Well, I think when you start a business, you always have a lot of big ideas, and then certain things work, certain things don't work, and you kind of shake and groove. And you know, the thing I'm most excited for is, even though we've been at it for 12 years, I'm going to do it for another 50 years. And you know, this is the great sports industry is the greatest industry in the world. When you combine sports and business, I'm like, those who know me know I am the least athletic individual in planet Earth. So if you can't play sports and you get to work in the sports business, for me, that's the greatest, you know, opportunity on the planet. And we're just getting started. I mean, you know, Fanatics today, I still feel like even though we're $8 billion of revenue this year, actually 22,000 employees, we feel like we're just a startup. You know, we're just getting going.
How are you maintaining that startup kind of culture and mentality as you continue to grow?
Well, I think that's always a big opportunity and challenge. But I think that starts with leadership of wanting to be, you know, every leader is different. I'm a hands-on leader. You know, I work with each of the CEOs of the businesses and the leaders. And, you know, I think we just try to be as entrepreneurs as we can. By the way, it's harder with 22,000 people than it was when we had, you know, a couple hundred people. But we do the best we can every day. We try to cut through things. You know, I say all the time, and people laugh at me when I say this, one of my key jobs is to stop dumb shit from happening. Like, I say that's the job as a CEO, like, stop stupid shit from happening. And so, by the way, it doesn't always work, but we try, and like, so that's part of being an entrepreneur. You just want to like cut through things, move as quickly as you can. The thing is, when you get bigger, you have so many people coming for you. Yeah. And, you know, when I was small, everybody wanted to help build us up, and now as you get bigger, everyone wants to come for you. And so you have to be sharper, better, stronger, and have the right team working together and very aligned to make sure that you know, keep innovating and kind of be on your A game.
A sports analogy is that you've kind of won the championship, and now you want to repeat and go for the three-peat and continue to evolve while people are growing and evolving. So,
look, by the way, we feel like we haven't won a thing, okay? And we feel like we're just getting started, and we want to make sure we keep that mentality of being hungry and being paranoid. The second we get comfortable, bad things will happen.
So one of the things that I love about who you are and how you engage within the sports world is your connectivity. And you have a presence on social media, which I think makes you more relatable. So, but this if people haven't seen this article, there was an article in Vanity Fair by Dan Adler, and it was called "The Life of the Party." And it really highlights the variety of relationships that you have, including your infamous white party, which is bigger in scale than your Super Bowl party. I've been to your Super Bowl party, which is amazing.
Well, it's much smaller by people that come,
Right.
bigger in noise that goes around it.
Noise that goes around. But so Rolling Stones likened you to the Great Gatsby. So maybe give us a perspective of why you throw these parties and what it means for your business and your relationships. Because I think it is a very interesting approach to how you connect all of these different parts of society and build relationships. It's really unlike anything I've seen.
Yeah. So first, we only do 3 parties a year.
Oh.
So I think the parties just get a lot of attention because they're fun and interesting parties. But we do the big Fanatics Super Bowl party. Right. We do the white party, and then together with Jay-Z and Robert Kraft and Meek Mill, we started the Reform Alliance, which does a big charity fundraiser. So we do the Reform, gala. So it's 3 big events a year. For me, everybody is different. And I think if you look across this room, you'd say, everyone in this room is different. And for me, legitimately, I barely made it out of high school. Like when I say that, people don't believe me, but I legitimately barely made it out of high school. I missed 70 days my senior year.
70?
70 days my senior year. When I graduated, I remember my mom looked at the principal. She goes, "Is this really real? Is he graduating?" Like, she didn't think I was going to graduate high school. I took my SATs. I got a 780 combined, by the way. Like, you have to be you have to be really dumb to get a 780 combined on your SATs, okay? And I posted my only report card from college we could find. I had a 1.87 was my GPA in college for the part of the one semester that I survived. So I tell you all of this because to me, we all learn differently. We all work differently. Like, I'm a very interactive, like, I ask question after question. There's no dumb questions for me. So, like, I'm pretty annoying to have around because I'm going to ask lots of questions, and that's how I learn. And so I love bringing people together. And I'm looking at my younger brother, Robert Kraft, who's sitting in the first row here. And, I'd say the biggest thing Robert and I have in common is the diversity of friends. And, you could go from the most powerful business person to, the person who's got their first job in the arena or stadium to, I like walking through, any streets in any city and just talking to consumers and fans. And, like, I think that's something that Robert and I actually learned from each other, but also kind of pushed each other on. It's just, how do we bring people together? And so, to me, what I love about the Fanatics Super Bowl party, and what I love about the white party, and what I love about the Reform Gala is I get to bring all these people from different backgrounds together, and generally great things come from that. People build new relationships, big deals happen, and so for me, it's an honor and a privilege to bring so many great people around. And by the way, I then learn from all these people. And so I'm always picking things up from people around me. And, I also, if there's one thing I've learned is to make things really special. Now, there's a negative to that, which is you piss a lot of people off, right? The white party, and people don't understand this, the white party has 350 people. Wow. That's all that comes to that party, okay? And by the way, there's thousands of people who say they go to it, but it's 350 people, okay? And so we want to make it the most special evening for those 350 people. And the Fanatics Super Bowl party that we just did a couple weeks ago, which is the biggest party I've ever done, had 1,250 people. But every one of that party, I knew every one of those 1,250 people because they were all important to Fanatics, important to me. They help us build our business. And so, if I can give back and bring people together, it's something. It's like a great honor for me to do. And by the way, if the whole Fanatics thing doesn't work out, I'm going to be a party planner.
You have a good start. So the one thing that you mentioned about school and learning and different ways of learning, there's a lot of very successful people, yourself included, who dropped out of college, right? Because they had a different way of approaching and thinking. And
well, I had no choice because I couldn't pass anything. So let's be transparent about that.
All right. Well, you mentioned that people come together at these events. Is there a particular connection that you made that you're like, okay, this was really powerful, and something was developed or created out of that I couldn't have even seen that coming?
Yeah, I mean, I think I could go through and think about all the big events we've put together or the ones I've been at, I'd say so many of our big business relationships have started from that. Because, like, to me, what I really fundamentally believe is business is about relationships. And you need to be great at what you do, have a great product, you know, be really innovative, which we need to be better at every day. But relationships are everything. And if you have great relationships, you can navigate tough times and you can make great things happen. If you don't have great relationships, I think bad things happen. So to me, I'm always looking to, build on these relationships, and that comes from that. Can I think of, things that have happened? Like, I think about, maybe just a business we started in the past, 3.5 years, which is our collectibles business, and that business today is the most valuable part of Fanatics today. And we started it, came up with the idea in November of 2020. Our first dollar of revenue was in 2022. And it's the most valuable part of the company today is Fanatics Collectibles. And like, that came from the founder of StockX that told me a story about, the sports leagues and the players give their rights to companies like Topps, Panini, Upper Deck, who then sell the cards to distributors, who then sell them to hobby shops and retailers, who then sell them to resellers, who then put them on eBay to sell them to a consumer. And it clicked in my head. Yeah. It's just like, that was an interactive discussion that I had. It wasn't like I didn't read a book, I didn't study, there wasn't like research products. I bumped into the conversation. By the way, that business today is probably worth $15 to $20 billion. We started it, came up with the idea 3.25 years ago and had our first dollar of revenue 2 years ago.
That's incredible. Yesterday, we had this multiplier summit, and Kim Ng, who was the general manager of the Miami Marlins, she was asked, what is the intangible that she looks for the most? And it's adaptability, which is the ability to make those connections, to change and to learn. And at least from like what you're saying, if you look at the trajectory of Fanatics over the last 12 years, I mean, you've really made these key decisions and changes that have altered the trajectory of the business, collectibles being perhaps the most relevant now, or most recently. But I think along those lines, last year, you had to divest out of the Sixers. And so I want to talk about that for a little bit, because my question is, now that you're not an owner, do you feel more or less connected to sports since you had to sell that stake?
Much more connected. And for me, it was an honor and a privilege to get to be part of the Sixers ownership group. I was the third largest owner, and I was, probably as involved as any third largest owner of a sports team. For me, I had a moment where two people grabbed me and said it was time to move on from the Sixers. And one of them was Joe Tsai, the owner of the Brooklyn Nets. And he sat me down and he said, look, I'm a 1% investor in your company. I've invested $300 million in the Fanatics. This is a distraction to such a big opportunity you have with Fanatics. And, I really think it's the right time to move on. And then this other young man, Robert Kraft, sitting in front of me also said, like, Michael, this has served you really well, but like, you have such a bigger opportunity in front of you. And they were both so right. I loved being part of the ownership group, but it went from, it was helpful to Fanatics early on because I was not established. The business was small. We were a $250 million company when I started. We were, now that I'm not part of the ownership group, I think I can say this, I think we were violating every rule the NBA had. You weren't allowed to take bets.
You were.
Yeah.
Not the other owners.
No, me. I was actually, no, I'm specific. We as in, I'm just a we person, not a me person. But like, you're not allowed to take bets on your own team. But I was taking bets on the Sixers. You can't have individual contracts with, remember, I'm in the sports betting business.
I know.
You're not allowed to have individual contracts with athletes. I have 3,000 individual deals with athletes. You're not allowed to have owners or players that are investors in your businesses. They're all, LeBron's an investor in our business, Joel Embiid's an investor in our business, James Harden's an investor in our business, Chris Paul, Kevin Durant. So all these guys were investors in our business. So like, if you look through the rules of the leagues, it didn't work for me to own part of a team that was holding back Fanatics. And so it was a great privilege and honor to be part of it. By the way, we failed. We never won a championship. If you own a sports team, you don't win a championship. You fail each year. That's your job, is to win a championship. So, but I learned a lot. I got a lot of great experience, and it was definitely time for me to move on. Now I feel like I sit in the center of sports and technology and business, and you know, I got the funnest job on the planet. Like, I love doing it. Like, I wake up every morning like excited to jump out of bed and, you know, think about the 18,000 things that are going to come at me. And by the way, things go right, things don't go right, but that's what business is all about.
Well, I mean, but I think and we'll come back to this in a second, but the ways that you're helping the athletes understand their power, and part of that is you're making them partners. You mentioned Joel and James Harden investing into Fanatics, and I think that is, I think, part of your education that I find to be very special. But I wanted to come back to the betting. So when you identified sports betting as a new business line, a major rationale at the time was the cross-selling and the lower acquisition costs of customers from your e-commerce business. So my question is, how has that played out since you have actually launched your betting at the middle of last year?
So take a step back for a minute. So we kind of transformed the company from only being in the commerce business, which is, you know, merchandise, to being in commerce, collectibles, which is memorabilia and trading cards, and betting about 3 years ago. In the commerce business and the collectibles business, there are a lot of strategic benefits that we have. We've got scale. It's a big business. In the betting business, what I love is we're the little guy. Yeah. We're truly the startup. You've got two giants, FanDuel and DraftKings, who have 80% of the business, okay? Now, in 2011, I think we were the fourth player in the merchandise category. I said one day we'll be the top player. And people told me I was crazy and we'd never get there and wouldn't happen. And, you know, we did that, you know, in 5 or 6 years. I love being the challenger. For me, I love waking up today knowing that we're playing a game. We don't yet know how that game's going to end. And that's, you know, really, you know, exciting. You know, what our thesis was, and we've gone through a lot of layers so far. I remember going to our board in March of 2021. We got great board members. You know, we have Silver Lake, SoftBank, Insight, great, you know, private equity firms that are investors that have, you know, put billions of dollars behind us. And in 2021, I said to my board, gambling is going to be, online sports betting and iGaming is going to be huge. We have real strategic advantages. I want to get in this business, but the current market makes no sense. I said, this was in March of 2021, I said, you have these companies that are spending billions per year, not even doing a lot of revenue yet. The economics don't make sense today. And so I know we want to go in this business big, but we need to be very careful. And by the way, I actually said to our guys, if you own stock in these companies now, you should sell it, okay? I said that to people in March of 2021 to my full board, okay? 2022 was kind of like the year of reckoning for gambling, where people said, okay, the free money's done. No one's going to give free money investments anymore. Now you have to make these businesses work. And people started watching their expenses more carefully and really focus on growing the revenue. And they started building much better business. Today you have much better business. But there was a point in time, I think my board thought that, you know, I'd lost my mind a year and a half ago when, you know, DraftKings stock went from $75 to $10 and Flutter stock went way down, and, you know, people were no longer excited about gambling. Today, everyone knows. There's no confusion anymore. Everyone was right from the early days this would be a really big business, okay? Now the question is, can we be successful? That's the question now. Can we be successful? And what I'd say is the first thing you need to do is build a really good product. We believe this year, by the way, by April, Fanatics Sportsbook will be in every state that FanDuel's in. And I think this year we'll have a product that's every bit as good or better than FanDuel's DraftKings. But we're not there yet, but I think we're getting there pretty quickly. Then what we need to figure out is, will cross-sell work the way we think it's going to work? And we have 110 million customers of Fanatics. That's without Lids that has another 20 or 30 million customers. Remember, we own Lids, we own Mitchell & Ness, we own Topps. So we have a lot of brands, and we have opportunities to cross-sell. How's cross-sell working so far? It's showing great signs, but it's early. Yeah. The next time you have me up here, you can declare me winner or loser, okay? And I actually like that. That's great where we could say, did this work the way I thought? But I'm pretty bullish today, and I like that people look at me and say, hey, you know, he's only, you know, it's Fanatics. They've only got a 2 or 3% market share. You know what we're trying to do right now? Build a great product, then get cross-sell to work, and then turn the gas on them. We want to make sure we acquire customers into an experience they love.
Okay, so 2 questions on this. What is it that you have learned from the e-commerce business or from the collectibles business that you're bringing to betting that you think will differentiate the product?
Yeah, well, first thing is the collectibles business is driven by VIPs, okay? You know, it's driven by, you know, people that, you know, when someone goes out and they buy a really expensive jersey or really expensive trading cards, that drives excitement for the entire industry. It's the same thing for gaming. It's driven by, you know, a small amount of customers. So we need to make sure that we treat our most important customers, you know, incredibly well. So how you handle the VIP, which is why we just announced a president of Fanatics VIP to take care of our most important customers across merchandise, memorabilia, trading cards, and gambling, so we can make sure that we can look at them holistically across the whole business and give them a great experience. The second thing is customer acquisition is hard, but we have more than 100 million customers in the business, so ability to leverage those customers into the gaming business, I think is certainly really exciting. And I think the last thing I think we've learned is just how important every detail of everything you do. When you get big to our size, you know, people only talk about the things that go wrong, not right. And so, you know, I think just an incredible attention to detail is something that we need to just keep pushing and pushing in everything that we do.
So one of the things that I'm really interested in, looking at how you have built each of your business lines, have you done it the same way or have you adjusted it based on the learning? So for example, with Fanatics, you bought back that brand, right? With collectibles, you mentioned already the partnership. With betting, you recently acquired point bets. So like, are you following the same roadmap or are you adjusting and making some like learnings saying, okay, this really worked, but if I had done this, it would have been that much better?
I think some of each. I think the commonality across all the businesses is the Fanatics brand, the customers that go across all of the businesses, you know, kind of one centralized view of the customer. I think the importance of partnerships with both athletes, leagues, and teams. So when we think about how we work with somebody, we say, okay, here's what we do with the NHL, or here's what we do with the New England Patriots. And you think about how can you work across all of your businesses. That's the commonality. But look, you keep getting learnings in everything you do every day. If like the second we're not learning every day, we're dead, okay? And it's funny, I sat, you know, I probably shouldn't tell this story, but it was interesting. There was a kid I met in Las Vegas, the Super Bowl, Aiden Ross. He's a big streamer, okay? And I didn't really know anything about him. And he, you know, he studies business and he's a really, you know, smart young kid. And Aiden came to my office a couple days ago. And I was saying, okay, like when I think about streaming, I'm thinking about like Twitch and streaming video games. And I'm like, okay, so tell me exactly what you do. And like, I'm realizing like here I am like a dinosaur asking this 23-year-old kid, you know, okay, so how does this thing work and how does your business work? He's explaining to me about this new warehouse he's building in Miami. And then he's talking to me about like clippers, okay? And I'm like, what's a clipper? He's talking about how these guys clip the social, he's got all these guys who clip the social media, you know, clips that he puts out, and then that really makes everything proliferate. And then I go to his TikTok, I see like every TikTok he does has like 20 million views. I call my head of social, I'm like, do you know what a clipper is? He's like, nope. I'm like, okay, and you realize like this is how we're getting too old as a company, so we always need to be learning every day in everything we're doing. So like, we have a huge push to just be better, keep learning, keep, injecting that energy into everything we do every day. And that's why I talk about learning from people around me. So talk about this guy. What would I have to do with a streamer? Okay? But here I am sitting in my office 2 days ago, and I'm learning more. He was like thanking me for his time. I'm like, no, man, thank you. Like, I learned so many things from you today as a 23-year-old streamer that, like, I had no idea. And I'm calling 6 different people afterward and say, have you thought about this? Have you thought about that? Because I'm just, like, taking notes of the shit I learned from him.
That's awesome. I mean, and who you are.
And he's, by the way, talking about 16-year-olds. He's saying he's old. He's talking about 16-year-olds. He's learning from the 16-year-olds. I'm like, what is going on in this world?
It's moving fast.
Now I know where my 18-year-old daughter tells me she knows everything every day.
Right, that's how it works. She has access to the internet. So this focusing on connecting across generations, which you're kind of referencing, is something that I
Many generations.
Many generations. But to that end, one thing that I've really noticed that you're doing, and in particular, last year, you hosted Tom Brady for an event with the NFL rookies. And you're bridging these rookies with, the GOAT. So why are you doing this besides the connectivity? And what do you see the rookies gaining from this? And frankly, what is Tom Brady gaining from this?
Yeah, so first of all, I just talked to Tommy yesterday, and we're doing it again this year.
That's awesome.
So what we did last year to make sure everyone understands is, in our business, it used to only be about the GOATs, as you said, the MVPs, the stars of the business. So in the memorabilia business, that's where what drives the business is the stars. Mm-hmm. In trading cards, it's really historically been all about the rookies. Okay, so when we bought Topps, got in the trading card business, we started signing a lot of rookies. So guys like last year, C.J. Stroud, Will Levis, Bryce Young, Anthony Richardson, were all really important athletes to Fanatics. And so there's something called the Rookie Premier. It happens each year where the NFL brings in, the NFL Players Association brings in kind of their 40 most important rookies to what you call the Rookie Premier. And so I want to figure out how I could do a couple really special things for these rookies. And knowing that we had signed an exclusive deal with C.J. Stroud and Bryce Young and Will Levis, and also a partnership with Anthony Richardson, I wanted to say, what can I do to really help these guys? So I thought, okay, who could you learn the most from in football? Well, that was pretty easy. It's Tom Brady, okay? Who could you learn the most from in culture? I thought it was Travis Scott, okay? So it actually wasn't just Tom Brady. I got Tom Brady and Travis Scott together, and we had lunch at my house with just Tommy and Travis and the four guys. And it was incredible because the questions that, I watched Bryce asking and Will and CJ asking and Anthony, but the conversations, we're talking going from football things where I just sat there and didn't say a word because obviously it would be negative value, to the business things and people talking about when can they start building their business and how do you balance it with football, and it was an incredible discussion. So actually just yesterday I called Tom and said, hey, can we do this again? And by the way, he loved it. Like he was like, he loves to impact and help, and Travis loves. You're talking about no one could help someone in football, a quarterback, more than Tom Brady. And by the way, Travis Scott is pretty influential in culture. So like for these, but they loved it. They loved to help the next generation. So to me, it was an honor to facilitate that, and I can't wait to do it again in May this year.
Do you think that you saw any shift from the rookies in terms of how they approached this year, or did they come back and say, here's something I learned that was impactful?
Yeah, so I'm as you know, I'm the most transparent person on the planet, and I'm always just say what's on my mind. Enormous, like huge, like first of all, CJ and Bryce each called like, hey, can you connect me directly with Tommy? Like, I want to just pick his brain and ask questions, and they've both been in touch with him. I will say I ended up by mistake on a group text between myself, Tom, and CJ about the Ohio State-Michigan game. That might have, I looked at my phone after 20 minutes. I think there were 200 messages in the banter back and forth. But these guys soaked it all in. They soaked it in from Tommy. They soaked it in from Travis. They soaked it in. But by the way, we all learn from each other. When you get the next generation, Tom's going to pick something up from them. Travis is going to pick something up from them. So we're all learning from each other, which is what makes it so special.
I want to keep going on that, but I also want to come back to, okay, you've seen the success of the collectibles. You're launching and doing well with betting. There have been rumors about what might be next on the horizon. Some maybe ticketing, maybe media. Is there, as you're thinking about what might be the next new market, like how are you thinking about that based on the success you've had on these three business lines that you have today? And like, can you say what resonates or?
Well, here's the good news. I'm not thinking about it, because what I'm thinking about right now is how I can be so much better in each of the three businesses that we're in today. Cool. And so if you look today, our biggest business, Fanatics Commerce, is a little bit more than a $6 billion business this year. And I'm figuring out how we can take the consumer experience from good to great, how we can lead with product and storytelling in everything that we do. I'm thinking about in the collectibles business how we can, right now we own Topps, we operate, we make baseball trading cards and we make F1 trading cards and Champions League for soccer and we just launched UFC. But we've won the rights to so, WWE, the NBA, the NFL, major rights that are moving over in the next 2 years. So I want to get that done. We've got a massive new product that we're launching within the collectibles business that's going to just really help collectors manage their collections that we're going to launch at the National this summer. And the betting business, we just got started. Like, we haven't even, I took bets under our brand in New York for the first time yesterday. So, for us, we have so much to do in these three businesses. The only thing we want to do is things that will support and help us grow these three businesses and be better in everything that we do.
Well, coming back to the collectibles and maybe betting, where do you see the rise of women's sports, and how is that affecting those businesses right now?
Yeah, it's becoming more and more important every day. When we did a commercial when we signed and announced LeBron James and Bronny, Caitlin Clark was a key part of that commercial and made that commercial so much better. When I look at, the opportunity we have, across, many of the sports, I think it's still relatively small today if we just keep it real, but I think it's a big opportunity. And I think it's even a bigger opportunity from a marketing perspective in the near term, and then I think it will translate to sales over time. And by the way, from a betting perspective, today it's 90% male, but how do we get that to 85% male, then 80% male? So I would think we want to make this more mainstream. And we do, like in the collectibles business, we do stunts all the time to bring new collectors in. So I don't know how many people saw, last week I'd actually called Kevin Hart and said, Kev, could I put you in a trading card? And he said to me, yeah, sure, I'd love to be in a trading card. So as a joke, without telling him, once he told me to put him in a trading card, we made a trading card. We made Kevin, his actual size was like 1 centimeter, in the trading card. And so these trading cards came out, and Kevin called me, he's like, Rube, what the fuck? Are you joking me? You put me in this trading card? I'm like, I look like a munchkin. Is this a joke? But by the way, it broke culture. It was hilarious, and it went everywhere, and everyone's making fun of Kevin, and that like brings new collectors in, okay? And by the way, it was very easy to make fun of Kevin, and fun to make fun of Kevin. But we do things like that all the time. Like, I don't know how many people saw, Tom Brady was drafted as a baseball player, which I never knew, right out of high school. And
I'm surprised you didn't know. That was my reaction.
There's no person happier than Robert Kraft that he did not play baseball. So you should wake up every day, Robert, and just say, thank God he did not play baseball. But Tom Brady was drafted as a baseball player, and so he never had a baseball trading card. And so my team said, let's do an alternative universe and imagine what would happen if he was a baseball player. So when we launched his baseball trading card, we had guys, he was drafted by the Montreal Expos. So we did this little stunt where we had Tom as an Expo, having won 7 championships, having lost to the Giants twice, but the San Francisco Giants, not the New York Giants. And we did this whole thing that like broke the internet. So we love doing fun things to like bring culture together. And so we're going to do that across everywhere we can think of in all of our business, because that's how we grow the business. And our responsibility is to not just take shares, to grow the business.
As you're talking, it really resonates for me. We started the conversation, we were talking a lot about how you connect people, but you're also taking concepts that have been tried and true with trading cards. You just mentioned F1, like you're extending these concepts in ways that people hadn't thought about. So Fanatics hosts this women's dinner each year in New York, and actually what you did this year, and it was really fun.
I hope we had trading cards for
you. You had trading cards for each of the people each of the women who were at the event, and I mean that's just like super creative and a fun ad. And so as you're thinking about it's as we're talking, I'm understanding how you.
Well, let's keep this real.
Yeah.
Trading cards were not cool 2 years ago. We got to make them cool, okay?
I think they're pretty cool. I have a 10-year-old who.
But by the way, we're making them a lot cooler when you help a athlete connect with a fan, or a collector connect with an athlete. That makes it so much more interesting. So just last Saturday, we do something we started 6 months ago called Rip Night. And it's where we want to get collectors and kids trading cards with each other. And so last Saturday, we had a bunch of different athletes show up to different card shops. So there were 400 card shops across the country. We had Tom Brady go to a card shop.
Yeah.
We had James Harden go to a card shop. Kevin Durant, Julio Rodriguez. Go down the list. We had so many great, Odell Beckham. We had so many great athletes that went to these. Robert Kraft, by the way, in Florida, went to a card shop and was swapping cards with 8-year-old kids. And it was amazing because that's how you connect communities together. You make this more interesting. So for us, like, if you ask me about lessons I've learned, we were not good enough marketers early. We need to be much better marketers, okay? And so I think we're used to spending a lot of money on Google or Facebook to buy ads. Yeah. Guess what? That's kind of like, it's not very creative, okay, in a lot of ways. It works. It drives a lot of business. We need to be creative marketers, okay? And that's something we're working to be a lot better at.
Well, and what I love is that you're not only doing that in your main lines of business, but you're also bringing it to the impacting the world, right? So specifically, I've seen this launch of the Fanatics Make-A-Wish, which included a $10 million donation. Why was this the focus? Because you've done, I mean, you did the All-In Challenge during the pandemic. Just so many different ways. Reform, obviously. There's many more that I'm forgetting. But why is Make-A-Wish? And I saw the amazing things where you're with the children and you're calling up and FaceTiming with various athletes and making that connectivity. But why that?
Well, I'd say first off, I think if you're as lucky as a lot of us are, I think you have a real responsibility to give back and make a difference. And if I keep this real, for me, I always understood the financial part of it. I didn't understand the time part of it, okay? So up until 2017, if you were someone that we cared about and you needed help with something, we saw something that was wrong in the world, we were always happy to give money. But I wasn't good at giving my time. And then I know everyone knows the story. A friend of mine went to prison for not committing a crime. And
it's Meek Mill.
Yeah, and when I saw that happen, you know, a couple of us got together and said, we have to stop this injustice. And we worked our asses off to get him out of prison. It ended up being 5.5 months versus the 2 to 4 years he was sentenced. And right when that happened, we all said, like, as soon as he gets out of prison, we need to start a criminal justice organization to help fix the broken probation and parole system. And at the beginning of that journey, most people told me, Michael, do not get involved with this. This will be bad for Fanatics. You know, don't get involved. It's going to hurt your brand. But it was like my brother, and like we had no choice but to help.
Yeah.
A couple years later, you know, it ended up being good for our business versus bad for our business. And so the same thing with the All-In Challenge. You know, people said, like, look, if we start taking our customers and ask them to donate in the middle of COVID, well, then they're not going to have money to spend with us. By the way, you're not playing sport. By the way, we're in the business of selling sports merchandise. They weren't playing sports, and then we're asking our customers not only to buy stuff from us when they're not playing sports, but to also donate to, and we ended up raising $60 million for food insecurity. The moral of the story is, what I learned is, if you do the right thing, you always get paid back, okay? And the right thing isn't with money, it's with money and time together. And so I spend a fair amount of my time trying to make a difference because, one, it feels good and I enjoy it, and two, it's my responsibility. And by the way, the gift of everything is it always ends up working out no matter, you don't need to know how it's going to work out, it just ends up working out. And so with Make-A-Wish, I had an incredible experience where, I'm going to have to filter how I explain this experience, but I was asked to do a Make-A-Wish for the Sixers, and I met this incredible kid who, his name is Bo. He's probably 20 now. He's 19. He was 18 or 19 when I met him, and he looked much younger. And you know, this kid had been through everything, and he just wanted to come to a game and sit courtside. And we got him the game to sit courtside, and he had such great energy. I went up to him and I said, by the way, we were playing the Orlando Magic, who sucked at that period of time. I said, but the Sixers were very good. I said, hey, we're going to beat the shit out of these guys for you, and then I'm going to bring you in the locker room, okay? I guess everyone can guess, and of course we lost to the shitty team. And I went in the locker room, and I said to some of our stars, we keep them nameless for right now, I said, hey, I'm going to bring this kid from Make-A-Wish in the locker room. They're like, Michael, we just got embarrassed. Like, they were aggravated and moody. Please don't bring him in the locker room. I said, okay, I got you. I went out, got the kid, brought him to the locker room. And literally, he spent 45 minutes with Joel Embiid, James Harden, Tyrese Maxey, Tobias Harris, everyone in the locker room. Had so much fun with this kid. And I got like, afterward, like 5 or 6 of the people called me, and they're like, that was fucking awesome. Like, that kid's so incredible. Like, I love this kid. Like, you know, we just got embarrassed, but like, it gives you such perspective. And I literally called my head of HR that day. I said, get the CEO of Make-A-Wish in here. We need to do something giant with these guys. And now everything in sports is done with Fanatics. So any Make-A-Wish in sports, we help them to make it better. We get the athletes there. So we announced this partnership with Aaron Judge and Tom Brady and Jason Tatum earlier this year. Not only did we give them $10 million, but we helped to make H-Wish great. And so it's, you know, a lot of times, other than the Patriots, a lot of teams are, you know, scared to go to their athletes and ask for more things, okay? And so we're a little less shy to say, hey, like, we need you to do this for Make-A-Wish, or come do this with us. So we're always, and people love doing it. And so, like, we're helping change kids' lives that, like, you know, need to be motivated. And they motivate us, so it's been an incredible partnership.
Well, thank you for doing that. And
it's our honor.
No, but I just think, again, thanks. The main theme here is the connecting and using your platform in so many different ways, but I love it when you post these things on social. Like, I really do. It moves me. And
you know, the last thing I want to tell you about Make-A-Wish, the most incredible thing, as much as these kids are so excited to meet, you know, their favorite athlete or have their favorite sports experience, I think the people that get to give them that experience, they're more excited and they get more passion and more motivation. Like, when I talk to a group of Make-A-Wish kids, I leave so motivated every time. I just want to, like, I'm like, for what they've overcome or trying to overcome, the fight they have, if our 22,000, you know, team has that fight, there's nothing we can't do. And so, like, I find so much motivation from all these kids.
I would just say, I think, like, as a mom, like, using you as an example of, hey, you're using your platform to affect change and move things forward, and I just, it's fantastic. So,
thank you.
Well, thank you. So I want to talk, one of the big topics that we're going to be covering here throughout the weekend is the globalization of sports. And it feels like the world is becoming smaller, although, you know, more strained, of course, sadly. But you have announced a bunch of acquisitions in the Latin American FEX Pro, the Italian EPI, and you're La Liga. You're now La Liga's e-commerce partner. So there seems to be an increasing focus on international soccer. So as you're thinking, so you can say yes or no on that.
Well, it's kind of a big sport.
I've heard about that, and the World Cup's here in 2026.
Yeah, I've heard that.
But as you're thinking about where to do this, what are the geographies that you think have the biggest opportunity for across all your businesses? And does that opportunity vary by business line? And maybe recognizing betting is not global, or maybe it is. Maybe you can provide some perspective.
Yeah, I would say growing up in Philadelphia, having the sports leagues based in New York, it was very convenient to kind of build where you can go do a deal with the NFL, the NBA, you get all the teams in one deal, versus soccer or college where you go team by team. Today our business is small in percents, but becoming meaningful dollars. We'll do, like, you know, call it 10 to 15% of our business internationally. So call it, you know, about $1 billion business internationally, or encroaching on $1 billion business internationally. What I'd say is we're just getting started. You know, even though I feel that way about the overall business, we're really doing that internationally. I think there's massive opportunities in all three of the businesses. First, in our commerce business, soccer is the biggest global sport by far and away. It's the business that's the smallest for us, so we have so much share to gain and so much growth ahead of us. In the collectibles business, we want to bring, like, the number one thing I want to do in collectibles is we have a couple million rabid collectors. I want to have tens of millions or hundreds of millions. I need to globalize that business. And then in the gaming business, actually the U.S. is, like, far behind.
Right.
It's a very global business today, so big opportunity ahead for us.
So you talked about just how you're coming into soccer. So today, where do you play heaviest? and what new sports besides soccer do you see as the biggest opportunities where you might think about going?
Yeah, so we love taking businesses that we're not in and making them big. So I'll just give you two examples that are right in front of us. WWE. We started a year and a half ago with WWE. We took over their global e-commerce business, and it's crushing projections. Then we came in and we took over running the merchandise at all of the events globally, and that's doing amazing. Then we just took over doing all of the memorabilia. Then we just took over their trading cards. And actually, at the annual WrestleMania, coming up in April in my hometown of Philadelphia, where they have 120,000 unique fans that come to to WrestleMania in Philadelphia, 2/3 from out of town. Our Fanatics events business is going to do our first giant event where we're going to bring like the best of the sport, the best of WWE, to really like a consumer convention. I couldn't be more excited about that. In UFC, we just launched UFC trading cards. We're launching UFC trading cards in March. We couldn't be more excited for. So we like taking things. And by the way, that WWE business didn't exist a year ago. It's a 9-figure business now. Okay? And so we love doing things like that with the UFC, with WWE. You know, I think we see opportunities like that in women's sports. We see opportunities. There's new things emerging all the time. So our job is to grow the big things that we have and keep finding things that are emerging. And that's exciting. That's fun for us.
Well, I mean, it's, again, that's that connectivity, because I was going to say, UFC, they don't have collectibles. And we've actually done some work with UFC, and the affinity and how they draw and pull people is so dependent on the fight cards.
And by the way, Kevin Hart said to me after I made him like a little munchkin in the trading card, he's like, when are UFC and WWE cards coming? I said, why? He says, because I'm definitely breaking something over your head. So, you know, it's like we got to keep doing fun things.
So I want to go back like a couple years where we were joined by Gary Vee on the stage, and we talked about where he said where you win on social media. Have you made any changes to your social media approach based on that feedback, or is he still giving you feedback?
Well, Gary and I have very different approaches. I mean, Gary's incredible and has built such a big platform. For me, everything I do on social has a reason for it. Like we try to underpost, not overpost, and just post things that are important to us. So the things I want to support, the launches that we're doing at Fanatics, the charitable things that we really care about. We do have one area of social called Making Fun of My Friends, which is a very important area. So we always have to have some good content for that. But in general, everything I do in social is very specific. It's got to be authentic. It's got to be right. I won't do anything that's not. And even when a business says, hey, Michael, you post this, if it doesn't feel authentic to me, I won't do it. So I'm very calculated in everything that we do to try to, you know, I want to support our athletes, support our leagues, teams, owners, friends, but really, you know, kind of promote what's important to us.
Yeah, I love it. Okay, we have about 12 minutes left, so I'm going to do some questions from the audience here. Okay, here we go. What lessons did you learn from sports ownership that you carried with you into the business side?
Well, that's a great question. First, when I bought into the Sixers in 2011, I think I knew that I could help the team from everything I knew from a sports consumer business perspective, and I could learn a lot from the team and from running the business. I think probably the thing that I most validated is the importance of relationships, because it's no different than in business than in a sports team, okay? So the relationship with your players is no different than the relationship with your partners in sports. And I think just focusing on having great relationships so you can navigate the tough times. It's never, when things are great, relationships aren't that important because things just work. When, by the way, when you're on a 5-game losing streak, or you know something goes wrong, or you know someone's injured, or you need those relationships to get things back together. I mean, look, the guy sitting in front of me, you know, everyone knows it, it's the elephant in the room, but like with Robert Kraft, had he not had those relationship skills, you know, he probably would have won 3 Super Bowls, not 6 Super Bowls, because he helped keep Tom Brady and Bill Belichick together, and that's relationship skills. And so I think the biggest thing that I learned was what I'd done in business with relationships applied perfectly to sports and vice versa, and it paid a lot of dividends.
Yeah, and you're extending it meaningfully. So this is an interesting one. You've been in the news a little bit for some of the things going on with the MLB uniforms, which I know you guys were, just taking the specs from Nike and MLB. But how do you navigate a challenge like that and create a better path forward?
Yeah, well, first, I would say I'd have to explain to everyone what's going on, but if there's 1,000 or 1,500 people in here, I think everyone's read about it in the past week or two. So Nike, so Fanatics has been responsible for making the baseball uniform since 2017. And a matter of fact, we bought the company that's made the uniform since 2005. So we've really been making the uniforms. The factory that we own has been making the baseball uniform since 2005. And we've been we've been doing it with Nike since 2020. Nike, for all of the right reasons, redesigned the uniform, because what they heard from athletes was, we want the uniform to be more breathable versus like a thicker cotton. We want more performance orientation. We want it to be able to absorb sweat. We want it to be able to be more stretchable. In this particular case, Nike designs everything, hands us a spec, and says, make this. We have made everything exactly to the spec, and Nike and baseball would say, yes, you've done everything we've asked you to do. And part of changing a uniform is, kind of people get uncomfortable. It takes time. What I would tell you is the biggest thing I've probably learned is, if we're involved in something, we need to make sure that everybody's better on board. Because I think, time will tell, but I believe Nike will be proved right that they actually made. And by the way, the same thing happened in football, and the same thing happened in in basketball. When they changed the uniforms, there was a lot of negativity. Nothing like this, by the way. This has been like crazy the past 2 weeks. But what I would tell you is, if there's a lesson to be learned, I think players should have been, they got certain players on board, not all players on board. And I think when you change something so old and so nostalgic, you need everybody to be on board with it. So that's probably the biggest thing I took away from it. This is a little bit of a difficult position, because for us, we're purely doing exactly as we're told, and we've been told we've done everything exactly right, and we're getting the shit kicked out of ourselves every day right now, okay? So that's not fun. Normally when we make a mistake, normally when I get beat up, it's because I actually did something wrong. Here, I'm actually being beat up and actually didn't do something wrong. I did exactly what we were instructed to do. That said, Nike's an incredible partner. Baseball's an incredible partner. And this goes to the point I made about relationships during challenging times. Stick together, work through a problem, get people on board, and then take the learnings to make sure you're better going forward.
I think the other point, which again, this has been a huge through line in everything that you do, is the player empowerment. And so if that's the lesson, that's a pretty powerful lesson to the things that you've done elsewhere, you're bringing it into this. And so again, connecting those concepts. So this is, I don't know if we've already answered this, but I'm gonna allow it. So how do you become an effective disruptor in an industry that is already so monopolized?
Yeah, well, first, I think that's the funnest part about business. To me, I'm so excited about FanDuel and DraftKings own 80% of online sports betting and iGaming, and lots of people are betting against us. And I love the idea of trying to be a disruptor in that business. And by the way, in a business where you have a lot of leadership, which we have two businesses where we have a lot of leadership, you better disrupt yourself. And that's why I was talking about meeting with that 23-year-old streamer and what I could learn from him to make sure we're disrupting ourselves. Because what happens a lot of times, people get old. Companies get old. And then someone comes and disrupts them. So we need to keep disrupting ourselves in our bigger businesses, and then we need to keep being the disruptor in the smaller business. How do you do that? Relentless asking questions, okay? I'm always asking questions and getting information from people. Being a really good listener. Staying young. It's why do I have so many young people around me? Because I'm learning from them. It's things change. Even communication, words change. What people say changes. So you got to, if you don't do that, you're dead.
So, and I think along those lines, one of the questions that is here is, what is about the changing? What is, if anything, what is Fanatics' roadmap for integrating blockchain technology into your product lines? And this question actually says, specifically in relation to collectibles and the use of cryptocurrencies in gambling.
Yeah. So it's really interesting because we launched a business called Candy maybe 3 years ago, which was a standalone NFT business. And we realized very shortly into the launch of the business that it was not a standalone business, it was a product. It was something made to be partnered with our collectibles business. So when we think about, the way the question was asked was 100% the right way to think about it, which is how do you integrate blockchain and crypto into each of your businesses? We're absolutely going to do that. For us today in our collectibles business, still 99% physical trading cards, but what we want to do is have utility that comes from the connectivity between the products. And the reason, and what I didn't do, my ADD kicked in, we quickly sold Candy, you know, months later, realizing it wasn't a standalone business, to say we want to make sure we have these pieces completely connected. And that's ultimately what we've done, has been, you know, I think getting into the business, into the standalone NFT business, I think was actually, that goes with taking shots and being innovative. We quickly realized, okay, we're wrong. This is a product, it's not a standalone business. Let's get out of it. We did that. So that was like my best startup, my best, you know, exit. Because like I got in and out of it quickly, and I said, okay, we're gonna, you know, integrate these businesses. So I think you'll see, you know, look, obviously blockchain and crypto are important in every business, and we should be, you know, accepting, you know, we should be, you know, accepting crypto every place that we can and working to do it just in the right way, and making sure that it's safe for customers, and, you know, we're not doing anything that allows, you know, customers to be taken advantage of. So we got to do it the right way, and maybe as we get a little bigger, we are a little slower here, but I think that's to try to protect fans.
This is actually a little bit more of a fun question, because you did this, and I don't know how many times you did it, but you were on Shark Tank. You have anything like that was interesting, learning, surprising from when you went on?
Well, first,
was it worth your time, which is very valuable?
Yeah, so I did one day of shooting for Shark Tank, which created 2 shows, one that was on already, one that's, I think, coming up soon. I had a blast doing it, because to me, we say, like, what am I actually good at? We set them up. We've already established I'm the worst athlete on the planet.
I have seen your shooting form.
And it's horrible.
It's not that great.
It's pretty bad, right? Yeah. My 3-year-old could outdo me in sports. I'm also a terrible student. So, like, to me, what I'm decent at is an entrepreneur. And so I love promoting entrepreneurialism, and Shark Tank is exactly that. So why did I want to do Shark Tank? It was my way. It was kind of like, in a lot of ways, my way to give back and, like, you know, help stimulate entrepreneurialism. And for me, you would say, what show do I think is the best show on TV? I actually think it's Shark Tank. Why? Because it's teaching kids that, you know what, maybe I can't be like LeBron James. I can't be like Tom Brady. But maybe I can be like, you know, Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos or Robert Kraft. So it's like, you know, it's teaching people that you can be that entrepreneur, and that's why Shark Tank is so amazing. I love doing it. It was an absolute blast.
It's interesting.
We also got to make fun of each other all day, which I enjoy doing.
Right, and you're good at it. So it's interesting because well, my wife and I, she's a big Shark Tank watcher, but it's so many of the businesses are consumer product businesses.
Yeah.
You are one of, I mean, really one of the few people who has successfully launched now 3 consumer-focused product businesses in sports, and most people are doing, and I would say myself included, more B2B, and like you don't necessarily see that on Shark Tank, and that makes sense because they're not gonna go to bear. So we are, as if you can believe this, an hour has really flown by. So I'm gonna just like bring this all together at the end here with kind of my takeaways from this. And I think on behalf of everyone who's here, thank you for sharing all of your perspective.
My honor to be with you.
As someone who has learned a tremendous amount from you, thank you very much for always coming to Sloan, and for helping me to learn and grow. But I think the number one thing that I would say from this discussion is the connections, and it's the relationships, yes, and how you manage them, but it's actually your superpower, and you can tell me, is how you're connecting ideas across all of the things that you have interest in and that you touch. Does that seem fair?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that, I'd always connected the relationships, but not that component. But what you're doing with the trading cards and the collectibles and bringing to betting, that's very special. The second thing, from my view, that I'm taking away from this is don't be distracted by the opportunities and the decision. And if you look at the growth that you've had since, and how quickly you're growing since you moved on from your ownership stakes is really powerful. And I don't know, for young people, I don't know if they necessarily understand that their time and energy is finite. The third thing is the rookie cards in the collectibles. That's pretty surprising to me. I mean, that is, I would have thought it was the older, like.
Well, think about this. If you could have Ohtani's, by the way, I don't know if everyone knows this, we created just in the last year a patch that goes on a player the only time they play, the first game they play in a league. So when they play their first MLB baseball game, their first MLS, soccer game, eventually their first NFL or their NBA game. Could you imagine, and there's only one in the world, and we take that patch off of the jersey and we put it into a one-on-one card that randomly goes in a set of cards.
Yeah.
Could you imagine if you had Ohtani's, your Tom Brady's rookie card that had the only patch in the world and what that card, and that's all about them being a rookie and celebrating them as a rookie.
Very creative. And my last one is you got to get your clipper.
Gotta get your clipper
Gotta
for sure.
get your
For social
clipper.
media, you need your clipper.
All right.
That this week.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Thank you, everyone.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you again for joining us for the 2024 Sloan Sports Analytics Conference. My name is Moody Sala, and I'm a first-year MBA student at MIT Sloan. It is my pleasure to introduce the panel, The Future of Sports and Sports Business. From your left and my right, we have Jessica Gelman, CEO of Kraft Analytics Group, Steve Phelps, President of NASCAR, Kate Johnson, Global Marketing Director of Sports, Entertainment, and Content Partnerships at Google, and we have Amy Latimer, Executive Vice President and Chief Operating Officer of Delaware North Group. Our panel will be moderated by Abe Medcour, Publisher and Executive Editor of the Sports Business Journal. The panel will run for 45 minutes, and we'll leave 10 minutes at the end for Q&A. Please submit your questions via the Cadence app as we have this discussion live, and you can navigate in the panel via the schedule, and then from there, navigate to the Future of Sports panel. Questions can be submitted throughout the event, and then will be selected by the moderator. And with that, I'll turn it over to you, Abe. Thank you.
Give it up for Moody. How good is that?
Yeah.
Right?
Good job, Moody.
Great job. And all the students who put together this program, fantastic, as always. Give it up for Jess Gelman for her leadership, continued leadership of this great event.
Same.
And how about give it up for Amy Latimer's kicks? Those are, talk about a shoe game here. We got it going on. So, we want your questions. We are talking about the future of sports and sports business. And I'll do a question for the entire panel, kind of a jump ball. As you look at the future of sports business, what area of sports do you think could be disrupted or innovated the most? We go to events, we watch sports, we experience sports. What area is ripe for innovation? Jess, I'll start with you.
Oh, man, I knew you were going to start with me. So from our view of the world, obviously data and analytics plays a huge role, and our focus is really helping our clients understand their fans better. And what we've learned, the most significant thing is the application of data, of using that data to drive the business is actually the hardest part. And so I'll give two examples in terms of innovation where we are seeing it, and I'll start with Steve and NASCAR, who we've worked with for 3 years now?
3 years.
Well, so what's interesting is they made this fantastic investment into a data garage. And we started partnering with them and identified, we'll call them data gaps, data silos, and data that needed to be created to take this work that they had done and help apply it. And so I think most specifically, we identified and did a deep dive into the number of emails that were being sent to sponsors that maybe were, that weren't relevant to the customers. And that was, maybe not understanding what emails were being served up. And so that was like a data gap. And then more recently, we've done a pretty exhaustive pricing study across all of the tracks. And from there was data that was missing from what they had built, and specifically around what were the actual products that people coming to the races were receiving. And so we added in, not only are you coming and getting a seat at the finish line, but you have parking incrementally and these other amenities. But that has enabled NASCAR to do this end-to-end product view. And so, Steve will speak to it, but I am very, very bullish on the upside opportunity of NASCAR right now, because in thinking about now they're really knowing their fans, it's phenomenal to see and be partnering with them. My second example of innovation is in part with Google. The Rams are a shared partner of ours. The Rams are on our data warehouse. And so they're where we're helping them is on the technology and the amplifying. So Google is a partner as well. And part of it is we're going to need to engage, or are engaging Google on how to take the AI tools that they have and integrate them with the data warehouse and the data that we've created, and given that foundational trusted data, which is really the hardest part of AI, and then bring that together the effort and intent of what we're going to do is say customers or fans who are coming into SoFi, serving up the right offer to them based on their previous behaviors, leveraging Google's AI. And I think those two examples are all data informed and data driven, but the end impact is the better experience for the fans and providing the right product at the right time to the right customer. And so that's the innovation that I see really taking in a way that I haven't seen previously.
Yeah, I think further to Jessica's point, as it relates to NASCAR specifically, I think just a little background, in 2019, NASCAR, a private company, the sanctioning body, merged with the public company, International Speedway Corporation, which owned 12 racetracks. Now we're one company. The way things worked previously is that it was all about just email after email after email into what was then kind of a ticket database. It wasn't the data garage that we ultimately have gone to, and unsubscribe, unsubscribe, unsubscribe. It was awful because it was just a ticketing message. So my thought, and Jess and I had this conversation repeatedly, is for every one ticket message, how about we send them really cool content, right? We know who they are, we know their favorite driver, we know where they live. We just had a 3-wide finish at Atlanta. Amazing, one of the best races I've ever seen. 3-wide finish, the closest finish from first to third we've ever had in our 76-year history.
Wow.
And we should be serving that up as opposed to, hey, buy a ticket. The second piece, which I was both horrified and super excited about, was the opportunity. Jess and I have an annual tradition where we'll have breakfast Super Bowl morning. And a couple years ago, we were in Phoenix, and I said, numerically, 1 to 100, where are we on our journey with data and admission? She's like, you're a 20. And I'm like, oh my God, a 20? She's like, I know, that's the opportunity. I'm so excited for you. And it was, and we've come such a long way with, Jessica and her team and what they've helped us to get to. And it is transformational for us. And there's so many other things that are part of it, but that's a foundational element of what we're doing.
Real quick for Steve's focus group, raise your hand if you watched the end of the Atlanta race on Sunday. Raise your hand if you've been to a NASCAR race in person. Okay, so you've got an audience there that you can still...
Good. Listen, I'm thrilled that those that raised their hand, the opportunity for you to go to an experience that's unlike any other, which is a NASCAR race. So feel free to reach out to me. I'll give you a nice VIP experience.
Wow, you're going to regret you said that. But no, it's great. You're going to...
Only the people in the room, though.
Right.
Yeah, I'd probably answer that question a little bit from a different point of view, right? I'm a marketer first, and so content is king. And the rise of content and the microeconomies that things like AI are going to will enable, are already enabling for fans to stand up overnight around real cultural moments. Taylor Swift and all of the stuff that was coming out of the NFL real time, right? I think there's going to be this automation both for the microeconomies that surround sports to stand up overnight and then disassemble, right? As soon as that cultural moment is over or moves on to the next trend. And then I think it's actually the power in the hands of talent. That is something that I've just seen over my career, right? Even from competing as an athlete myself through to now, the power is so much in the athlete's hand, the talent's hand, to talk about, to generate the content that they care about, the stories that they want to tell, that they know their fans will relate to. And I think that is going to help traditional leagues and brands that maybe are trying to work through an innovation in terms of brand perception. The power being in the athlete hands is only a good thing when those athletes are telling the stories that they really powerfully can tell.
And the power of the athlete's stronger than ever.
Totally, absolutely.
And just may seem pedestrian question, but you define content as what?
I mean, social first, I guess. That's where I would go always, is like, what is the content that the athlete's telling? What are the tools that now AI enables in the background to help them pull, to put out content real time? Or like going to even women's sports, right? Women's sports, one of the biggest challenges right now is just like the amount of content that we need to make sure that, for example, search trends are absolutely accurate in terms of what's trending around women's sports. If it's pulling from the entire internet, right, and there's still over indexes towards there being a disproportionate amount of men's sporting content in the system, like now we can actually automate real-time articles being written around, you know, Caitlin Clark, but also all the outlier sports that aren't getting coverage right now. Like, I think that we will be able to equalize, you know, the content that's out there that is profiling and shifting paradigms in terms of what people care about.
So smarter, more information on the fan base, content. What other innovation do you see, Amy? You've been with me a long time doing this.
We have. So I agree with Jess in anticipating the needs of our fans and our guests to 100% have the right product, right price, and right distribution. But I think it's still hard sometimes for people to get to events and to get what they want and to navigate that. And if you look at Gen Zs, it's like 47% of Gen Zs have not been to a live sporting event. That for me is scary, right? I think they love the content. We all love the content. If they rely so heavily on the content, what is that balance of not going live? So I think the evolution of how we're making these experiences, of how they're getting in, how they're coming in, how easy we make it accessible, make sure it's reflective of the audience. I think people have got to start to think about their fans and do we have the people, the food, and the ability to get them into these places. And because then when they're in, that communal, we all love it, right? Why are we here? We love that aspect. I mean, fanatic, the communal aspect of it is wonderful. I'm a little concerned about not making it accessible financially or physically for people to continue to do it.
Other thoughts on that?
I would build on that, though. I actually think there's an opportunity to also rethink what the experience is, right? It might not be going to the Super Bowl. It might be having a Super Bowl experience, because what people are craving, obviously coming out of this pandemic, is connection, is belonging, is being together, sharing in something that they love. But that actually could, you know, what technology is totally enabling.
Manifest somewhere else.
And this is what I mean about these microeconomies that are starting to like flourish around, you know, the traditional way we've consumed sports. Like, that's totally what's evolving, is that you don't have to go to Taylor Swift's Eras Tour. You can actually go and hear a DJ play her entire Eras Tour track with people and almost have a similar experience of connection and belonging, which is what people are looking for.
Amy's point is spot on, which is the innovation that needs to be, or is happening, and we're seeing it, is around what the ticket is that is actually being offered. So there's a lot more premium, and there's a lot more just get in. And the awareness of that, like we did a really interesting piece of work with the NFL a couple years ago and looked across the entire league, and the amount and ability that it pulled people from various locations is some of the thinking that we've brought to NASCAR too. But the willingness to travel is more than I think we had thought, which changes how we market and how we try and reach people. And that's a significant shift. The other major change, and I'm interested if you're seeing this broadly, is that more and more fans are customers, or they like more than one team. So they're not, I mean, within the same sport. And it's because of the player empowerment that you alluded to. They'll say, well, I really like the Celtics, or I really like the Bruins, but I also really like this other team because of the player.
Followed Tom Brady to Tampa.
Well, I mean, that's a great. But I think the accessibility of being able, especially now with streaming, to watch the games in other markets is creating a very significant shift as well.
I will say we were on panels years ago where there was a real concern about the live event experience, and you've seen numbers with Live Nation and concerts and Ticketmaster. To your point, it's higher than ever. The numbers are, so people are gravitating in big numbers back to the live event.
Well, it's the only way the artists make money. Let's be perfectly honest. There are more concerts.
There were
People
more
are
concerts,
coming,
but even around the trend around sports, I mean, the NFL had the highest attendance this year in a long time. Baseball hit a big number, so people are going to events. You're seeing good strength at the track
for sure.
Yeah. So,
but I think, it also, people want to come back after the pandemic. We've seen that.
Yes.
But if you don't give them a good experience, like we've invested millions to create a better fan experience, and so this whole thing, something that we call the NASCAR experience, which is a footprint that has this massive flag and simulators and things for kids to do and autograph sessions and places where our athletes can come up and have, you can get to know them further. And you have to make it other than just the racing. Listen, the racing's the better, it's the best it's ever been. But that's table stakes, right? You have to give them more, particularly young people. They want experiences. They want to travel as packs. They want, beer decks or whatever it might be that is different than what a traditional fan wants, right? It's different. And so you better cater to them or they're not going to come back.
Anything to add on that? I was just going to say that in terms of that, you do have to, Jess mentioned it, we're seeing the trend on pricing, elasticity. I mean, people will pay for good experiences. So premium, teams can't build enough premium right now, it seems like. Are you seeing that in terms of some of your data?
I would say that we are starting to see cannibalization happening with the amount of premium.
Too much premium, you're saying?
Too much, it can be. And I think that, and what are the different types of premium and how are you messaging what the actual offering is and how it's different? And so, people are adjusting how they want to be engaging, and so you might have. Amy, you should talk through the things that you have at TD Garden because you've really made massive adjustments there over the years, and maybe you have more perspective on that specifically.
Yeah, I think there was a time when everybody got away from premium, right? It started to diminish, and people weren't investing in it because of costs and all that. And then and we sort of went all in and decided instead of having 3 products, now we have 9 products because knowing our customer, what was important, that we have a product where you only pay for the tickets when you show up, right? You have buy a membership, but that killed remember people used to have dead tickets. Like they didn't want to ever see tickets go to waste. So I think there's a brand promise you make in premium now, right? And you might have the 7 different products, but what did you promise? How are you delivering on that promise? And it is everything from access to food and beverage to that space. Like that is what makes a successful product now, is that that you commit to it, that every decision you make is to support that promise because there are so many options.
Well, and I'd also just say, as the prices because of premium are going up, what you're seeing is in order to improve the overall experience, a lot of our clients, they're removing seats because they want it to be less lines.
Yes.
They want there to be less traffic on the road. And that is a pretty sizable shift, which I think plays into how we interact today, which is instant, right? I want to be able to order my Starbucks in advance and then go and get it. I don't want to wait in line. And maybe that's one of the Gen Z issues that we're dealing with. They're used to having it instantly, and so it's going to have to continue to evolve.
Watch what Steve Ballmer's doing out at Intuit Dome in terms of the fan experience there. It is dramatically different than what we're seeing. So Kate Johnson, I want to ask you, you've been a brand marketer for a long time. You've seen the ways brands and corporations invest in sports. As we look to the future and the future of sports business, how will that change? What will brands want?
Yeah.
You should just be IP. But
well, and this is what's really interesting because as we're having this conversation, oftentimes we're coming from the venue perspective, the live experience perspective. I do think as leagues, teams, as a live event, as you guys get more focused on what is the difference between the premium offering versus the general offering versus the at-home offering, that actually helps brands because then it enables me to actually come to my company with a business case of okay, so for the premium customer, here's how we're going to target them. Here's what we would get out of this partnership. For the general fan, look, at the end of the day, and it depends on the brand, the localization, the audience of a local team or federation versus a national league or federation. But from my vantage point, it's always been about the numbers. Like it's audience, but it's also participation of that audience and the loyalty of that audience. That is what we're always evaluating when we look at investing in these things. How are they more tech savvy? Are they more loyal to the brands that actually partner with that entity? How do they engage with that entity? What do they want more of? And where can we like authentically integrate into that in a way that's additive? Especially from a Google perspective. Like you don't want to disrupt the fan experience.
No.
You've got to get it right. And so I think the more the leagues, the teams, the federations can be very clear on what their offering is and the bifurcation of those things, the more we can kind of come with, okay, well, here's how we can show up in a way that's helpful and additive.
And you've been a leader in investing in women's sports. Like why and what do you see in terms of the different audience engagement there?
I mean, the why is just the business proposition of the growth of this as like a genre that people care about. I think what makes me really excited and where we certainly, even just in the 4 years that I've been at Google and where we've really focused on this, it really has been about content, right? You cannot see what you can't become. You cannot drive growth without seeing more of the thing that you want to drive growth around. And so we came at it in the beginning from the point of view of like adding more content, being a partner not just of a league, but also of the broadcaster, of the content providers, to make sure that like collectively we're all playing from the same songbook or playbook and actually putting out there a strategy that's going to grow the game, because that's good for everyone in this partnership. I think when people come at it too much from their own perspective, like here's what I need to achieve versus like what's the opportunity here, that's the differentiated opportunity around women's sports, is that everybody's all in together to grow this thing, and so everyone's trying to play their part. The WNBA has a platform called Changemaker, where we literally sit around together as leading companies talking about like what is our commitment to the sport, like how are we going to grow the game. One of the conversations I want to have with the changemakers right now, per Caitlin Clark's announcement and joining the draft, is like how are we going to bring the prominence and the energy and the followership and even just like the cool factor of Caitlin Clark and like this massive following she has into the W to make sure that continues, right? So those are things that I think brands can help solve, but certainly not by ourselves. It has to be like a 3-party, 4-party, 5-party model.
I mean, go ahead.
Because I think, Kate, you're not, like, one of the things, in my opinion, what you've really brought to Google is 4 years ago, if I would go and search for what was the score of, and I'll just, Harvard versus Princeton, it would only show me the men's scores. Yeah. And now it's showing me the women's scores. And so from the perspective of access, that is, I mean, you have really driven that awareness. And so we had this data issue, this conscious, unconscious way that we were not getting access to women's sports. And Google, really with Kate, I mean, I give you so much credit, asked them, demanded that this is something that needs to be accessible. And I think, like, you know, how do you continue to do that? Not just for women's sports, but for sports that, I mean, I am shocked by the NASCAR situation here. I watch Full Speed. It's awesome. And I feel like, oh, wow.
That was my shameless plug that I was supposed to.
Oh, sorry. You go ahead and take it from there.
I'm kidding.
No, but it's probably better that I said it, because like I'm also watching
Third party.
Right. Yeah, I'm watching it with our kids, and I haven't even shown you this photo. They're making little cardboard cutouts of race cars. That's exactly the kind of things that we want the Gen Zs to be seeing and saying, oh, okay, can we go see that in person?
And I would say, and you need NASCAR to pick up those trends and be aware of those trends. Like, what are these like subcultures that are popping? Like, you know, if there's, I mean, you're the second person today in the last 2 days that's told me about like building a box race car, right? And then racing it either down a sled hill or whatever. How does NASCAR capitalize on that fandom that's happening at like a familial level to kind of elevate also who they're reaching? And I think this is, it's so interesting. I mean, to your point on the product piece too, you know, we absolutely, as I was saying earlier, like we can flag to our product teams and our engineers, like, look, these huge global moments, these really incredible cultural moments are coming up. We have to get this right. We have to make sure that when people are searching, they're getting the right search answers. That is something that our teams are constantly working on. Equally, on the other side of it, it's what I was going back to in terms of like, at the end of the day, the algorithms pull from the content that's in the internet, right? And if there are just like in hand over fist more content around Lionel Messi versus like Christine St. Clair, when you look for top female, top footballers, top scorers, it's not going to feed the top female scorers. And
data issue.
It's a data issue. And so like when I look at like what can we solve there? Well, this is where I'm pumped about AI, because I'm like, all right, let's start writing articles. Let's automate this stuff. We did a partnership with The Athletic to make sure that we were putting more journalists out there to cover women's sports. That's awesome. But I think the future is also like automating the writing of these things in a way that makes sure that we right size what the search value is.
Isn't it fun in terms of, in just 20 minutes, we've talked about so many exciting things about the future, and you mentioned Messi, we mentioned, how many have, raise your hand if you have watched Full Speed on Netflix. Give Steve a little bit of an idea. It's still out there, it's great, you guys got to watch it. Steve, in terms of storytelling for you all, easy decision to make? I know the teams, you had to get them on board a little bit, but are you seeing benefits already?
Oh, for sure. I mean, listen, again, I'll do the shameless plug. Thank you, Jess. I'll pay Jess at the end of this for that. But it's 5 episodes, and it is, we are one of the first sports that actually paid for it. We paid for the production because we knew it was that important. It was a marketing investment in our sport. And what we've seen from other sports like F1, Drive to Survive, it really had fueled their growth. And it really fueled the growth with people who were not F1 fans, right? So a higher concentration of women who were watching, people who wouldn't put F1 in the consideration set that did. And we're seeing the same thing happening, right? And whether it's kids that are using, doing, different cars that they're making or whatever that might be, that exposes our drivers in our sport from a behind the scenes standpoint, where these people are not just nuts that get into these cars going 200 miles per hour inches apart, but they're human beings, right? And they're family people, and it's just it's a great look at where our sport is. And we have already seen growth in areas that we knew we would see growth. So I've said it before, spoke to Tim Clark, who heads that area up for us this morning, and he's putting a plan together about what season 2 would look like. Our season 2 would look like more episodes. And, you
had 5 this year?
We had 5. F1, their new season, I'm through 5 of theirs, and they have 10. Whether ours will be 8, 10, whatever it is, I don't know. But do I envision us having a second season? I do. And I think it's there are all kinds of other things that we need to do. Data. We have a brand new productions facility. We have a brand new media deal that will start next year, which was almost $7.7 billion. But importantly, 3 new partners in addition to our 2 incumbents that are going to be pushing that NASCAR message. So it's all these foundational things that will help with the growth of the sport.
Can I ask a follow-up question, actually?
Of course.
So I'm curious, as you've launched this series, and you paid attention to the fan, how has the audience changed, and are there any trends that you're able to follow in terms of new audience sets that you can kind of form relationships with more meaningfully?
Yeah, so it's still early, right? Because it launched 4 weeks ago.
Oh.
And so there's still a lot of learning that's happening. With that said, because of the things that we had done in 2020 around social justice and DE&I, we have a new fan base that has come. And in the last 3 years, they tend to be more female, 18 to 34, and people of color. Well, for 15 years, as the brand person at NASCAR, before I was in my current role, I wanted to bring new fans to the sport, younger and more diverse. Kept saying that. It was like a mantra. We've got to get younger and more diverse. Until there was a flashpoint of 2020 and what we did, no one was buying it. They weren't buying what we were selling. They do now, right? So I look at 3 components of it. Our own employee base, where we're seeing young people, women and people of color come to our sport as employees. Ownership, Michael Jordan, Pitbull, others that are now coming to the sport. Justin Marks, younger, more diverse. And then the fan base. And it's heartwarming, gratifying, and actually very exciting as we look at the future.
Well done.
Yeah, it has been real progress. I live in Charlotte and I see it. Couple questions here, keep them coming. Couple questions about women's sports. I love what the Professional Women's Hockey League has done. I think that's been an incredible story. There's a couple of questions about where you all see the growth of women's sports, and one specifically here, what did you all think about the 3-point competition between Steph versus Sabrina as a marketing initiative for women's sports? I loved it.
Yeah.
I thought it was great.
Yeah.
I was
basketball. Are you basketball too?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Well, no, I didn't play basketball, but
Amy and I both played in college. So, I mean, so first, I think big kudos to Sabrina because transparently, I was floored that she was able to handle that kind of pressure, which wasn't just the pressure to perform, but I mean, people were comparing. I don't think it was like Battle of the Sexes, but but she really just performed. I mean, that is really hard, and I think is a tribute to her performance under pressure and the kind of pressure that isn't just about winning a game. It's about something so much bigger. I mean, I think everyone's probably heard what maybe could or should have been done better. That would just be my perspective. I think she should have gone second. And I mean, Sue Bird pointed out, there should have been women who were also on the broadcast sharing the perspective more broadly, because there were so many new fans who came in because of Sabrina. They needed to provide that perspective on both sides. But I think from a marketing perspective, it was a home run. To have the NBA have that was when it spiked. Yeah. That's just incredible to think about. Maybe Sabrina in particular, but Steph also, he has done so much for women in sports. And so there's that connectivity, I think, is very powerful.
But the NBA is intentional about this, right? They also have the lowest percentage of for youth sports, like they're still, like there's a 1% change, where the other sports, baseball and everything else, right? So and back to the Gen Zs, like the NBA is doing things to keep them engaged. I'm excited about the other women's sports. I'm excited about women's hockey, women's, obviously women's soccer continues. If I can just take a small moment, this fun little fact, we've had the Beanpot in Boston forever. It's men's hockey tournament, BU, BC, Northeastern, and Harvard. And the women have had a Beanpot forever, but have never played at the TD Garden. It literally took 10 years to get this event to come this year. And they typically had about 1,500 people when they had their neutral sites. 10,700 people showed up.
Awesome.
Little girls in their jerseys.
That's awesome.
That's the see it.
That's amazing.
And it took all the schools, it took a lot of people, but I bring that up because I feel like that's a very national moment. You need those other moments that just the local team from Braintree got to go see these college athletes in these spaces that it hasn't been. So I feel like there's the microcosm and then that national. We need to do all of that.
Yeah, do not sleep on women's sports. It's been very powerful. I know that we had 16,000 for PWHL in Toronto. You and I talked earlier, there was 60,000, I think, for the women's WSL yep. Emirates Stadium, I believe, for the women's league in the UK. So the numbers we're seeing are real. I probably get more questions asked about people wanting to invest in women's sports than I do in anything else. The other question I get asked a lot, may be uncomfortable for the panelists, but international globalization of sport. That's going to be the future. We saw what the Saudi PIF deal did with Live. We saw them invest with the ATP just this week as a big sponsor of the ATP Tour. Is globalization just a realization that's going to happen? And how do you see it playing out? We see what Messi's impact has been in MLS. What's your point of view in terms of just the overall space?
Yeah, I don't see how it doesn't now. I think it's I would say proven. I'm not sure everyone loves it, but I don't know how you get that unwound at this point, right? And I think it's the investment piece, and I think whoever's going to benefit from that financial, if people are looking for that platform, they're looking for those resources, I think it's going to continue. I don't think it changes.
Other thoughts?
For us, we are investing heavily in the expansion of NASCAR. So we have a series in Mexico, a series in Canada, a series in Brazil, a series in Europe, and we're looking at other countries, which surprises a lot of people. People just think about what we call our Cup Series, which is our top series. But it's coming, and what we're exploring is, all right, are we going to do this on our own, invest on our own, or are we going to do something with our race teams and invest in, trying to create something different, outside investment? There's a lot of opportunity there, and we think, selfishly, that we have the best motorsports racing in the world. We believe that. The competition itself. We had more passes this weekend in Atlanta than F1 will have in their entire season. It was insane, right? And then And then just one other piece of that is one of the champion, Daniel Suarez, who won the Mexico Series championship 9 years ago, he won this race this past weekend in, again, the closest finish we've ever had, first to third. People want to see people like themselves winning. So it's Daniel Suarez, Bubba Wallace. We have this pipeline of women that are coming through our ranks. And in a year or two, we're going to have women again at our Cup Series. The last one we had kind of full-time was Danica Patrick. People want to do that. And how cool, right? How cool is for women's sports in general to have a moment? How cool it is to have, you know, several women and people of color that are competing at the highest level of NASCAR with men, right? And that is something that we think is, again, a point of difference that we need to make sure we're taking advantage of, and we think we can.
I think on the globalization, I mean, if you, clearly the escalation of owning a team is been monumental, and so sports, historically, sports teams have been small family-run businesses, and they're still, I mean, most teams are 100 to 200 people, like max, they're small, but the Commanders obviously at $6 billion, that's a lot of, that's incredible. And so if you look to across business, especially in the United States, your Fortune, 50, they have those outside investments. So it's not that surprising that it's coming in, because I think I understand the concern, but it's also that it provides money for reinvestment to improve the overall sport. And so it's being managed across, financial institutions and more broadly. And I think the bigger question is, as an industry that is generally smaller, what are the safeguards that we can and should be thinking about putting in place to address maybe some of the concerns, because we are such a public face, right, out into the world.
And I think that there's a lot of money on the sidelines willing to invest, and sports right now is a very dynamic space for investors. Would you all agree?
Yes.
Very much so.
Yes.
Great questions here. So this is your panel, so let's get to them. Anybody can answer these if you like. First, what do you think about the impact of analytics in sports in the next 10 to 15 years on sport itself and on the viewers? So what do you think about the impact of analytics in sports on the sport itself and on viewers? Anybody?
I'll start with this one.
Please do.
Pretty sure.
It was a good idea.
So
this question is for Jessica.
No, because he said on the sport itself, not on the fans. So from my perspective,
sport itself and on the viewers.
Okay, well we'll go to I think this will be interesting for the viewers too. So for me, when I was studying sports and sports psychology when I was in college, it was all about trying to understand what the players were actually feeling and what they were experiencing and how that might play out in their performance. And so if I'm, as a fan, where I think AI can come in is to be able to see the players and understand what they are feeling from their visual reactions. I think it would be very cool if there's indications of mental acuity or stress or whatever it might be, and if there could be real time for the fans to be able to have some perspective of that, that analytically would be very powerful. Of course, it would be helpful for the teams to have that, to say maybe, hey, this player is really weak on something right now, or and it doesn't necessarily have to be an injury or something like that, but they're mentally not there. Like that comment I made about Sabrina earlier, her mental strength is incredible, but what if you just are having a little bit of an off day? And that's the part of analytics that we're coming to on the first panel that was in here with Paul Tudor Jones and Jonathan Kraft. They were talking about the intangibles. And as we become more sophisticated and more data, or I guess it really is data creation, I think our understanding of what is actually playing out is going to be so much deeper and more exciting. So we're early on the analytics and the connectivity to the person and the player, and that's really exciting to me.
I think it's going to change. I actually think women's sports, because women's athletes, women's sports typically, especially from a you know, a training perspective, like we've been so underinvested in terms of like uniquely identifying female athletes and how they respond to certain training, how they were, even the size of like the ball, right? Like I actually think 10 years is far enough out that I think the data and analytics around helping female athletes, watching women's sports, seeing how the nuance of the physicality of a female versus a male, like matters to the game. I think it's going to change things that are like fundamental that we always took as like, you know, principle and evolve them, right? Like we might see like the length of games change. We might see the size of balls change. We might see even like the traditional roles that and sizes that people play in different positions evolve. And I think in women's sports that disruption is going to be so much greater because we've underinvested for so long in the things that actually matter in terms of the data, the performance, the health, the analytics of the athlete themselves.
If I could just add, I think also there is all of this other content about the athletes and about the game that is still not as visible. As much as you think there are cameras and insights and everything, not just the athletes, can you imagine scanning a GM sitting there watching the game and be able to understand, like,
that would be fun.
You have a noise meter, can you imagine having a, you know,
blood pressure meter?
A blood pressure meter or a stress meter, like those things, there is still a lot to, I think, unlock in the experience, not even just, you know, in person, but I think from a viewership standpoint, and people I think they're starved for the behind the scenes, and I think that data will drive that opportunity.
But not just live viewing, I think from a content creation standpoint,
right.
moving forward. I mean, you think about our vehicles and you have, you know, man or woman in the vehicle driving, and then you've got data that's spinning off the vehicle itself, and, you know, heart monitors and different things that you're seeing, you know, different camera angles as they're doing it and as they're crashing or whatever that might be, that are opportunities for the fan to understand what happened with that crash. It was a 60 G spike. What does that mean? And what did the safety equipment do to try to protect that driver and what it is they're doing? And I think that will be interesting for people because they're starved. They're starved for things that they don't have access to today. And I think that's all changing.
Great questions. I'll try to get to them all. With the focus on younger and more diverse audiences, does building more robust virtual experience create a net increase of attendance, or is there a risk of cannibalizing in-person attendance with virtual?
I'll start. Again, it's difficult for us because we are not like stick and ball sports. We're different. We're proud of the difference. We need to lean into that difference. So we have a driver who won the most races last year. His name's William Byron. He's 25 years old. William Byron had never set foot in a vehicle until he was 15 years old. But what he did do is he was doing sim racing, which is iRacing, which is a John Henry company. And it is so lifelike that you can understand where the talent lies, right? And so it's virtual racing. So we have virtual racing leagues. It's a thing. You know, it's... It happens to be sponsored by Coca-Cola because we need a plug for the sponsor, and it's NASCAR. It is, but what a cool thing, right? What I do know is that we have athletes that are coming through simulation racing, that are getting into vehicles and then competing at the highest levels of our sport. What I do know is that if you were an NBA 2K champion worldwide, you're not playing in the NBA. You're just not. Yeah. That's the difference maker for us. Again, we are different. And I think the virtual world for us, we see as a positive, both from a fan development standpoint, a driver development standpoint. It's there for the taking, and it's accelerating, which is exciting for us.
I think people want it to be additive. I think they want it to get to the fans that they might not have, that if this is the way that you're going to interact with my sport, I mean, your exact point. I think the reason why so many kids now know all these other players way back when was because they played, you know, they're playing Xbox. Yeah. They focused on their team. Well, then they knew. Then fantasy sports got you interested in lacrosse. So I think that next chapter is hopefully getting to the fans that might not. If this is the way, if I'm 5'1" and I want to pretend to be LeBron James, have at it. Like, that's what we should give them the ability to do it. I hope it doesn't prevent them from eventually wanting to go see it live, but if that's how they're going to engage, we need that engagement.
I would just say that I think the intent of the question is that it's finite. I think the point is that the world is getting smaller, and so to be able to go and go into a virtual environment in another country and feel like you're at the event and have it translated into your language in real time, everything that's happening, that is growth. That's not diminishing. And for the live sports and in person, we just need to continue to evolve and grow and disrupt ourselves. And from what we're seeing, that is what's happening. You mentioned Steve Ballmer's Intuit Dome. I'm really interested in how it's creative, it's different. It's an alternative way from what has been happening. SoFi just a few years ago. So I think it's going to be, I believe we're going to have to continue to innovate. And fortunately for us, the ownership structure and the people who are owning teams or leagues are disrupting themselves. They are trying to get better. They have had success in other industries and they're bringing it into sports. And that to me, one of the other things that we're kind of seeing overall is the more owners having multiple businesses that they're overseeing. From our view, that's a net positive. Because these are people who are recognizing this as a business. They have more centralized capabilities. They're investing in more meaningful ways. We did some interesting work with the NFL, like a staffing survey where we did a comparison and we cut the data differently for conglomerates versus standalone teams. And like a couple things that stood out were, one, the amount of staff that were available at the conglomerates and the extensions of what they were able to do. But the second thing, and this was probably more interesting, we went and did like a cost per acquisition analysis, because the staffing survey was like, how much are people spending on staff and on all of the different elements, not just to sell a ticket. So we did cost per acquisition, cost per service, and cost per retention. And what was really surprising to us was that the acquisition cost and the retention cost were actually the same, but the difference was that the retention, they were spending twice as much money. And so the conglomerates were willing to make that investment in ways that we weren't seeing from the single entities who didn't have that broader depth of information.
Her point on, I would say, multi-team ownership, very, very interesting. Harris Blitzer Sports, Kraft Sports Group, Monumental Sports and Entertainment, what Stephen Ross is doing in Miami. I mean, these are really interesting businesses that you all should keep your eye on. A couple here. How will AR, VR impact fan engagement in the long term? Anyone have a thought there?
I mean, ticketing, I think it just hit on it with just the fact that like a fan can buy a ticket, have an experience that is almost real but not real, right? And have that living in a totally different country is gonna change everything. And I think it's incumbent upon the brands, the teams, the leagues to make sure that like they understand who that fan is, that they understand for brands in those markets who that fan is, because that's like a whole other opportunity to tap into from a revenue stream perspective, for sure.
Well, COSM, who's one of the sponsors of the conference, is doing these immersive, and I actually went and visited the Sphere when I was out in Vegas for the Super Bowl. I mean, these things are technically beyond, they are so impressive. And so again, I think it's additive and will create a different and unique experience. What I'm most interested in is what are the learnings from the COSMs and the Spheres that are going to be brought back to the venues in time.
Well, you think about this one idea that we're contemplating, which is in real time participating in the race. So the race is going on with 40 cars. You are the 41st car, and you're participating as part of that AR/VR experience, which would be really cool. Right? I'd crash and I'd finish last, but
that would be something that everyone would enjoy. For all the panelists, 5 years in, do you see legalized sports betting as a net positive, neutral, or negative? Good question.
Oh, really good question.
I think for us, and we've talked about different kind of points of entry, sticky points, right?
Right.
Sports betting to me is a sticky point. The revenue that would spin off from sports betting, great. I want to create someone who wouldn't consider NASCAR ever in their consideration set, but if they think that sports betting is a way to get them to participate in our sport, or video games, or live event attendance, or the Netflix show, or whatever it might be, I don't care where they come from. I just want them there, right? It is really about growing fandom. And I think for our sport, the partnerships that we have in sports betting are a net positive.
I'm with Steve. I think there is the benefit of that connectivity. Even if, there's sports betting, there's the gamification of everything, of how long is the anthem, to whatever we can get people to engage with. I think, look, it's our responsibility as this is just to make sure that we are doing and making sure that we're putting in the right safeguards for any kind of gaming, and making sure that it's, I think it is monitored. I think that's our responsibility as it continues to grow, and to make sure, listen, it's been happening behind the scenes forever. It's now being brought to the forefront. I think teams are benefiting probably more from sponsorship than actual the gaming institutions that are on it, and hopefully maybe bringing it forward that we'll have less of some of those issues. I think we just need to make sure that we are educating people and giving support for gaming in general.
Yeah, I would just add there, from a data perspective, moving it from the illegal world that it had previously lived in into one where there's a relationship and support for when behaviors start to veer in a way that we can help support. I think that's very important. But I think also from a pure data perspective, on the fan side, we talked about the engagement. That's just really powerful. And more than that, like the ability and changing of what's happening with betting for players, and the focus on player-specific bets versus who's going to win the game. Yeah. I think that's an interesting change that I think that I'm interested to see how that evolves, especially as what we're seeing in the college with NIL, and there's more specific to a person. I wonder how that's going to change and evolve gambling and the player-specific gambling in the future.
Anything to add, Kate, on that?
Not really.
It's been interesting to see there was such hand-wringing 5 years ago about what it would mean and what it would do. Yeah. I had a top executive stress to me at Super Bowl that a lot of the increase we're seeing in sports television ratings has been directly attributable to legalized sports betting. We are seeing some areas of ethical and integrity issues still popping up. Sure. So that's always the one that we got to keep our eye on. All right, less than 7 minutes. This is the fun part. We go to a little bit of quick hitters. We go around the horn. They have to keep their answers tight, short, and here we go. We've been very positive about sports business. What's the headwind you're most concerned about? Amy Latimer.
I am concerned about the Gen Zs, about making sure that they're engaged.
So young fans.
Young fans.
Same thing. How do we make sure that they stay engaged, and actually, rather than force them into our model, how do we pay attention to the models that they need?
Yeah, where do we meet them where they are?
And so to do that, we need younger, smart people to know how to identify. That's what Michael Rubin was telling you.
Yep.
Steve, what's a headwind potentially in our businesses?
Yes.
So
you want to keep it quick?
No, not that. That's not yes, no.
Not that quick?
Not yet.
I think, I agree. I think that young people's, we have to have them as sport anyway. We have to have them understand that they're welcome to participate, right? That this is a place for them. Because, you look at, we just finished our media rights deal, 7 years. I have no idea what it's going to look like in 7 years. Right. And it really is going to be dependent on who is viewing, right? And how they're viewing. We kind of hedged our bet with broadcast cable and streaming, and a combination of cable and streaming as well. I don't know. It's a complete unknown.
Your headwind?
I'm really looking at college athletics and how important that is for the growth of sports and talent. And, you know, there's a very small percentage of college athletes that are being impacted by NIL, but it's threatening to derail college sports. And that has pretty long implications for how the U.S. does in the Olympics. And so that's at the top of my list I'm thinking about.
I think the athletic director is the hardest job in sports today and has been for some time. Jess Gelman, I'll start with you on this one. The most transformative athlete we will see over the next decade is?
Wow, that's a great question. I mean, I'm going to have to go with Caitlin Clark.
Yeah.
And I mean, I will say that I've been a long time women's sports fans, basketball, soccer, all of these. But what she has done and the poise that she has handled it is really beyond my comprehension. And I think for someone like her to be able to, I mean, I think a lot of people will look up to it, but the influence and the number of new women and men, frankly, who will change how they're shooting, be able to deal with those pressures, come into sports, and I think really in the Midwest too, I think is really I think it's really interesting. Yeah. So she's changing the game in multiple ways.
Steve Phelps.
You know, for me, it's not a single athlete. You know, I'll bring it back to NASCAR. It is the role of women in our sport and people of color in our sport. It literally is changing the face of the game for us. And so I think over the next 5 to 10 years, it is going to be, it'll be a movement. And I think it's really cool that you have a sport where people's perception of the brand is that it's a bunch of Southern white guys, and it's not. You know, for our existing drivers, the state we have the most drivers from is from California. Not North Carolina, not Georgia, not Florida. But I do, as these young girls and women and more people like Daniel Suarez coming from Mexico or Brazil or Canada and Europe and other places where we're going to have these participants come, it's going to be exciting for us.
I'm excited for this summer's Olympics because if you think, I mean, when you think about how much technology evolves every 4 years, every time there's a new games and how audiences engage with the games using those new technologies, that's fascinating to me. But also, like, when you think back about Tokyo and Simone Biles and mental health, like, she elevated an entire conversation around mental health and sport. And so I'm looking forward to what that version is going to be that changes the conversation around the Olympics and sports coming out of the summer in Paris.
Great. Amy?
I'm excited about the 10-year-old girl who wants to beat Caitlin Clark. The girl, that next. When was the last time you heard about a $400 secondary ticket for those games, for a college women's basketball game? It's unheard of.
Never.
So I'm with Jess a little bit on that wave. I think what it's done from a media perspective, kids, I'm excited about it.
Start with Kate on this one. A lot of students here. Advice to young people who want to get in the sports business or want your job is?
Raise your hand. I mean, I think one of the early on in my career, the best piece of advice, there's no wrong choice. You just have to start. And I think, and then it's taking advantage of where you're beginning and making sure that you are getting into every brainstorm you can get into, asking all the questions, trying on as many parts of the industry as you can with the opportunity that you have to figure out the path you want to take.
Very good. Steve Phelps, advice to young people.
I think it's part of it, to add on kind of moreover, is that understand what it is you want to do, right? What do you want your path to be? Because it's different for everyone. Like, we all had our own path, and mine was about, working too many hours and I was driven to do that. That's not everyone's path. That's okay. Understand what you want it to be, and then find the opportunities to get where you need to go through relationships, networking, whatever that might be.
Figure out the thing that differentiates you, and then invest in practice in that. So for me, that was analytics, and I think that there isn't one right answer on how to progress, but figure out where you are differentiated and bring that to bear.
Stop looking for the perfect job, right? If you have 70% of what that job needs, then put yourself in it. People worry too much about, I don't have this, I don't have that. Just get the job. You will get help. You will surround yourself with good people. Do not think that everything has to check every box. Take a chance.
And be approachable. Like, you've got opportunities to come and say hi to these legends of sports business, so take your time and do that. All right, last question for Jess Gelman, specifically for you. You lived it. I've watched The Dynasty. Is it fact or fiction?
Was it a dynasty? I mean, yes.
No, the Apple TV series. Is it fact or fiction?
So, well, I mean, I've only seen the first 3. I haven't watched the 4th, but yeah, I mean, it is
pretty hold truths to what you remember?
I mean, I read the book, right? So, I mean, I learned a lot from the process, obviously being part of it. Look, I don't know if we'll ever see anything like that again in terms of being able to keep people together. It was really fun through the first few episodes to go back and remember the introduction as a team right after 9/11, and for me to be able to share that with my family, with my young kids who weren't there, that's kind of the best part of the weren't alive.
It's been fun to watch. If you haven't watched it, check it out. Steve Phelps is Bill Belichick coach next year in the NFL. I just wanted to ask. Just had to ask. All right, that was a fun session. I try to keep them on their toes. Everybody have a great rest of the day. Thank our panelists.
Thank you, guys.
Hello, everyone. You can all sit down. So, hello, everyone, and thank you again for joining us at the 2024 Sloan Sports Analytics Conference. My name is Cameron Russell, and I'm a first-year MBA student here at MIT Sloan. It is now my pleasure to introduce our panel today, Competing on Sports Ownership. Our panelists here are Jerry Cardinale, founder, managing partner, and chief investment officer of Redbird Capital Partners; Rich Kleiman, co-founder and CEO of Boardroom, and long-term manager of Kevin Durant; Steve Paliuka, CEO and founder of Pags Group, co-founder and managing general partner of the Boston Celtics, and co-owner and co-chairman of Atalanta. Now, our panel will be moderated by Contessa Brewer, here from CNBC. In terms of logistics, the panel will run for 45 minutes, and we're going to leave 10 minutes at the end for questions. Please submit any questions that you do have via our Cadence app, in which you can navigate to the panel via the schedule pane in the menu and move to the Competing on Sports Ownership event. Questions can be submitted throughout the panel in that event and will be selected by the moderator. With that, I'll turn it over to Contessa.
Thank you. Thank you, Cam. Hi, everybody. Great to see you today. Thank you for being here. I gotta say, when we're talking about team ownership, it's an exciting time to be diving in because team valuations are soaring, fan engagement is overwhelming, and also more people than ever are getting a chance at taking a little bit of the action. Jerry, maybe I'll start with you and just talk to me a little bit about how team ownership is transforming.
Well, look, I mean, those attributes around sports have been there from the beginning. What's happened, though, is that capital has now found sports. There's been an evolution in team ownership, to your point, and there's a transition going on where these, have gone from being hobbies for wealthy people to, multi-billion-dollar live event entertainment companies. And the forms of consumption and distribution for this content is evolving and changing, which is further proliferating and distributing this content out to more people. And the way consumers or fans want to consume this content is changing, I think, for the positive. I look at technological disintermediation as a positive. I don't look at it as a threat. But it does mean the way you own these assets needs to evolve and change. It needs to be more professionalized, and that's, I think, what the people you see up here, they get that, and that's what we're trying to do.
You own a lot. Fenway Sports Group, Yankees Entertainment and Sports, the Yes Network, XFL, AC Milan, Mumbai, Legends Hospitality, the list goes on and on. Is the money that you're investing in other investors driving the valuations higher, or is the money coming because the valuations are higher?
That's a good question. It's chicken and egg, but right now I personally think there's been a bubble in sports for some time, and I also don't think that's necessarily that bad of a word. The bubble just simply means that you've had this massive escalation in valuations, and I just don't think that the people or the infrastructure supporting that has kept pace. And so, I think that ultimately, there's a lot of facile notions going on about sports teams. When people think about investing in sports, they think about owning sports teams. My career has been not that until recently. My career was investing in partnership with rights holders and building terminal value businesses, monetizing the economics of that IP. So the Yes Network, Legends, On Location, Everpass, One Team. What's happened now is that, now I start to hear these things. I'm sure Steve and Rich have heard this too, which is that, everything keeps going up. It's non-correlated to the macro. If you compare it to the S&P, it's outperformed over the last year. And so that's all of a sudden now attracted, capital that hasn't been around sports. And so that capital jumping in, and that capital, it's not so much that they're enamored with sports the way the people up here are, and have had the longevity investing in it. It's just more that they're looking for that exposure in their portfolio construction. And when that starts to happen and they start to refer to sports as an asset class, that's where this thing gets a little tricky, at least for someone like me, because I don't think sports is quite ready to be an asset class. It certainly has the potential, but we got to close the gap in terms of the underpinnings of the people and the infrastructure and the professionalization in which these are owned and monetized, and moving these things, frankly, certainly in the European football context, from a multiple of revenue to a multiple of cash flow. When that starts to happen, then we can start to talk about asset class. It's a little bit ahead of itself.
Steve, you have not only you're a co-owner of the Celtics, but also an investor in Italian sports as well. When you're looking at the valuations, give me a sense of how what kind of a hurdle that puts in for people who are interested in investing in sports, and also what kind of opportunity exists.
Well, if you go back on the history, go back to the Celtics about 21 years ago, the purchase price was $360 million. And we put together a group. We were one of the first people, I think, that put together a group to do it, of community. And we thought at the time, honestly, it was a community asset. It was a group of people that wanted to win, bring championships back to Boston. So when we talked to investors, we didn't say, oh, you know, this is a 17% IRR. We said we're trying to get Banner 17, and we're going to do what it takes to do that. Now, what's happened in those 20 years, as Jerry knows, because he was on the other side of a lot of this for my career at Goldman. What's happened is the kind of media rights have exploded. The team valuations have gone up because of the revenues have gone up so much. And the technological change has been stunning. When we bought the team, I don't even think we had the season ticket holders on email. There was no Twitter, X now. There was no Twitter, no X, no Facebook. So there was very little engagement except going to the games or watching games on TV. So what's happened in the last 20 years has been an explosion of social media, which has promoted fan engagement. And finally, I'll say that what Jerry was talking about, the streaming technologies, the technologies that have come online now. When we bought the Celtics, you'd count your fans in the hundreds of thousands. Manchester United is counting fans in close to 1 billion now. And so the sports like soccer and basketball that are global sports now have a huge new market. When I go to Italy to see an Atalanta game, I see people in Celtics jerseys. You go to Barcelona, you see people in Celtics jerseys. So
wait, does that mean they're your fans?
No, it just means that there's lots of people that have Celtics or Lakers or NBA jerseys in all of Europe because
I didn't know if they were following you.
Yeah, well, hopefully they do too. but you see them everywhere, and that's a huge difference from only the year 2003 when we bought the team, where there was very little global recognition. In the NBA today, about close to a quarter of the players come from overseas. So now you have a huge market. I think Adam Silver and David Stern were way out ahead of this, opening up offices in Europe and China and having a league in Africa. So these global games, have really increased the reach, and the valuations have gone up. And then finally, I'd say it's a scarce asset. There are only a certain amount of Serie A, Premier League, NBA, NFL teams out there, a small number compared to a large number of people who would like to invest. And so that's driven the values up as well, just like a Picasso painting that used to cost $10 million now costs, $600 million.
Rich, it also used to be that when we talked about sports, we were talking about baseball, basketball, and football. And that's pretty much sums it up. That is not the case at all in the world we're living in. Give me a sense of your investments and the way that you're investing to grow other sports.
Yeah, I mean, my approach to it and the point of view that I have is going to be completely different than the two of them. And I think it's an interesting set of panelists because the three of us do have a completely different approach and perspective and position and where we sit. For us, and for like the things that you guys said, obviously being in the sports world, seeing these valuations explode the way they have, and seeing the creative possibilities for people to enter into these cap tables has made all of, let's say, me and Kevin's peers in the sports and media landscape interested in it. It's always been a pipe dream for a lot of athletes, things that they thought about doing post-career. What we realized during the pandemic was when sports was completely taken away from the consumer and then introduced again through sports like cornhole and lacrosse, I realized quickly that the fan bases were as ravenous as fan bases around these major professional sports, yet smaller, that the athletes were the best in the world at what they did, and that sponsors and different competitive stakes existed in the same way. But that now all of a sudden there was a value on these sports returning. So I saw this as not anything that was going to compete with the major sports leagues, but for a way for us to get some exposure and visibility into sports teams and leagues, for us to build our brand and create a flywheel of community with some of these emerging leagues. And then also as an asset class in itself, I was bullish on it. I was bullish on the opportunities around women's soccer, around a startup volleyball league, around the sport of pickleball, which yesterday just had a merger and increased values for the teams we bought 2 years ago. So it's a totally different perspective, but it's been great intel for us as we look to do things like these two gentlemen are doing in the future. And also, as valuations have increased and as these guys are bringing on private equity on the cap tables, and you have to create revenue models, and they're turning into entertainment assets. It means that having a more diversified cap table of people that can bring other value to an organization, I think, has become imperative too.
Is there a minimum that you look for when you're looking at other sports? I mean, would you invest in card-jitsu or mini golf tournaments?
I don't know what card-jitsu is.
Yeah,
but
it was new to me too, but
Yeah.
apparently it's a rabid fan base of people who watch jiu-jitsu unfolding in a car. And the key, and I might be good at this actually, is you cannot let your opponent unbuckle their seatbelt because then they're free to whack you.
Yeah, well, maybe, but I've looked at everything. I've looked at cycling.
It have to be a big car for Kevin Durant to get in
Yeah,
there.
yeah, exactly. But I think there's value in the communities around a lot of those sports. And I think for us, from a media perspective, it's been interesting to grow our platform off the backs of some of those communities and be able to tell stories that those sports and those athletes wouldn't normally get. But again, I also think it's allowed us to position ourselves to understand a bit of the major sports landscape, and even our investment in MLS, the valuation that we got in 5 years ago is, a third of what the market valuation is now. But more importantly, we were able to get under the hood and add true real value, which I think is important as these teams have to find differentiators, have to create new revenue streams.
Rich is right, but there's still a commonality across the three of us in terms of the attributes that you discussed. That, you have the really big stuff, you've got the emerging stuff. It's all the same attributes. The returns trajectories, the size of capital that is attracted to it may differ. Frankly, I think, and risk is different. I think there is risk in what Steve and I do, right? Because it's inflated in my view, and I've got to constantly navigate to figure out how I can, get the kind of risk-adjusted returns that I get paid for. And, your risk is just earlier stage. But the great thing about it, though, is that, these are great convening events, and the way technology is evolving is that this is getting more distributed, more real-time. Younger people today want more interactivity. And so that's how this is all evolving. And I've always been of the view that if you start with the right intellectual property, technological disintermediation and change can be a friend, not a foe. And that's what I think will link.
What's the risk? Like, where are you seeing current risk in investing in these?
Look, the risk is, the risk is mispricing this.
Like Chelsea would be.
Yeah, well, go ahead. Look, the risk is there is a tremendous amount of capital now that wants exposure to this. And I would just say that the risk comes from everyone gets lumped in, for example, as private equity, right? Well, I personally, I don't think what I do is private equity, right? And so.
What do you think of it as?
Well, I build businesses, and I'm more aligned with sort of a Liberty Media model than I am with a private equity. Private equity model, my stuff, when I invest in these things, I want them all talking to each other. I want to Venn diagram them. I'm constantly skating to where the puck's going, and I look at these value chains and these ecosystems, and I look for where there's dislocation, and then I try to go in and use capital and an integrated operating capability to close those gaps or those dislocations. That's not better or worse. It's just a different type of model. Private equity is churning through funds and trying to get money to work, and I would just say with sports that where the risk is, and I'd be curious to see what Steve and Rich think about this. The risk comes from really mispricing. Everyone's jumping in, and what I don't like is I don't want the price set for me. I want to be able to set the price. And right now I can sit on the sidelines and not participate, but then you can't make money if you don't participate. So you got to put the money to work, right? So it's just I'm finding it harder than ever for me to find ways to invest and create a risk-adjusted return profile that I'm comfortable with, because a lot of the stuff that's getting set is being set by others who don't have.
I think it's got to be long. It's really different than private equity. Jerry's right about that. Private equity has fund lives and return criteria. This is much a longer-term investment, I would say.
Yes.
And you have to take advantage of specific knowledge to expand the product line to make the team win more. So, for example, the Celtics stat group, which is fantastic, the NBA has really helped the Atalanta build a stat group. They don't really have that many. Jerry's bringing it into Italy. We brought it into Italy in terms of how to compete better, how to find better players, how to identify talent. And so I agree with Jerry that an integrated model that has kind of a management overview is the way to go with a very long time horizon, and especially with the prices that are at these levels now. Luckily, we got in 20 years ago, and even 2 or 3 years ago with Atalanta, the prices have gone, skyrocketed. And again, to your point, the streaming and now the accessible X media exposure is helping the smaller sports find that following. And some will break through and some won't break through, and you'll probably have more that break through than don't, and that's how you be successful.
Well, the other thing that's interesting is, you know, a lot of really smart, capable people, you know, that aren't funds, aren't sovereigns, you know, are getting priced out of, you know, these things. I mean, to buy an NFL team today, you kind of have to be like a deci-billionaire, right? And
Well,
so, but there's a
especially
lot
because they're not allowing private equity to buy in.
Yet.
Do you see that changing?
Yes.
When?
I don't know about when, but I think that, you know, again, so far you've seen a linear progression in these asset valuations. I don't think that can continue on that kind of linear trajectory if they don't evolve the type of capital that is able to come into these things. You know, the European football that, you know, Steve and I are exposed to, I mean, that's the Wild West, right? And the quid pro quo on that is the transfer market and relegation, right? And no salary caps, all this other stuff. So
it's death-defying.
It is, right?
Question for you. The concern about these linear valuations, does that take into account what is also becoming obvious about the kind of diversified ways in which you can create value and revenue, which I think is one of the issues with having such a high threshold for people to join the cap table. In the leagues like the NBA and the NFL where they want diversified cap tables, they're making it impossible for entry. And then those same people, I think, are the type of owners that can bring a new perspective to how to build business and generate
Totally agree. I think the really big pricey stuff should find ways for this kind of new generation that may be priced out of an NFL team. We should find ways for them to participate. I mean, one of the things I've been trying to do is on the player side. I've been fascinated for some time about, you know, bringing players into the equation, right? And so, I mean, I've always said that, you know, sports is a very simple ecosystem. It's players, teams, and leagues. All of the capital to date has gone here. None of the capital has gone here, right? Now, we created a company a few years ago called One Team where we corporatized the licensing revenues of the unions, the player unions for the NFL and Major League Baseball. And that was before NIL really hit. And then it really took off, and then it sort of pulled back a bit. You know, what LIV is about is putting the players in golf at the economic table. I think you're going to start to see more of that.
Does that change the way the teams will run too? If you have the talent in the room with the managers or the executives, I'm asking because I also work in an industry where the talent is very separate from the stakeholders. Does it change the way the business runs?
Well, look, I'm not sure it changes the way the business runs, but what it puts on the table in front of everybody is you can't have games without the players. And by the way, the players can't have games without ownership in leagues. You can't have a movie without Ben Affleck and Matt Damon. And so the question is, you know, how do we get more distributed economic participation for all the constituents in the value chain? And again, you know, that could be a controversial thing. We have unionized players in America. You have collective bargaining agreements and all this stuff. And Steve, I know it's a little controversial, but I mean, it's, you know, there's elements of, like what Rich does is bringing players into the ecosystem, but there's no formalized way of doing it.
Yeah, you have to be very thoughtful about it because you think about a situation where if LeBron James, you know, buys into the Los Angeles Lakers, and then he gets traded to the Boston Celtics.
Totally.
You know, what are people going to think when the Boston Celtics are playing the Lakers? But I think there are ways around that, and I've been generally supportive of the players getting. The more economically they're involved, the better it is for the leagues. So there are ways to do it where you could create a basket of some percentages of the teams, and you have all the players participate, buy into that basket. Now, some players would say, I don't want to do that because I'm taking risks with the money, and they're actually, the NBA, NFL NBA has very high salaries, so they might want to, but I would welcome that because it really gets them, you know, more involved with the game, more educated about the business, and I think it would be great for the game. But you really have to watch out for the unintended consequences.
Yes.
You know, if people are getting traded and moved around, or, you know, some players won't like some player that owns part of the team because, you know, they're playing on the same team they don't own.
Well, even longevity, you got to find a way for the next generation of players to be able to, there's got to be the thing I haven't been able to figure out is how do we create a mechanism where the current players get to participate and then the new players come in. When those players retire, they sort of cash out a little bit, and then the new players come in, and it sort of rejuvenates itself.
Yeah.
You know, it's like an ESOP of some form.
Well, that's what I was going to say. I do agree with you there. There's probably some very tricky consequences with having players currently economically involved. While I do think in some of these emerging leagues, an investment we made in an organization, Athletes Unlimited, is built just on that thesis that the players should own a part of it. But for the major professional sports leagues, I think one of the issues is, take the NBA for instance. The NBA is a superstar-friendly league. Adam, David have been very upfront about that. It's worked. The stars drive so much of the halo around the NBA and the owners. But the reality is Michael Jordan's been the only owner, Magic, very few exceptions, that have had creative situations built for them to be able to invest in some of these teams. Michael Jordan sells out, and then scarily for the NBA, they all of a sudden have no diversified representation on cap tables. So for LeBron, Kevin, and Steph to be able to have an entry point to retire and go into one of these organizations and not have to necessarily have to stand by the 1% rule, which would be $500 million for some of these guys, even for LeBron and Steph and Kevin is too much. But all of a sudden, I think just that allows the players in the league to feel part of it, even without owning a piece of it, even without having any economic connection, to know that the players that helped kind of at the inflection point of this sport over the last 30 years turn into what it is now, to see these guys graduate into it is what's inspiring enough for the players to feel part of it.
You know, it's interesting though, if that's 1% ownership is a barrier of entry to the star athletes, it's certainly a barrier of entry to other investors in the pool as well. Should those minimums be changed? And two, what about going public and having IPOs of more teams? Could we see that? And then everybody gets a chance at equity ownership.
I think you will see that. You will see that just because of the law of large numbers. It's very, as Jerry was saying, if teams are selling for 5, 6, 7, 8 billion, it's difficult to find any one person that's going to take that on. Not many people would take. Let's say somebody has 10 billion, they wouldn't put 7 billion into one team. So it's a very, very small list, and so you're going to have the capital table expand, and public is a way. The Knicks are already public. So it can be done.
What about the fact that we're seeing it from sovereign wealth funds? I mean, the Saudis are going in. They're shaking up golf. They're doing it with football, European football, soccer. Mm-hmm. Is it a good thing? Does it create new challenges or new hurdles for sports ownership?
Look, I think new entrants, as long as they're responsible, is a good thing. I think the global balance of power economically is shifting to the Middle East right now. I think having them in the world systems of these leagues is a positive. I really do. I think guys like us can be helpful to them, and they can be helpful in return. But what Steve's point, about the Celtic shirts. I mean, sports is becoming really global, and that's a huge positive. I mean, when you look at European football now, can be streamed directly into America. The question is, what does that mean for Major League Soccer? Mm-hmm. And what's amazing to me is that the world's biggest economic power is not cut into the biggest sport in the world. That doesn't make any sense. And of course, I think the Europeans resist having the Americans involved, and they're missing the point. I think the answer is that the Americans getting involved in European football and world football is going to increase that pie dramatically, and everyone's going to benefit.
How much does the narrative around single athletes drive the opportunity for return on investment? For instance, Lionel Messi coming. I went to a game in Inter Miami. That guy did not show up and play, though. I mean, I spent a fortune on the ticket, and then his muscles hurt. I'm like, my muscles hurt every day, and I still get up and go to work. I'm not even a pro athlete.
I think the Messi deal is a very interesting deal. Apple was very creative. Eddie Q at Apple that engineered that thing. And I think they're about double the subscriptions of what they thought they would be. He's become a phenomenon. Now, that was done with Pele back in 1980. What was Pele? 70s?
Yeah.
Pele was the same thing. This is another iteration of that to get more viewership. I agree with Jerry. It's all going to, at some point, have to combine a little bit if the United States is going to be up in football. And you're seeing players from the U.S. go over there now, and you're seeing European players come over to the MLS. The MLS has a league that has salary restrictions, so it's kind of like the NBA is where the players go because that's where the money is. The Premier League, the Serie A is where the money is. That's where the players go. So MLS is going to have to expand their capability in terms of paying the players, and then you're going to have to see more cross movement, and eventually there'll be kind of a global situation.
MLS's biggest problem is unlike every other sport in America, we are just so far inferior as a league. So I don't know how much Americans are willing to invest into the 6th best soccer league in the world. And we're owners, have a 10% stake in the Philadelphia Union, and we're considered to have one of the best farm systems. We've developed talent. One of the biggest revenue streams for us is transferring talent. But there's one Messi. There's 3 of them. There's Mbappe, Messi, Ronaldo that could do that. I think the concern is that the storytelling around the football players and the soccer players in America can't connect. They just can't connect with the consumer.
What are American women's soccer players doing better than
They're
American
the best
men?
in the world. And I think the thing that I was so excited about with the NWSL is it had all the variables. It just didn't seem to be a very well-run business, but it was the best women in the world. The fan bases were ravenous. They would sell exhibitions and have 100,000 people in the stadium. So to me, and the price of entry was very low. To me, I was really excited about that and can see the trajectory in some ways far greater than the MLS, which I'm still very excited about. But I think that's where I worry about a linear path. But
And people are attracted to great talent, and one of the most watched things was the shootout, Valuations and Steph Curry at the All-Star game. And so you're seeing, I think, a justified explosion in women's sports because they are the best in several of these leagues in the United States. You combine that with the technology that allows them to be distributed now, and so there's huge upside.
Yeah.
And then again, you go back to the fact that I think 10 of the top 10 programs last year were all sports events on the networks, and they're all competing for these sports events. And people are really starting to get into the women's sports as it gets exposure and becomes exciting. You have people like Clark out there. So there's a lot of upside in that area.
You bring up so many threads that I want to chase, but first, on the money and the media, the importance of media, we had talked a little bit about how the lucrative media contracts started driving the valuation of the teams higher. But legacy media is operating in an ad-pressured environment. Money's tight. Do you anticipate, I mean, here you are with the Celtics watching the NBA going through negotiation of its broadcast rights. In 2014, when they did the deal, it was worth $24 billion. Now my colleague, Julia Borston, says the NBA is looking for roughly $75 billion. Is that outrageous at a time when, you know, these companies are like, no, you can't travel. No, we've got to cut heads. We're operating in a different world.
Yeah, I think 7.5 billion. I think the issue is programmers want programming that people will watch, and you're not going to get eyeballs unless you have this programming. And that's why we've had the streaming wars and the content wars, and fortunately, sports are at the catbird seat in that because they're the most watched programming. So you have that competition. If you're a network and you lose NFL or you lose NBA, your whole ratings go down. So that's the battle that's going on right now. And I think someone's going to win that battle, and there's going to be consolidation.
Yes.
They can't go on like this. To have the consumer can't have 20 streaming services that they're paying between 10 and $40 a month for. It doesn't work. So you're going to see consolidation. There'll be opportunity, and Jerry works in this consolidation in the next 5 years. I think a lot of consolidation.
I completely agree with Steve. I think this part of the conversation is about the return of the bundle. And I'd been saying for a while, I think the demise of the bundle was greatly over-exaggerated. What you saw with ESPN and Warner and Fox is the fact that, that one of the structural challenges we're having in sports globally is a phenomenon of all these changes right now. The consumer needs a value proposition. These things are becoming more and more expensive, and only the really rabid fan is going to subscribe to 18 different streaming services. The more normalized fan is going to want the best value proposition to get the best stuff. And what's happening there is that there's an increasing divergence between the best stuff and the less premium stuff. And they're all valid. But I don't know what you guys see, but I see the big markets versus the small markets. I see the haves versus the have-nots. I see the Premier League versus the continent of Europe, and it permeates down, and it's a circularity. The Premier League is where it is relative to continental Europe because they attract the best players, because they have the highest media contracts, and it just sort of feeds itself, right? And you've had the great corporatization of ownership in England, between sovereigns and oligarchs and funds. And in continental Europe, I mean, frankly, the only two institutional owners in continental Europe are me and Qatar, right? Milan and Paris. Everyone else, I mean, Steve's unbelievable. I mean, Steve's one of the best owners in all of sports. Most of the owners on continental Europe are individuals, and it's you know, and particularly with the transfer market and relegation, it's really hard to compete against corporatized ownership. So this has to get normalized because everyone, you know, the great thing about capitalism is it's going to keep pushing it to the edge. The thing though about sports is if you look at it objectively about terminal value appreciation as an investor, you've got to have really healthy competition. And you know,
competitive balance is
absolutely right. When you say, I mean, in Serie A we have 20 teams. Yeah, we want that to be. We don't want the same. As much as I would like AC Milan to be #1 every year, if you're looking at it just objectively, you would want a much more distributed, competitive balance. And you just want to be able to buy.
That's why the NFL has been a leader and so successful because you have different winners every year, and the NBA is getting to be like that now too.
Does a brand like PSG get affected by something like that?
That's a great point. I mean, you know, NASCAR's done a phenomenal job with PSG, but they're #1 every year. Now, what's interesting about that is they had Mbappe, Neymar, and Messi, and they still didn't win.
Yeah.
Which I frankly think is a good thing. I think that shows you that you can't, you know, the days of Silvio Berlusconi and George Steinbrenner have evolved now, and they're over. You can't buy championships anymore. It's just, so there's good and bad, but you're absolutely right. It would definitely impact that.
I do think that while the media deal in its like current form may look like it has a ceiling, obviously what those three did by merging and creating more optionality for the fan was great. I think that's a bit of a response to the fact that the broadcast cable consumer was over it, right? They refused to pay that amount of money just to watch live sports. So here became an option. But I do think, and especially in America, where there's opportunity, where those numbers may not have to come down, is in the creativity of how you can structure these offerings. Because the NBA, for instance, could sell player packages. They created the in-season tournament to create a whole new asset. I mean, the NBA is always ahead of the curve in how they're thinking about it. But by creating the play-in tournament, the in-season tournament, these are standalone IP and assets that you can sell for different media packages. So I still see that those numbers could continue to grow, in my opinion.
Well, and look, those numbers will continue to globalize. The technology is highly to the advantage of the big sports that are global sports, which is soccer and basketball at this point. And you know, cricket's evolving. Cricket's a huge success in India, England. Now it's starting to come to other places as well.
Yep.
What about sports betting? How does that increase the opportunity for a return?
Look, it's theoretical at this point because I think the states have overshot and have taken too much. They've priced guys like me out of it. So theoretically, yes, it's definitely going longer term. I think that will normalize and it will be another part of the revenue stream around the monetization of the IP. I'd be curious to see what you think, Steve. I don't see an entry point for this kind of capital right now in that.
You know, well, sports betting now in the United States is being dominated by DraftKings, and Fanatics is getting into it, and FanDuel. I think sports betting is actually good because people watch the games longer. There's more points of interest. It brings more people involved, and we can see it in the numbers. You know, viewership is up, and even the way the broadcasts are framed now, you're having betting lines underneath. There's obviously a lot of risk with that. You don't want fixed games. You know, the NBA's done a great job of policing that, and they're going to really have to have great policing of all that. They've done pretty well in Europe. There hasn't been too many scandals on sports betting. It's an accepted thing, and it's a fun part of the game. So I think, again, to your point, it's only going to be another source of revenue as we go on, and it'll create more fans.
The interesting thing is that, you know, here at a sports analytics conference, the data providers for the leagues are finding that there is a market for their information, not just with the sports books, but then to go back to the teams and sell that data that did not exist before you started putting cameras on helmets and, you know, the various ways that they're collecting data and the speed with which the algorithms can churn out what happens next. So it's not just about fan engagement, it's also about team ownership, isn't it? And about how much better the teams can perform having that data at their fingertips.
I think it's critical to success, and it's kind of, you know, you're never going to lose the human element. I think AI could not coach the team because the coaches see things that I don't know if AI will ever see. But it's just like anything else. When we all went, well, I'm going to date myself, but we were using slide rules, you know, back in college to do math. And they brought the HP-12C in, and people said, oh, people won't be able to do math. It actually enhanced the capabilities. Right. So this is enhancing the capabilities of our scouts and general managers to make bigger bets, and these players are more and more expensive right now, to make bigger and more accurate bets. And then
less risky? Are those bets less risky because of the data?
absolutely, absolutely. It can really help you at the margin, and everything's at the margin. You know, as Jerry knows, if you're like 3% better, that's the difference between winning and losing in these leagues in Serie A or the NBA. So the people that can do that best at the margin, they're going to succeed more than the people that can't.
I have a question for you guys. When you look at these valuations, and as you think about the risk in getting into it, I've noticed that there's a lot of owners, especially in America, that are starting to look at the ownership in a sports team as the platform for the business they build around it. So you see real estate development, hotel development, hospitality development. I would say, A, is that the new vision for a sports team owner, especially when the state or city could be paying for their arena? And then second of all, does that in turn allow valuations potentially to have a new source of revenue to
Great question.
build valuation?
I absolutely believe that. I mean, you framed it really well. I've been saying for a while, I think sports team ownership is a partnership with music. It's a partnership with the monetization of the live event, real estate. And so, you know, it provides a way for you to buy down the overpay on the way in. And then, as you said, it rejuvenates the trajectory to be able to underwrite that linear escalation. And so I think it's a real positive. Sports team ownership today is a multidisciplinary approach. And you got to, you know, I'm finding in Milan, we're going to hopefully be the first team in Serie A to build a new stadium since 2011. The challenge is in Serie A is that we want to build an American stadium, 70,000 seats, but I know I can't charge American pricing in Italy. So how are you going to do that? You know, in America, you can charge $5 million for a corporate suite. I created Legends Hospitality to be able to do all this kind of stuff. You can't do that in Italy, right? And so if guys like Steve and I want to come to Italy and you know, try to accelerate their curve to be able to be more competitive with the Premier League, the tools and levers we have are not 100%. They're sort of mitigated. Yeah. But what you said, I think, is absolutely the case.
Yeah, an example is the Commanders. You know, there's a big real estate component in that valuation of the land around Washington, the stadium rebuild, and all the rest of it. So that's going to have to become part of it. And I think, you know, there was a spate of college professors and literature that said that stadiums weren't accretive. They actually are. It's proven to be accretive. The things that are going on at the Olympics in LA, it's going to be a massive success. And when you do these projects associated with the stadium and rebuild around the area, you know, it's been great for the community, it's great for the team, and it helps the valuations as well.
I mean, the thing that's interesting is Formula One. I mean, when you look at Formula One across all these other sports, it's not really a sport in the definition of the NBA.
It's a party.
It's a convening event.
Yeah, of brands.
No, 100%. I mean, and so when you go to it's the Paddock Club, right? Yeah. And that's interesting, I think, right? Because there's elements of that which we can all apply in the more mainstream sports to your point, Richard.
But do you feel restricted by the league ever when you look at, right? Because if someone said to you, I'm going to give you this Boston Celtic team, here's the stadium, here's the history, here's the stars. What's the ceiling of this business you think you could build? You would never say $8 billion. You'd think you could turn that into a $100 billion company.
Well, that's why Steve's point on longevity is really important. Yeah. You can't own these things like a private equity firm in and out in 5 years.
Yeah.
Totally.
It's got to be a long-term strategy, and that would be the build. And but again, I think values will go up. But just looking at all the markets, it's just much harder. It's much easier to go from 300 million to 3 billion than it is to go from 3 billion to 30 and then 300. So there's this, it's called the law of large numbers.
But to your point, Rich, what we saw with the family of the founder of Las Vegas Sands, which is the world's largest casino company, buying the majority stake in the Mavericks is not about, it's not just about the Mavericks and what they bring to the table. It's also about the real estate around it, and mostly it's about convincing Texas to legalize gambling, that they're a good partner, that they're committed to the future of Texas. Let us demonstrate it with ownership of the Mavericks. And an interesting development, of course, they've had Tillman Fertitta there, and he owns teams and casinos. So we'll have to see how that goes. I've got so many questions coming in from the audience now that I just want to, a few minutes early, start to get to some of these. It says, how do you add teams to your portfolio, and what synergies do you find across teams? I think to your point where it's not just a siloed investment, Can you talk a little bit about your strategy when you go to look at new investments?
Yeah, absolutely. We try to look for things like Jerry does that are a good value. They're not just priced on, a top of the bubble, because we believe you have to invest in these teams. So we invested into Atalanta. Besides buying the club, we invested in more players. We've renovated the stadium. We'll complete the renovation of the stadium this June. It'll be one of the best stadiums in Italy. It's smaller. It's more like Fenway Park. It's 25,000 seats, but we're able to build luxury boxes and parking amenities for the fans there. And our philosophy is you can bring the statistics to bear, the marketing, the corporate relationships, and when you can do all that and buy something at a reasonable price and decide to invest in it, that's the kinds of things we look at.
Look, I think the great thing about these assets is you don't necessarily need to add another asset. You need to really, build around the existing asset that you have. So Fenway Sports Group, when we bought into that, we did it because we thought it was one of the best ownership and management teams in the industry. They started with a diverse multi-sport platform in Liverpool, the Red Sox, and New England Sports Network. Then we added the Penguins. Then we have this real estate project going on in Las Vegas, with a group of partners where we can build a live event gaming campus like LA Live and hopefully attract an NBA expansion team. So what I love doing is finding great platform investments that in and of themselves, if you just did that, would be a good return. But then work those investments, right? Add to them, use them to enable you to buy other things and put them in, or build other things and buy down your average cost. And to Rich's point, increase the longevity of your trajectory from a return standpoint. That's much more interesting to me.
And again, to what I said earlier, ours is clearly totally different. So there's kind of two ways that we would look at it. One, for some of these more emerging sports leagues and teams, I'm trying to build a business and a brand in boardrooms. So when I look at some of these investments, obviously I would like to understand what my investment risk is, if I think I could trade this investment at any point in the next 5 to 10 years. But also, like I said, does this create some type of community that I can grow off of? So Gotham FC being in New York, women's soccer being something that I was a fan of, and this team winning the championship and the community they built, it's been something that I've worked closely with, and it's helped both our organizations grow. And then I think on the second part of it, it's truly, and jokes aside, it's when I have an opportunity with individuals like this that see the value in adding a strategic investor. And for me, when I do that, it's pretty much filtered to us already at that point. I have to make sure that I think I can add value. Again, if I think there's an opportunity to trade in the future, I'm not doing it to just park that money forever, but it's really to start getting exposure and be on cap tables with gentlemen like this. So for us, that's been our strategy. That's why we own so many of these emerging sports. And I know they all won't work. I do feel strongly about a few of them, but I do think that it's the means to where we're trying to go. And it's also been a great support to some of these leagues that need that, needed investors like us that were really ready to commit storytelling and audience and community around a league that never normally got it.
We briefly touched on women's sports, the power of women's soccer, WNBA seeing really incredible growth in terms of fan engagement. Where do you see women's sports going, and how does that create new opportunities for investors, Steve? Is Boston going to get a WNBA team?
Well, yeah, we're certainly considering it, and women's sports, I think, is going to be a big growth area for the next 10 to 20 years. As these gentlemen said, that people want to watch the best, and the American women are the best in many sports. And again, I can't stress enough how the technology change has allowed these sports to get exposure, and then you get exposure, and then you build the league from exposure. And I think it's really good what MLS is doing with the Apple deal, bringing in Messi, doubling the base, and then hopefully that'll catch fire, so there's more revenues, and they can bring in bigger players coming in, and then the U.S. leagues will have some more parity to the other leagues. But I think women's sports is in that same category. It was an underexploited asset because the technology didn't allow for it. It didn't allow cheap broadcasting of the games. Now you have that with streaming and the different packages and the different programming that has to go on. And the programming wars itself between the old media and the new media is going to fuel investment in sports so that they'll catch on, so that you'll watch that network.
What do you think is the next big sport to see explosive growth, Rich?
Volleyball. I mean, on a smaller scale, I think volleyball as a sport across all of these kind of secondary sports that I mentioned has the most viability. And I'm still very bullish on MLS. I mean, the World Cup is coming here. They have the World Championships, I think, the year before. Obviously, the Apple deal, while it may not have been the most lucrative deal for the league, it created an incredible partner and somebody that was willing to be creative, and they were very creative with Messi. I think it's very cool how they've engaged the teams to build their own communities and their own icons within the MLS app on the Apple channel. I think that's something that a lot of teams would love to be able to do on the bigger leagues, to have a direct-to-consumer communication, be able to stream games and communicate directly with your fans that way. But I think, again, volleyball, I think, has a real possibility.
This one is specifically for Jerry. Regarding the point that sports aren't ready to be its own asset class, can you speak to how the constrained supply of major league teams, coupled with the oligopoly of broadcast rights, impacts that path to asset class status? And do you think that they can be overcome?
Yeah, look, my point was simply that it's a high bar when a lot of these terms get thrown around, and when I start to hear that sports is now an asset class, I take a pause because as someone who's been investing in sports for close to 30 years, I don't think it's ready yet to be an asset class. But that's not a ding on sports. I mean,
but what do you think about Bitcoin, Jerry?
Yeah, exactly. Right? Exactly.
That's an asset class.
Yeah, exactly.
Sports may be a better asset class than Bitcoin.
It's funny you say that. The real answer, Contessa, is that the people who are giving sports the moniker of asset class, I think, is the new capital that's shown up. Guys like us who have been doing it for a while, it doesn't matter to us. We don't think about it as an asset class. That's the terminology of outsiders to the sports ecosystem who are chasing portfolio construction and these facile notions that the thing keeps going up and it's non-correlated to the macro and it outperforms the S&P. So it's an interesting thing to theorize about.
It sounds to me like you're saying there's dumb money entering investing in sports.
I'm not gonna say that. What I'm going to say is there's different money, and everybody has legitimate objectives for them.
They thought about that for the movie title, but it didn't have the same
different money.
Yeah.
Isn't there do you not believe in the premium that a lot of individuals feel like in just owning it's worth it?
Yeah, as I said,
to own.
Totally. Look, I mean, everybody has different objectives, and that's fine. I mean, in my own slipstream, I have a job to do. Right? I'm a fiduciary for third-party capital, and my style of investing is to arbitrage what we're talking about. I go into these ecosystems, and if there's a bubble, I arbitrage it, right? And so what that normally means is I can't just buy something and sit on it. It means I'm going to have to get in there, and I really got to work it, and I got to go build, or I create something from scratch, like Yes, or Legends, or On Location, or any of these things. So it's to each his own. I mean, everybody has different things.
But I do think it's going to become an asset class. It has to, because the money is so large to buy Premier League teams, NFL teams, NBA teams, Major League Baseball. It's going to need institutional capital, number one. Number two, if you compare it to other things like gold or Bitcoin, it has never really gone down very much because there's always going to be demand for people to watch the best people in the world play the sports that they love. So I think it has characteristics already of being an asset class, and it's going to be driven by the fact that you can't get liquidity in the teams with these large numbers unless it is a larger group of investors coming in. So it'll be sovereigns, it'll be corporations, it'll be going public. The Celtics way back when were a master limited partnership. They were probably the first example of something that was quasi-public. And people in that deal, I know the folks that sold it, they made a lot of money because most people didn't turn in their shares. They just kept them up on the wall. They'd bought them for $18, I think, and they could have sold them for whatever it was, $400 or $500, but they kept the certificate.
You're totally right. Look, again, let's look at it this way. For sports to really be legitimately an asset class, the type of capital attracting to it is got to evolve. And just one little anecdote. Right now, the only equity research for these multi-billion-dollar companies called sports teams is Forbes magazine. So why don't we just say this? When Goldman Sachs starts writing research on sports, then it might be ready to be an asset class.
Sportico.
Right, exactly.
The other thing is there's still something special about owning a piece of a team. I mean, you guys can talk about the business behind it and the return on investment and all of this, but come on, be honest, isn't there something really cool about being a co-owner of the Boston Celtics?
Absolutely. I mean, again, we go way back 21 years ago. This was not a robust business. The business was losing money. We wanted to put together a community group to win, and we had 3 objectives. One was to win a championship. Another was to make it a better fan experience, because in the Garden in those days, they didn't have dancers. They had an organ, playing
all the way up. Yeah.
And in the timeouts, there'd be dead silence.
Right.
You could hear crowd milling and people, writing on scorecards. So, and the third thing was to improve the community. And we set up the Boston Celtics Shamrock Foundation and Boston Celtics United for Social Justice, which has invested millions of dollars back into the community. So we thought that was cool, and we wanted a championship. I couldn't tell you that the values would go up so much in those 20 years, but it's a long-term approach. And now everyone has recognized the power of sports, the power for change, the power for real estate. And that's why it's fun and it's cool, and it's great to, I pinch myself every day, then have my idea about what should happen in something and actually be involved in it. It's incredible fun. It's incredible fun doing it. Jerry and I do it against each other in Italy. We're still friends to this day, but we're doing it probably like 50 miles apart. In Italy, we have teams, and that's an incredible amount of fun. And the fans there are as rabid or more rabid than the United States. And someone asked me, do they hate American owners? And they said they don't hate American owners as long as they win. Right. So Jerry's winning now, we're winning now. We're very well liked. But
was there a difference though in investing? I mean, were you able to just transfer your knowledge of team ownership in the U.S. to team ownership in Europe? It's a process. It takes time. Both Jerry and I are taking a long-term approach to these clubs. He's revolutionized stadium. We're renovating the stadium. We're investing more in statistics. We're investing in better player amenities. We're investing in better scouting. We're investing in analytics. And so that doesn't happen in a day. And I think the biggest fallacy new owners have is if you come in and you say, we're going to do all this in 1 year and we're going to win, then you get very bad situations because they end up getting a 37-year-old player, for $50 million a year that maybe has a half-life. And they sign him up for 4 years in soccer, in the NFL, in the NBA, and that's a path towards kind of short-term gratification, but long-term you can't build a team that way. So you got to do it. He's done it. We've done it brick by brick, thoughtful strategy, thoughtful approach, and with all in the eye for the long-term of building value. And that's how you have to do it.
The real adjustment in European football, at least from an American orientation, is that the fan is really your partner. So you show up, and you don't really have that in the States. Over there, that you're really partnered with them.
What they're looking for, and I know this because I lived in Milwaukee, and you either join the Packers cult or you die, is that the families that bought stock in the Green Bay Packers, there was no financial benefit for them to do that, but there was pride and there was engagement, and it works for this team that plays in the frozen north. Surely it must work everywhere.
That is one thing quick, and I know we got to go, for the globalization of sport is young consumers globally tend to follow players more so than teams in America, whereas obviously it's different. Like you said, the example of PSG is like Mbappe will leave, but the fan base will remain. So I think that's just one thing that could be a headwind at some point.
Coke wishes that all of its consumers were as rabid and committed.
Yes.
Thank you, Steve, Rich, Jerry. Great panel. Appreciate it. Thank you guys for your great attention. That was great. That was so fun.
Bring up what you're doing right now. Yeah, you have to somehow or other, like, let your hair down and go up to people and try to get as many exchanging of information. Don't ask for anything now, just exchange information. And then follow up and build that network around you. That's the best way to do it. That's the only way. Yeah, you can give me your My email is rich@boardroom. Very easy. All right. Thanks so much. No, I'm good. I got it.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us at the 2024 Sloan Sports Analytics Conference. My name is Sharon, and I'm a first-year MBA student here at MIT Sloan. I'm so proud to introduce our next panel. Seats at the Table, Empowering the Next Generation of Ownership and Changemakers. We're joined by a truly extraordinary group of panelists. The phrase champions and changemakers is what comes to mind when I think of them, and even that sounds like an understatement. Our panelists are Sue Bird, 4-time WNBA champion, 5-time Olympic gold medalist, and co-founder of A Touch More and Together. Andre Iguodala, executive director of the National Basketball Players Association, as well as 4-time NBA champion and 2-time Olympic gold medalist. And Megan Rapinoe, soccer legend, 2-time World Cup champion, Olympic gold medalist, Presidential Medal of Freedom recipient, and co-founder of A Touch More. Moderating this panel, we have Hannah Storm, award-winning ESPN journalist, SportsCenter anchor, and producer and director of Brainstorming Productions. Just to make sure you all know how to submit your questions, please submit your questions within the Cadence app. The panel will run for 45 minutes, and then we'll have 10 minutes for questions at the end. With that, I'll hand it over to you, Hannah.
Yay, Sharon. I just want to say Sharon did an amazing job. So yeah, she did. We're all prepped up. Iggy, I'd love to start with you since you're sitting right here, and I think we go the furthest back of anybody on this panel. So I met Iggy before the Warriors' first championship, so before that dynasty started, and actually he graciously came off the bench, I think, for that first title, right?
Yes.
Yeah, which is incredible, which now Klay Thompson is doing, which is just crazy. But at the time, you were playing, but you were meeting with all of these business people. So just give us a sense of, because we're talking to an audience of people who are going to be just getting started, right? Getting out there. Like what that was like while you were a player, starting your transition into business.
I think it was law of attraction, naturally. When you come into whatever your professional sport is, I think mainly the two sports with the most African American men and the backgrounds that we come from, you hear a lot of horror stories in terms of financial literacy. And so for me, it was always being curious about the areas that were perceived as weaknesses. And so I was a math nerd in high school, middle school, and so what I would do is try to surround myself with individuals who were masters in the world that they come from and in the financial sector. And so for me, it was around the time the iPhone came out. I was a big Apple products guy, and so from that moment, I started looking at the stocks, and long story short, found out about the private sector and got with the folks to, help me become a student of business. And lo and behold, Warriors have free agency. We were able to make a trade, but knowing that that was a city that I would love to play in because of the private sector of tech and trying to marry the two. So the basketball became really good, Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and have that opportunity where the basketball team was really, really good in that market, and then the market provided something else outside of the sport that I can dive into, and it was just perfect timing.
Yeah, what about you, Megan? At what point in your career, which, you're such a decorated athlete, but in what point in your career did that spark come, or did those connections come that made you even want to have a bigger impact?
I feel like it sort of was always there. I think even just, coming out in college, being a gay athlete, being a female athlete, sort of quickly having to learn and understand the inequalities that we were dealing with. The better you understand it, the more you can fight it. It's, it's sort of, the current is going, and it requires intention and education and a thoughtfulness to change a current. It's difficult. So I think kind of from the beginning I had a sense of it, but after 2015, after that World Cup win, sort of understanding how the landscape was changing. Even prior to that, honestly, 2011, that World Cup in Germany. Next year we win the Olympic gold medal. Things are changing a little bit, and we could kind of feel the business around the team changing. You know, more sponsorships for us personally off the field. Certainly after 2015, you can see more fans in the crowd, but like we're not really benefiting in the way that I see it's growing, and the way that the team sees it growing. I think the process around equal pay and, you know, eventually the lawsuit and settlement and everything, but I think it was really like around 2015, like I sort of vividly remember, I'm like, this isn't adding up. We have a ticker tape parade in New York, and we're like, you know, flying home coach. I'm like, something is, I'm not a math major, but the math is not mathing here. So I think it was around then, it was like, okay, we need to now take this in our own hands. It's not, you know, we've sort of asked and tried to go through, you know, bargaining process and tried to go through other avenues, and that wasn't working, so we had to get a little bit more aggressive about it.
Yeah, I want to get into the lawsuit and everything coming up. And for Sue, I mean, you won 4 championships, so you're there in Seattle, which is another really, in terms of business, like a really progressive community there. You know, at what point did you become interested in your post-basketball life or during your basketball life really expanding?
Yeah, so I feel fortunate to say that I played overseas. I also would love for WNBA players to never have to play overseas. But because I was playing, it was a year-round schedule. And then I stopped doing that in 2014, I believe.
That was primarily in Russia.
Yeah, I played 10 years in Russia. And so WNBA in the summer, overseas in the winter, like I said, nonstop. But then when I stopped overseas and I was still playing in the WNBA, I now had all this free time. I had like 6-7 months where I got to try different things, learn about different things, come to conferences like this, meet different people, and I think to Iggy's point, just learn. Just try to learn and try to put myself in as many uncomfortable positions as I could to see what interests me, to see how I could stretch myself, and I was really lucky that I was able to do that while I was still playing. So I still had that like binky, right? Like my little blankie, I go back to the WNBA, I'm an athlete, we're good. But then in the off season, I can really stretch myself and again, figure out what it was that interests me. And then, you know, here I am as a retired athlete, and I have tons of companies and businesses and interests to talk about. And a lot of it comes from those 6 or so years where in my off seasons, I got to check things out.
I really love, I see you nodding your heads. I mean, when you talk about placing yourself in an uncomfortable situation, you know, and that's something that we love to talk to young people about, like taking risks and doing things and not being afraid to fail, really getting out of your comfort zone. That's how you find opportunity. I can't imagine, Iggy, that you saw people who looked like you when you were in these rooms. How do you, now that you have Mosaic, which, and just fill people in, because I know Sharon didn't get a chance to mention it, just how big your VC is now. What a ginormous bigwig you are in the business world now. Like, in terms of changing that model and what your core values were that emanated from that experience.
Yes, well, Mosaic, the venture firm, was a $200 million firm. We invest in the pre-CC, Series A, a little bit of Series B companies, and we like the lead rounds, health tech, prop tech, insure tech, a few sports media properties. And so I try to actually stay away from sports. You know, we haven't quite found a way to, I know the data's big, but we haven't quite found a way to monetize it. You know, companies like the wearables, trying to figure out how to monetize those. So we don't do as much sports things, but we're a small piece. If anyone watches the Vince Staples show, is really good, episode 2. Well, he goes in for a bank loan and he needs like $5 million, and he was like, you need your own private island to be a company of this bank. But it's very similar to the worlds that we come from. And I think curiosity is what I've learned can set you apart. And I've read about, you know, the brightest leaders in the world, the brightest investors in the world. And to be a great investor, you have to have a curiosity, because every day you're learning something new. You know, I was looking at this company that's trying to solve for skin cancer, and airlines, you know, through insurance, and you're the provider, and airlines, there's radiation. And so all the folks on that work in the airline industry should have some type of coverage for a possibility of getting skin cancer. I had no idea. We all fly a lot. So we're all susceptible.
No, I'm over here like, wait,
Right.
what?
So it just threw me off. We were talking backstage about something. I'm like, you know, radiation and, you know, airlines, and they're like, how'd you know that? I'm like, how do I know that? Oh, we were doing due diligence on a Monday meeting, and you're just getting that information. But for me, going back to your question, how do I get comfortable? I grew up in two worlds, and I spoke about this in my book. I'm not pubbing my book, but
go ahead.
No, I spoke about this in my book.
on Amazon.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I came from the inner city, so I grew up like right across the street from the public housing. But when I went to school, I was the only African American male in all my classes, and so when I would hang out with the black kids, I was the nerd. But I would hang out with the white kids. He's the guy that knows all the black kids, and so I just figured out how to navigate those worlds. Like I had teachers say, "Why are you hanging out with that guy?" Like that's my next door neighbor. And then the black kids would be like, "Why do you have straight A's?" And I'd be like, "Cause I get a whooping if I don't have straight A's." And so just navigating those worlds has helped me be comfortable, like Sue said, in terms of not being afraid to learn and to ask a dumb question or whatever that means.
Yeah, I mean, Megan, you've been such an incredible advocate. I think of like all of the pushback for transgender athletes right now, and those are, you always have managed to speak out about things that aren't necessarily popular, right? And you've always had like a very, very strong moral compass in that regard. How do you handle those conversations where you're trying to make people understand, trying to open their minds?
I mean, I think it's a little bit what they're saying about the curiosity, and maybe I'm sort of on the other side of the curiosity, but I think so much of, whether it's, discrimination in sort of any form really comes down to a lack of understanding, or a misunderstanding, or an assumption about something. And certainly with the sort of media machine that we have, and misinformation, and just how much wrong information is out there, it's like people don't even know where they learned that, whatever they think they know about trans athletes or gay athletes or
and you
racism.
get fed information to support what you already believe, unfortunately. Right.
And I think so much about the conversation around trans athletes, I think, was just like particularly absurd to female athletes, because it was like, well, we gotta protect the girls and we gotta protect women's sports. And I'm like,
where you been?
What? I mean, literally, what? Now we have like Fox News talking about the need to protect women's, this is like, it's the upside down. So I think like approaching it from curiosity and trying to understand where people are coming from, so you're understanding their blind spots, and also just giving our perspective. And then, I do, for me, I feel like there is generally a right and a wrong when it comes to this. I come from a place of like, let's just start at human rights and we can work from there. So many of these transgender laws, they're literally affecting like 2 kids. So now you're talking about the power of an entire state government coming down on, Adam, who just wants to play. Like, that's really what we're talking about. Like, it's not, there's not some, sort of floodgate unleashed and now, 20 million trans kids are playing sports. It's like usually 2 kids that we're talking. So it's not about, my point is, it's not about sports, is it? It's not about the trans kids. It's not, it wasn't about birth control or abortion or any of that. So trying to kind of cut through that, trying to pull the different inequalities together and thread them together to get people understand that this is part of like a larger sort of inequality structure in our country, and trying to, pull those threads for people so maybe there's something they understand, about one thing that helps them understand about another. But
just try to find something, right, to educate, right? That's a part of it. Was there an uphill battle, Sue, that you faced? And I know you were really involved in the collective bargaining agreement, and you were very like a centerpiece of that, and fighting for players' rights in the WNBA. And maybe it wasn't there, but was there like an uphill battle that you could share with us, and kind of how you handled it?
Yeah, well, I think inherently as a woman in sports, as women, and then as women in sports, it's an uphill battle, period. So there's probably 1,000 stories I can tell. Specific to the CBA, I think the biggest challenge was getting mostly the owner's side of things, but even some of the players, getting us to think of the CBA, think of the way it's been designed and structured in a different way. That whole like, wait, why do we do this? And then, you know, what's that joke? You come to find out it's like, oh, I don't know, my Uncle Joe 100 years ago did it that way, so we just do it that way. It's like that. So for the WNBA, a lot of what our CBA, a lot of the ways in which it was structured was just based on the NBA, which obviously is like, I don't know how many years the NBA has been around. How many years has it been around?
Oh, good question.
Put you on the spot? We'll come back.
It's
78, yeah. Five?
I want to say before, it was before then because they were a league by the time they merged with the ABA. So the NBA-NBA merger was in like 76.
We just finished this top 75 team.
Yeah,
so
2 years. Well, I can't do that math. I'm with Megan on
77,
this.
78.
Call it a cool
Okay,
80.
okay, 77,
Call it a cool 80.
One of you guys out there, do the math, holler it out. No, we're at, on the Googles.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, moving on.
So that structure obviously works for them, and they were able to build through 75 plus years.
Right.
Whereas for us, in year 20, that wasn't the structure we needed. That wasn't the design we needed. We needed something different. And to
And you're dealing with women, with mothers, and all sorts of, right?
But to get people to look at it differently in the way that was going to serve us and allow us, our league, to grow, was it was an uphill battle. It was a real challenge. Just because people get really comfortable, even if it's not really working, they get really comfortable with like, but this is how we always do it.
Okay, so what was the strategy that worked?
Just a lot of, I mean, like should I say banging?
Ear banging.
Just in, like, constantly just drilling, like convincing and drilling. And I think that's when you're in that role, there's an exhaustion that comes with it, and you just have to find a way to power through. And I think the belief and knowing, there was a couple of us on the executive committee, like we knew that there were certain things that we just had to keep banging in order to get it done. And Terry Jackson, our executive director, really helped with that as well.
This, more than an athlete, you know, we hear a lot about that, obviously, and the three of you are prime examples of that. But as an athlete, you know, when people look at a person or meet a person, there's a certain set of biases. And I'm sure there are times when maybe you're with lawyers in the room with the lawsuit, you know, or you're in a business meeting and people are like, well, they're just an athlete. Like, I don't know, did you ever get sort of that pushback where people weren't seeing you as more than what you could do on the field? And how did you handle that?
Interesting for me, I was told no 99% of the time until we won the championship. Because once you win a championship, then you know everything.
Yep.
And then you learn how to brand yourself. Because I think we're the types, and I've known them for quite some time. I watched Sue for quite some time since she was in college. Right. And so I think you know what you're dealing with certain individuals, and I feel like we're the types that we don't really care about the accolades. You know, not about how many whatever we have. It's just we love what we do, but we've learned how to brand ourselves in a manner to actually get the respect that we deserve from others who may not understand what we have to go through to get to where we're at in our worlds. And I tell athletes all the time, we're geniuses in our own rights. You know,
I love that.
I never forget,
cool.
Isaiah Thomas told me from the Pistons, Isaiah said, you know, the average human being, they react within seconds. Like it may take them 2 seconds to react. We react within thousandths of a second. And then you go across our sports, how many of us come from that professional background? Like there's only been 4,800 NBA players ever. And then it's even less when you go in their fields. And so we're the elite at what we do. And that's not me saying that I'm better than anyone. That just says that I have something to me that differentiates me from the rest of the world. The same as Tim Cook, the same as, you know, Elon Musk, the same as some of our greatest performers, regardless of the craziest things they say. They are like amazing influencers, and they take us to different depths of where we can go.
Hey, look at what Taylor Swift did for the female audience in the NFL, more than anything the NFL could have done on its own. I watched the excruciating documentary about the lawsuit and kind of what you and your you plus 27 other women went through to sue your federation to finally get equal pay. In terms of what is the responsibility of being an athlete? What is the value of being an athlete in those situations? Kind of like what Sue was just saying with the collective bargaining. And then what sort of biases are there against you being an athlete?
I mean, I think the initial sort of bias especially in that kind of arena, is just that, you know, if you're dealing with lawyer, like, you don't know how to speak legalese, or
Right.
you don't know the, you know, the system, or you don't know how it's going to sort of go through. And it's like, yeah, I don't. That's why we have lawyers. You know, I don't need to know this. I'm not arguing up there. That's why we have, you know, an incredible PR team, and we had, you know, amazing lawyers to support us. And so I think that's sort of the initial bias. But it's like, I do know what I know, and I know my experience, and I know that we used to be getting 5,000 and now there's 35, and we're not participating in that growth. I do know what my contract is with the Federation, and I do know what my personal brand deals are. Those things are totally out of line. I'm like, I can't be paid this to show up for 1 hour and be paid less to show up for the whole year.
Right.
Yeah. So I think just those little things and kind of trusting yourself. I think something for us as well, I think you guys felt this also, and I think this is part of what is the genius about, you know, athletes and sports, like especially for us being women, sort of fighting this like larger societal battle. We were our permission structure for ourselves. So we were the ones being like, yeah, I don't think we're crazy. Like, we're not crazy. This is happening, right? And we can take confidence from that from ourselves. And I think when the times that we stuck together the most, I mean, it's pretty amazing. The lawsuit, just the entire equal pay kind of fight lasted, I mean, 6-7 years.
And through COVID.
Through COVID, through everything, through losses, which maybe my lack of knowledge of, you know, the criminal justice system, or the justice system that we were going through was a benefit, because I was like, well, it doesn't really seem like that big of an L. We're just going to keep moving. There's like there's another step. There's a perseverance. There's a determination.
That's a good athlete traits, though, right?
Yeah,
They make you a great
definitely.
athlete,
Like,
right?
we lose all the time. I mean, we were, you know, I think some
Right.
people were like, oh, that's kind of embarrassing. You guys lost in California. And we were like, oh, I don't know. We're just going to the next state.
Yeah.
So I think there was a sense of perseverance, but also that, you know, collectiveness with each other, that basically for 7 years, we stayed on message, we stayed on brand, we stayed collective. No one was sort of stepping outside of that. And like, ultimately, we knew we were right. We knew what we felt. We knew we were being underpaid, and it was just a matter of time before that was gonna, you know, come to bear.
Man, it's so emotional, you know, everything that you guys went through, and not being able to see each other in person during a lot of that was really, I'm sure was really difficult too. Why must we push? If we're an athlete, if we're, you know, something else, not everybody here is obviously, you guys are the elite of the elite, but to push to be in that decision-making role as an athlete, why was that so critical?
Yeah, honestly, a lot of it's been touched on. I've never used genius. I might have to steal that.
I love that.
I would always say, I'm an expert. I have industry knowledge. Like, I would try to use words that I feel like people in the world of business are familiar with, because that's the truth. I have a 20-plus year, I mean, if you want to include college, I mean, I've been doing my sport since I was 6 years old. So that is, I won't tell you my age now, but that is years of understanding something, of being in locker rooms, being on teams, being buses, different coaches, different countries, different cities, you name it. All of that, I mean, what does Andrea call the guy that works in her firm, and he's like older? There's a term. I should have looked it up. A friend of ours works at like private equity, and she was like, yeah, there's this like older guy, he's like 65, there's a like operating something. There's a term for it. I'll tweet it later. What?
Operating partner, maybe?
Our operating partner, where like he just gets to like come in, share some knowledge.
Yeah, like he's like, yeah, I get
and then
that.
he gets to just
See the deal flow.
do his thing, and then he gets to leave. And it's like after really long sports careers, that's who we are in those rooms. We get to walk. That's who we should be in those rooms. We get to walk into meetings. Name the type of meeting. It could be a CBA type meeting. It could be meetings with brands. It could be a media rights type of thing. We get to walk in and bring that expertise, that genius, that knowledge that nobody else has. And yet they're the ones making decisions for us.
Right.
How our leagues are going to run or how our teams are going to run, but you're not going to get our input. I mean, if I were to change the title from athlete to something else, it'd be crazy to not have those people in the room.
Right.
Ones that actually know what it's like and actually have, like I said, this opinion that goes way further. And then I think to your point, you have to have diversity as well, because you have to understand what it's like for everyone. whoever's going to be impacted.
Yeah, can you just expand on that? Because that's...
Oh, diversity is...
Yeah.
I'm learning common sense isn't common. But I think when you speak in their terms, and when I found the stat that companies who have a more diverse board bring in more revenue, a higher percentages on a profit loss sheet, all across the board. And so it's at...
It seems like a no-brainer.
I am so confused that why, everyone knows, like how CAC and LTV can tell you how long before you get to where you need to be to scale, to be private, to IPO, to, to become the next incumbent. But it's like that isn't a common thing that's known, and it's mind-blowing. And so a part of our firm, we have 2, 5, and 10-year plans in terms of like how your company should look in terms of who you hire, so it is diverse, and how it is reflective in who you're serving. My community especially, African Americans are the largest consumer spenders, say like per capita, not in grand total, in totality, because we are a minority, but we buy the most. I like to say, can you say shit here?
Yep. Yeah, I think so.
Well, I like to say we buy the most shit, but the consumer brands, we're not represented in the decision making. And so I'm thinking, well, how do you know how you're serving who's buying the most from you? Which we're all trying to build a product, and we have AI now is telling us how to roll out our product to serve those who are consuming it. And so it's mind-boggling why you wouldn't have everybody you're trying to reach, which in sports, we're trying to reach everyone. So everyone should be participating in terms of how the decisions are being made.
I mean, it's like reflective of a team, right? Like, you're not going to have like all players the same. You're not going to put 5 centers on a basketball team.
I say that all the time. I'm like,
oh, you do?
This is like, you're stealing my line.
Oh, yay.
You're stealing my line.
Okay.
I'm like,
go ahead. It's like,
I've had like a wildly successful career. 5 of me, we'd be trash.
Right.
We'd be a terrible basketball team.
Right. Right.
Be a lot of thinking.
Yeah.
Overthinking. I have an opinion. You always
Overthinking.
Yeah, no, but truly.
Yeah, and Megan, from your experience, because we talk about diversity all the time, but like on a really practical, like grassroots level, how essential is it from your experience?
I mean, it's, I think, the most essential part. I mean, I think we get a broad swath of people in sports just naturally because it's just the best athletes are going to come. So you get people from different backgrounds. But I always think about it like we think of the table, and you need to have a diverse table, and it's sort of what Sue was saying. Like I feel like I know a lot, but only about what I know, and only through my experience. And everything I know is put through these 2 lenses. That's it. So I can bring a lot, but I have no idea what he's going to think about something in a completely different way. I mean, we run into this all the time. We think, I know. It's,
what do you mean? Like, give me an example.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to talk about it in couples therapy later, but just like the way that we think about, branding a player. And I'll be like, oh, this is so obvious, we should do it this way. And then I get a different perspective from her. And then we get something that neither of us would have thought of. Oh, and we get something better. Yeah. So I think the diversity around the table, the point is that so you can capture the most perspective in the world, so you can create the best product or, whatever you're doing. You have the most information you possibly can have to serve the widest range of people. And that is what's good about, that is why it's good for business. That's how you're going to get a better product. That's how you're going to see something that you wouldn't be able to see just yourself. Or if you have, 12 people sitting around a boardroom that are all looking exactly the same, you're missing out on a huge part of information and experience and just, the thing that everybody has in their life that you go through and you experience, then now you can bring, a different perspective to the table. And without that, you're missing out on a lot. Like you were saying about, it's like better for business. Like that is like across the board. We know this.
Yeah, it's a fact.
Now to have more diverse, opinions and people and perspectives and needs in the boardrooms and in these decision making just makes everything you're doing better.
And if that's what it takes, just data to convince people, well, then so be it. If they're not gonna come around to that on their own and say this is the smart thing to do, the proof is in the profit, I guess. When you're talking about a sea change, like a culture change, especially in the VC world, I mean, first, what are your core values as an investor, and how do you see that world beginning to change to incorporate more people in the Black community?
No. So I actually had a job while I was playing for Comcast Ventures. And not too many folks know about it, but I headed up the Catalyst Fund. The Catalyst Fund was for underfunded communities, so African American, Latinx, and female founders. And as a venture capitalist, you want to spread your bets as wide as possible. You want to cast a wide net. But what we found that there's not enough from those communities because they don't have the incentive to actually become founders, that we just couldn't cast a net as wide as we would like to. And so if you can't hedge enough bets, then your return is less likely to be, to give back the multiples that you plan for it to. And so we just extended it another layer, and we said to ourselves, okay, what if we went out and found companies that served these communities in a better, more efficient way than ever before. And so we just cast the net in a different light, but just still stuck to our core and how you're serving to the communities that aren't particularly served in the manner that they should be. And so that was just something that I've always held close to my vest whenever I think about how I invest in something.
Yeah, you have to go like next level, right, and be thoughtful about it. I know that you work with companies and in pretty significant roles in terms of diversity, right? And you have said that it is companies that are, and I'm paraphrasing, but they are the bedrock of change in that regard. What have you found, what are you seeing and what are you passionate about?
I think the leadership is really important because we can, talk about diversity and we can talk about hearing different voices and, sort of changing the way we do business. But if your boss isn't doing it, nobody's doing it. Nobody's incentivized to do it. And especially if it's something where you're going against your boss, now you're just putting yourself in a position to
lose your job.
Fired. Yeah. To get moved on from. There's probably a lot of ways that that people fire people under them just because they don't like what they're saying. So I think leadership is huge, and you really have to believe in it. I don't always know the ways to get everybody to believe in it, but if profit, particularly in America, isn't the reason, like there's going to be no other stronger incentive, clearly. So I think continuing to show that, like Andres said, to invest in communities that, maybe certain communities aren't ready right now to have the same return as other communities who have been invested in for generations and for literally hundreds of years. But invest in almost like the business around their business. Okay, now we can start to see that sort of growth. I think that's really important. And then I think also just like Sue and I feel this and talk about it all the time, just our own personal experience doesn't match up with diversity not working. And we have this expertise in this particular area, whether that's in women's sports, how to brand, how to market, how to talk about it, what lens to put it through, like what's going to hit, what's not. Like some things from men's sports works, some things don't work at all. And so we can understand what we can take from there and leave the rest, and then we can use our expertise and understanding, to help companies basically make money, which you're paying the athlete, but you're also want your return. And if you're not branding, marketing, and doing all those things in the right ways, you're never going to get to that number that you ultimately want.
You have to be a lot more creative, right? And you have to be purposeful, I think. So you have to have in mind, right, what your end goal is and say, well, this is how we're going to get there. We're going to figure it out. And Sue, you started with some fellow athletes together, which is a company which is it's getting some e-commerce now, right? Yeah. But also it is really trying to put women's sports at the forefront, right, in terms of coverage and the like. I probably didn't describe it as well as you can. What was the gap that you saw? Who was being underserved? Why did you start this company? And what has been the impact?
Yeah, obviously women's sports isn't covered in the same ways, and there's tons of data and numbers to prove it. I think we all know it at this point. You don't even have to pull out the actual numbers. At the time, I think we were getting 4% of like the larger media coverage, piece of the pie. And so it was Alex Morgan. It's Alex Morgan, myself, Chloe Kim, and Simone Manuel. But it was really Alex Morgan. That was the first call that I took, and she was like basically describing it like, we don't have the coverage, so why don't we do it? Because we complain about it. That was my thing. I was like, I've been complaining about this for years. Yeah. So now it's time to put, my money where my mouth is. So let's do something
women from 4 different sports.
4 different sports, right? And really just be able to tell different stories, shine the light in different ways. To piggyback off, what Megan was just talking about in terms of companies being change makers, I actually think they are in one way. I think when it comes to culture, athletes and leagues, I mean, think about, like, when did you guys take COVID seriously? When the NBA shut down?
Yeah.
Like, athletes and leagues, like, we represent so much because of the diversity, because of our experiences. We are a mirror to society in a lot of ways. And so when you think of, women in sports, you think of our leagues, the lack of this, the lack of that, the lack of this. I think every woman is impacted by that in their own way. This isn't really on topic, but a little bit. When our CBA came out and we had 100% maternity leave, I mean, I had women from all industries be like, wow, seeing that, now I can go take that to my boss.
Wow, that's cool.
Yeah, and because we're, cameras are in front of us, microphones are in front of us, it's really important. And so to bring it back to together, to be able to tell those stories, shine those lights, both in, at times, more serious ways, sometimes just telling a cool story, because you need those too.
Right, and you're talking about creating a dialogue, is that right? About things that are important, that touch all women?
That's definitely a part of it. That's what's, I think the beauty of Together is you can get a little bit of everything. Like I said, some serious stuff where you might do a deep dive, maybe a dialogue around NIL and women's basketball and the misconceptions there. Or just like a dope athlete doing really cool things. Ajay Johnson, she's a rapper and a basketball player.
Yeah, she's amazing.
That too.
Yeah, and it's funny because we talk about things that are sort of worldwide languages as well, and we have music and we have sports, really, right? That people around the world are passionate about. You invested in what, Leeds FC, correct?
Yes.
And you invested in the in Bay Area FC,
yes.
Right? Which is very cool. So it's all coming back to soccer. You mentioned women. I'm curious as to why you felt that it was important to invest in a women's soccer team.
Well, I think it covers every reason why you put money into something. We put our money into our kids because you want them to grow and be successful, and want them to be thought leaders and change makers. And hopefully you get a return on them at some point too, where you don't have to, you don't have to pay for the food anymore. And then
I'm still waiting for that one.
Or they put you in the correct retirement home.
Right.
But I'm saying all that to say, obviously I think the women's soccer league has the potential, and I think it's the growth trajectory to be of like a major sport. You got the major 4, now you say major 5, and I think women's soccer is that league where you always want a place where you get the top talent in the world to compete. We were talking about golf earlier and how LIV and the PGA is kind of hurting golf because I don't know where to go to find the best golf because it's so fragmented. And so
interesting.
The opportunity alone, doing research on where most professional women's soccer players come from, Bay Area. And then there was this one thing that just, I think, set it off for me. And it was Sheryl Sandberg is starting up a women's leadership initiative within the club. And there's a statistic that girls who participate in sports and go D1 are more likely to be CEOs.
C-suite.
C-suite, just across the board.
That's right.
And that alone was like, whoa, now that's how you create change. And you talk about like what grassroots are for. And so it's like, okay, we got to invest in our youth because it's going to make our product better as they grow, and they, you track along the way. And so that there alone, and now
it's so funny to hear that you've just learned this.
Right.
Right? Yeah. Right. And we have, this has been like our whole lives.
Yeah.
Right. No, but that's cool.
I
love it.
Yeah.
I absolutely love it.
The short answer, you're a genius.
I love you're a genius.
Why are you investing in women's soccer?
He's a genius.
I'm a genius.
I mean, when you hear Andre talk about soccer, right, and how critical it is in the future of soccer, like what are you seeing in terms of where we are now with women's soccer, and where would you like to see it go?
I think where we are now, something really, I think, important is that the sort of proverbial foot off the neck. It's not just that women's sports have been underfunded, they've been suppressed.
Right.
Intentionally, or, sort of neglected. So for me, I feel like it's like, oh, okay, we're gonna stop actively suppressing you, And the sport has been growing over a number of years. Obviously, the national team has been a huge part of that and been very successful, but you're starting to see that around the world. Right. And now, which is amazing, it's also a little bit frustrating because I think like now, you know, all of this money is coming in, which is great. I'm like all for the growth, but it's like literally welcome to the party. Like we've been here for so long, not you, but like there's so much money coming in, which is amazing. I think the valuation's going up. Yeah. And you know, to touch on your point about live and where do you find the best golf, I mean, that was always my argument. It's like the MLS has been around, and no shade to the MLS, they've been around for a long time, literally billions of dollars of investment. It's maybe the 10th best league in the world. It is not going to attract the top talent anytime soon in their prime. No, it really, I mean, the best soccer is played in Europe, whether that's, you know, Spain or Germany or England, obviously.
La Liga, Premier League.
Yeah. So, so what are we talking? Oh, so it's entertainment, right? Sports is entertainment. Period. Point blank. And obviously, we do our craft within it, and it's an amazing space for us to do this thing that we're so talented in. Women's sports, WNBA and NWSL, by far the best talent in the world in so many ways. And they are some of the best leagues. Certainly the WNBA is the best league in the world, and I think the NWSL is right there with, you know, a couple of leagues, but top to bottom are the most competitive leagues. So you're getting the very best, and you're getting to capitalize on women's sports in America, which has always been, you know, underfunded, but way better funded than the rest of the world. So there's a better infrastructure there.
And more culturally accepted than a lot of other countries.
And I think for brands also, and sort of the larger business around women's sports, what you get when you come to women's sports, you're going to get the top talent, you're going to get an amazing product on the field. And then we're going to get to talk about, you know, healthcare, and then we're going to talk about maternity leave, and then we're going to talk about racial justice, and we're going to talk about trans athletes, and we're going to talk about gay athletes, and we're going to talk about an environment that we're actually changing the world just by existing on the field so many times. Like there's so much diversity, and there's so many interesting stories, and there's so many different kind of people, and because it all intersects through us all the time, we're passionate about it. We're going to talk about it. We're going to get involved in the community. You can, you know, go to an NWSL game and you can be openly queer, and you could bring your family, and you could buy a great T-shirt because you're definitely going to support. You're going to buy the T-shirt. You're going to get a great atmosphere, and you're going to get to see some of the best entertainment in that particular sector on the field at the same time. So I'm like just screaming for the like this is amazing, all the investment that's happened, to be able to capitalize particularly on 2019 and breaking that open, and you know, not just for little girls but for boys as well, to see that and to change the narrative.
That's really
from something that's just been like categorically untrue, but just this thing that we keep saying all the time is women's sports isn't popular. It's like, well, it is, and it's just been suppressed, and now that sort of business opportunity has caught up to what we've been saying for a millennia.
And it feels like, because we're talking about money here and business, and you mentioned NIL, and we see people like Livy Dunn, and we see Caitlin Clark, and we see Angel Reese, and I mean, women's basketball at the collegiate level has absolutely exploded. I know hosting SportsCenter, it doesn't even compare. I mean, the coverage doesn't, it's exponentially more coverage now. You do, you know, Sue's Places on ESPN Plus, watch.
Yeah, we are plugging that. We are plugging
awesome.
that.
She did Caitlin Clark, that was great. Where do you see basketball in this regard? Because to me, it's just looking at it from my view, it's like full steam ahead now with basketball, let's go.
Yeah, I mean, so I would have answered this question probably like couple of years ago, and I would have said that the true story of the WNBA in its first, let's call it 20 years, was that we were able to stay relevant in terms of our play on the court. That's only gotten better and better. That we were able to stay afloat in a lot of ways without the investment. So the story was like, look, we did that without investment. Now imagine we had it, which is basically, you know, piggybacking off what Megan is saying. And also, I jokingly call you the genius, but that was like my pitch to people the last couple of years. Whatever rooms I was in, tell me about a WNBA team, like what would that look like? And I'm like, you're gonna be a genius in 5 years. Get in now, it'll be cheaper, and you're gonna look like a savior genius in 5 years. And that to me is really the story about the WNBA, because now we're at the point where it is the moment. It actually is. It's you can feel it, the coverage in and of itself, with the players, the way they're like they have an understanding of the business. Whereas like when I was in college, my first couple of years, I didn't really understand.
Well, they're business people. They're dealing with companies now, right, because of NIL.
Yeah,
So
I know it's sad, but me and Diana Taurasi, we joke all the time. He and I joke. We're like, we're the shut up and dribble face, like
I know.
It's true. Like but we didn't know. We were just like, I'm happy to be dribbling. You know?
Right, exactly.
But now well, obviously we're well past shut up and dribble, but younger athletes in the WNBA, younger athletes in women's college, like they understand. They see the business, they see the opportunity, and they understand how they can participate. And
that's power too. That's power, right? Which comes from different places. Andre, if there's something you want to see happen here, like let's look from now, 5 years ahead. For some people it's scary. Oh my God, where's AI going? But on and on and on. But for someone like you that's very forward thinking, what do you want to see happen in the next couple of years?
I want us to appreciate competitiveness in our sports. Because I think right now we're teetering too far towards the profitability of things, and we're making rules around our sports surrounded by how much money can we make off it versus the rules around the purity of the sport. Because if you get the purity of the sports right, the profits will always come.
Are we talking referees? What are we talking here? What are we talking about?
I've been very collaborative
I know.
in my efforts.
So you're going to be you are now the first ever player to be the executive director of the NBPA.
Yes.
So he is doing, Sue talked about the collective bargaining. So you're right there.
Yes.
Now you're going to be able to fight for the players in such a powerful role. So anyway, continue. Just
because
let people know that.
But I think for me, sometimes I have to take a step back and say, what am I fighting for? Or sometimes, like, am I fighting or am I being collaborative with this particular thing? Okay, because the goal of it all is to grow the pot. Because if you grow the pot, everyone, gets what they need to get. The players' revenues go up, and then obviously Adam, he serves the ownership groups, and so, fiduciary responsibility to them, their profits go up. And so it's we put on all these systems, and the one thing I've always spoken to, the NBA is the most forward tech league of all our leagues in the world. We always say that, social following, engagement with our fans, but there's some pros and there's some cons to it. The cons are, like, every decision we make is under a microscope. And so sometimes I think we cater too much to the noise because they're the consumer. And the customer's always right. The best CEOs say the exact opposite.
Yeah.
The customer doesn't know what they want at all. And so I think we, and we always talk about what's wrong with our game. We got to get it hit. This area was good. This area was good. No, this was good. There's too much offense. There's not enough defense. And
All-star game.
Right. We're trying to solve for that. Right. And so I think the key of it all is to, how do we put the best product out there? And sometimes it doesn't show up in the form of return on an investment. What we put into our grassroots, what we're teaching our kids. I love the NIL, but how can we make sure that doesn't hinder a 19, 20, 21-year-old decision making? Like, you probably shouldn't be driving a Ferrari or a Bentley when you're in college, but you probably should, you can get your money, but make sure you're equipped with the financial acumen to make the right decisions based on where you are in life, and then your trajectory of where you'll be 20 years from being a 20-year-old kid on a college campus. Because there is an incentive to be a kid and experience things as a college student.
In a way, though, it could help students stay in college longer, right? If they're making money, particularly young women. Megan, for you, I just pose the same question as what you really want to see here in the next couple of years, something that you're very passionate about in terms of change.
I want to see the media coverage around women just be opened up and really be invested in. I mean, I think you said it earlier, maybe 4% of all media coverage goes to women's sports. So it's like, I don't want to know every single thing about LeBron James, but I do, because I hear it I know that Bronny James is averaging 5 points in college. I don't watch men's college basketball. I hope the kid does great, but I'm like, why do I know this? All of this information, but the storylines and the sort of other part of sports. Of course, people like turning on the game and they like watching it, but you like to know that, oh, Andre, he's really into investing. Oh, that's interesting. And then he's going out there and he's playing, and now I can understand a greater part of him. Now his story is richer to me. So I think around women's sports, we just see so little. And then when it is spoken about, on the major platforms, often,
like at the Olympics, I feel like that's when it's really blown out and the stories are told and everything.
Right, and you get all the backstories and people get involved and get invested and then they're watching. So if we can do that for women's leagues, in terms of like a 24/7, conversation that's around, now you have more engagement. Now people understand on a deeper level. So much of the information even out there is such a surface level. You're missing a lot of the nuance, and so people don't understand. Oftentimes it works in concert with the existing inequalities because you're not really putting that much effort into it. So I feel like the media space can really blow women's sports up in a huge way. And then from there, we'll see.
Yeah,
we'll see how it goes.
They will come.
Yeah,
right.
I bet everything that it's coming.
Yeah,
I have no doubt about that. But I think the sort of the main network media space, but then also just the ability, whether it's podcasts or shows or just the more information, that is really going to drive the audience and the engagement and the brands. And what we know about female athletes for sure, we may not have the and I'm stealing this from you.
I'm literally sitting here like,
you're going to wrap it up.
Steal my
All right, you say.
Okay,
You say
go
it better
ahead.
than I do. You say it better than
To
I
be
do.
continued.
No, I can't even pull it.
I don't even know what you're saying, so say it.
No, the engagement versus reach. Go. You
Okay,
say.
tell
You say
us.
it better.
Sue,
I
go.
think this is our mind meld that happens. We spend so much time together.
Can you tell? Right.
This is not what I was going to say, so I would love for you to finish it, and then I will add what I was going to say.
We're just saying, it's just we know this about female athletes. Sometimes the reach isn't as much as male athletes, obviously, but the engagement is off the charts. Like people are
passionate.
They're passionate. The people that know women's sport, they really know it. So they're coming to the game, they're bringing their family, they're buying the shirt, they're getting season tickets, they're following the players, they're buying their merch, they're listening to their podcasts. It's like people are really in on those stories, but we just have so little of that available around, all of the different leagues around women and particular athletes. That to me is like just a wide open frontier.
What I would add,
which I got.
Yes. Same question. What I would add is, yes, and I would love to see in the world of the coverage, whether it's someone like yourself, Hannah, although you're killing it, so you're the exception to this. Whether it's podcasts, different shows, we need to have women and we need to have former athletes hosting those shows, because a lot of times. When
producing those shows and directing those shows.
Yes. It circles back to that industry knowledge. Circles back to that industry knowledge. That's how you're going to get the story told right. That's how you're going to be able to pull back the layers and not just know a stat or where we went to college or the year we won a championship, but maybe like something that happened in the in-between time that got us to that point. And I think when you start to pull those layers, that engagement only increases. And then I think the reach will increase as well, because that is what people are interested in, right? Like you bring up LeBron. We jokingly talk about LeBron a lot, but he's such a great example of Taco Tuesday. We all knew he was eating tacos on Tuesday. It's like you don't even have to be a basketball fan. You knew it. And it all plays into it. It's a part of a persona and somebody who has a certain status, who you might want to strive to be like, and that really plays into fandom, I think.
Yeah, aspirational. Inspirational.
Right, and
the more of those stories we can tell, which the three of you embody. Our audience has some questions, so we just have about a few more minutes to do this. When you think about the next generation of change makers that will follow in your footsteps, I love this question. Where will we see? We just said what we want to see. Where will we see the largest revolution, Andre?
Oh, that is a great.
That's cool, right?
Well, I mean,
I'm going to make you make a prediction here.
They're the four mothers. We say forefathers. They're the four mothers of the revolution, and I think it will come from women's sports because there is something that I've seen, And you were talking about making sure that the former athletes were telling the stories, and I think of Danielle Slayton, who is the founder of Bay FC. She was part of the founding team, and we've never seen that in sports where actual former athletes founded the club, you know, set it up, the LLC, the whole structure of things, and went out and raised money, and then like saw it the whole way through. I don't think we've seen that before, and so, you know, as basketball players or our community in general, what we've been talking about is, you know, generational wealth and owning, you know, our own IP. And they were the first ones to do that, and it's just been a wonderful thing to see. And I think we're just at the beginning of stages of that.
Yeah.
And it's just going to set a trend.
And whenever you engage in a business relationship, making sure that you protect your intellectual property it's critical. I'm going to just, because I want to do, how should we start educating, Megan, the next generation about the importance of diversity, inclusion, and I like this question because how do we incorporate it into youth sports? So having people, yeah. Oh, that's a tough question.
I mean, I think, you know, so much is what you see. So if you're seeing, you know, more diversity, whether it's, you know, on TV or at the games, or, you know, you're a little kid and you go to a Bay game and, you know, the founders get honored before the game, and it's, you know, Danielle and it's Brandy and it's, you know, Allie, and it's like that right there, you know, for little kids, for little boys and little girls, and, you know, anybody in between, like that is really powerful. I think we're going to see that a lot. I think, you know, sort of going on both questions about the revolution, we talked about earlier how women who play sports at the collegiate level are so much more likely to be in the C-suite position. And you're going to see that a lot more, not just in women's sports, but I think just in general in sports. You're going to see, you know, the more women play and the more that we have that experience, now we can take that back into the sport that we love. Like obviously, you know, there's this many people that get to be a professional athlete. It's such a small percentage of people. But what if the rest of the people who played with you in college are now the ones running the team? Like that's going to be really important. And of course with sports, you get a lot of diversity because it's just the best, it's just the best people. And then we can sort of use that to, you know, look down. And obviously in soccer, we have a kind of a pay to play model and problem, really. In a lot of ways, there's a lack of diversity because it's such a rich sport. So there's a lot more emphasis on, you know, I think widening that. I don't know exactly what the answer is, but I feel like having so many former athletes who know the system, who grew up in it, being able to come back and use their expertise not only as an athlete but now as a C-suite member, can really work to change that and to put diversity at the forefront and sort of at the foundation of kind of the next phase of sports that we're building right now.
It's impacting boys and girls.
Boys and girls, yeah, absolutely.
And sadly, girls leave sports in droves in their early teens when they become very conscious of gender differences and what being an athlete and what that looks like. And I would, or the two of you know this well, and Andre, you probably do too, because you're a genius. But girls leave sports at a certain age in droves, and we have to work really hard to keep them in, and help them understand what it does for them in the classroom in terms of their body image, in terms of business in so many ways. I think that's a fight that we need to have. Sue, the last question is, you know, this person said, you mentioned how fighting for change can be exhausting, and it is. What advice do you have for those of us in the audience who want to drive change and make the industry more inclusive, but obviously with this being a kind of a young audience as well in a lot of respects, but they aren't in a senior level of power? So what's your best advice?
I just think power in numbers. The thing that I've learned, or I learned the most from the CBA negotiations, being on that executive committee, and really my time in the WNBA from 2016 when the Minnesota Lynx were wearing some T-shirts that were protesting police brutality. This was pre-Colin Kaepernick, pre-Megan kneeling. They did that, and it had impact. But what we learned was if we had all done that, if 144 players had done that on the same day at the same time, it would have been it just would have gone way further, been way bigger. We figured that out in 2020, and I think that's why.
The bubble.
Yeah, and that's why there's actually a senator in Georgia that got elected there.
WNBA Save the Nation.
That's right.
That's part of it. So back to my advice would just be find people who are just as passionate. Power in numbers, that's how you make, that's how you create the change, that's how you make the change. And then from there, the exhaustion piece, man, lean on each other. That's the time where, every now and then, another thing I learned in my CBA negotiations, there were times as a white player, I wasn't as tired. It wasn't as impacting me as much. So there were times where some of my black peers were like, yo, can you take this one? And I started to kind of figure out when was it time for me to be more vocal, take the reins a little bit. And then there were times where it's like, okay, as the white player, now I got to back up. Now it's a little bit different. And just kind of, again, finding people that are like-minded in that way and have similar aspirations and goals in terms of change, and then lean on each other.
That's great advice. Thank you, all three geniuses, for being here today. It was incredible. We could go on, but you guys have put together an awesome conference with a lot more. So thank you for being a fantastic audience.
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Our program will resume in about 2 minutes. So if you could begin taking your seats at this time, and do take a moment to silence your mobile devices. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for joining us today at the 2024 Sloan Sports Analytics Conference. My name is Ophir. I'm a first-year MBA student here at MIT Sloan, and it is my pleasure to introduce our panel. Evolution of Basketball Analytics, 20 Years of Nerds, Data, and Efficiency. Our panelists today are Dean Oliver, author of Basketball on Paper, Brittany Donaldson, assistant coach of the Atlanta Hawks and co-founder of Strata Athletics, Mike Zarin, VP of Basketball Operations and Team Council at the Boston Celtics, and Allison Pfister, Vice President of Team Operations and Organizational Growth at Boston Celtics. Our panel will be moderated by Ben Alamar, sports analytics author and consultant. The panel will run for 45 minutes, and we will leave 10 minutes at the end for questions. Please submit questions through the Cadence app in the panel pane. Navigate to the panel Evolution of Basketball Analytics, 20 Years of Nerds, Data, and Efficiency event. And questions will be submitted, and then later Ben will see them, and he can ask the panelists. Enjoy. To you, Ben.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Just let's give a hand for these panelists, these real pioneers in our field here. So we're here to talk about the history of basketball analytics, and long before Charles Barkley called analytics stupid, we had pioneers such as Dan Myers, Dan Rosenbaum, Ben Falk, Kevin Pelton, and others were leaning on the work of Bill James, Martin Manley, and others, including coaches such as Dean Smith and Bill Burtka. And we're thinking about the game in a different way. But for the purposes of today, we are going to assume that the beginnings of modern basketball analytics began when the 4 factors dropped into Dean's brain, which he then graciously shared with all of us in the 2004 publication of Basketball on Paper. So that's where we're going to start. We're going to go through how basketball has changed from a technical side, the data has changed, the things we can do has changed, and how it has impacted the game from players, coaches, and all of that kind of stuff. So here we go. In the early days, so back in 2004 to 2010, this was when people were saying, oh, you're doing Moneyball, but for basketball, right? So during this time, we had the publication of Basketball on Paper. Daryl Morey gets hired by the Rockets, the inaugural Sloan Sports Analytics Conference. Dallas Mavericks hired Roland Beach as the first analytics coach. Michael Lewis published the No Stats All-Star in the New York Times about Shane Battier. And also, Mike Zarin gets hired by the Celtics.
Momentous.
That was before 2004. We're all really old now.
So,
experience.
you don't have to work in a closet anymore, Mike. It's okay. Dean obviously published Basketball on Paper and started to work with the Seattle Supersonics. Allison Feaster was playing in the WNBA, putting up career win shares per 48 of 0.138, which is on par with what LeBron is doing this year and better than Jaylen Brown.
Okay, all right.
And Brittany Donaldson was gunning it for Northern Iowa with a three-point attempt rate of .64, in line with Max Strus and obliterating Trae Young's .46.
Okay.
I won't tell him that.
Well, but now let's turn to the panelists. So
You should definitely tell him.
So we'll start with Dean. So Dean, tell me, what was it like to have all of basketball analytics magically appear in your brain and have you transcribe it for us in Basketball on Paper?
Hey, that was not a prep question.
Yeah, I got a couple surprises today.
No, I'd thought about this since Bill James in the 80s, and I love basketball. So what I thought about all the time was basketball, and my brain is wired for numbers. So really what happened was when I was in college, I spent some time just kind of writing down what happens in a basketball game, and when you write it on those old line pieces of paper, it gives it a natural structure. So this possession to this possession to this possession, and it helped win me a couple NCAA tournament things that I bet on at the time, but I knew it had a lot of structure. So I did that. The 4 factors actually came out of having to estimate how many possessions were in a game because I couldn't chart everything. How do you estimate it? And so you come up with an estimation formula, and that there were 4 factors that were in that equation that I realized, that's how you get better.
There you go. There you go. All right, so Mike, when you were getting started, what were the tools, what was basketball analytics like, and what were the first big sort of epiphanies that you had out of the data?
I mean, all we had was box scores, and nobody was really using them, in a collective way across games other than just averages. I remember the first year, it was the fall of '03, and we called someone at the NBA and said, do you have the files that are the output of the substitutions in the game so we could look at what the sub-patterns were for different teams? And nobody had ever called and asked for that before. They were stored somewhere after the game, but nobody knew where they were. We sort of thought that the draft might be some low-hanging fruit. So I was an intern. We called the NCAA, and they said, yeah, we have the season-level box score for every team going back to 1983, but it's on paper. So they faxed us like 1,200 pages, some enormous number of pages of very small print box scores. And I was an intern, but I was allowed to hire an intern, and we typed all of those into a computer to make the draft model that we were building at the time. But really, the biggest epiphany was just getting people to think in terms of per possession instead of per game. I think all of us would probably say that that's sort of the biggest early change, was thinking about that. But the logistical challenges when nothing was computerized were somewhat extreme.
So they had those files. I remember learning later that they had the files on some websites, but very few people knew about them.
Yeah, there was an internal NBA website that wasn't password protected, so actually anyone could go to it. But nobody knew it was there. And you still have to click on each of them. You still have to click on each one of them. It was not.
Yes.
Things are worked really differently.
It was better than doing 1,400 pages of
typing them in.
Yeah, that was bad. Yeah. That was bad. Back in my day, everything was on paper.
Dean, Mike, and I are very old, so
we're really old now.
But now, Allison, you were coming at this from a different perspective. You were a player at the time. Yeah. So, what was your first exposure to sort of non-traditional box score data? How'd that come about? Did it mean anything to you when we were talking about per possession stuff?
So I'd probably say when I got to the Celtics, because that was really my first foray in professional basketball, outside of work at the NBA. No, potentially
at
We
the
did play for like
I did,
a
but
very
he said
long time.
He said advanced stats.
Okay.
In any case, at the NBA, we did work in the NBA G League, identifying players for the, I guess, precursor to the draft combine, where we had, I can't remember, elite camp is what it's called. But as a player, the box score stats were really flat, and although we preached every possession matters, never had any advanced stat to indicate really why. I will be the first to say that I'm stating it here at Sloan that I was the first person to say 3 is more than 2. I would always shoot pull-up threes in transition, and so yeah, that's really my first exposure.
All right. And now, Brittany, you were in high school as Dean is starting this revolution. You were a basketball player. You were a math nerd. Like, did you see a connection at the time? How did that you evolve into something like this?
Yeah, I don't think so, at least not like consciously.
Yeah.
My dad coached me pretty much my whole life, even through high school, and I think at times he would give me like statistical goals to have or motivators, whether it was, as a point guard, so hey, try and get like 4 or 5 rebounds. I think that really helps us when our guards rebound. Assist to turnover ratio was certainly something that was pounded into my head as a point guard in high school, but I certainly wasn't thinking about, expected shot quality or points per possession or anything like that, but maybe in the depths of my consciousness, something was there.
Well, you knew threes were good. That was
I
clear
did know
from the
that.
data.
I did shoot a lot of those.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I may though, in Europe we did use I don't even know what it's called, but in Spanish it was Valuations, where can you translate that for me, brother?
We're gonna have to separate these two.
Yeah. Sibling squabbles here. It's okay.
Speaks totally fluent Spanish and English, but it's okay. I think it's valuation.
Thank you, valuation. I could forget that sometimes, but it showed the impact of certain stats would have on a game, and particularly as a post player, we've noticed that for post players, this valoration would be much higher than it would be for a guard, just generally speaking. But I think that's probably my first time, really considering how a lot of different stats had an impact on a game.
And I mean, NBA efficiency is a very similar stat that the NBA was touting widely in the early 2000s. Really similar, just add up the box score stats, and the big
Did you
people
call my
always
stat primitive? Is that what you're trying to say?
I mean, then it was, yeah.
Okay.
You've seen the stuff we have now.
For sure.
But
calm down.
yeah, the adding the box score stats together was an interesting way to sort of just decide, a rebound is worth the same as an assist, is worth the same as a point.
Yeah.
It was quickly obvious to those of us working in this that wasn't a really smart way to value players.
True.
So, and this is for anybody who's got a notion around this, was there something that you saw in the data, the early days, that you thought, wow, that's different, that's changing basketball, and then like with a little better data, a little more experience, like, well, it turns out that was not quite as clear as I thought it was?
Okay, look at me. I think Daryl said it at one point, that there are times where you feel like you are doing that, but it turns out a lot of things have been traditional in basketball. They are the right things, like valuing the possession. I think probably the best example that I can come up with is some of the Carmelo Anthony stuff. So some of the models that I was using had Melo not nearly as good as, of course, reputation, but also worse than the newer models that came after that. So Melo obviously was beaten around a bit by analytics, but he probably shouldn't have gotten beat around as much.
Now, Brittany, you've been obviously player, coach, seen a lot of different things. Was there a significant, time where you remember a major misuse of data from a coach, like trying to make a point and like just talked about something entirely, like you're like, oh my God.
Yeah, definitely. And not just coaches. I think even, if I see something on Twitter, sometimes I'm like, oh my God. Yeah, I mean, an example that always comes to mind is lineup data. I think you have to be really delicate with lineup data, especially in small sample sizes. And there's just so much context that's missing from lineup data, whether it's matchups or you know, what types of actions we were running, what coverages we were in when that lineup was on the floor. There's just a lot of context that's typically missing. So, you know, a lot of times lineup data by itself, especially in small samples, isn't that indicative of anything. That's probably the one I see most misused.
Oh, that's
So the one that I think about on that front
That's good to know.
is a long time ago people were talking. They would emphasize, some of the coaches I knew, they would emphasize gang rebounding by saying defensive rebounding is the most important stat in the game. Because if you look at a simple relationship between who wins defensive rebounds and who wins the game, it's very, very high. But it's just as a result of forcing more missed shots. And so when I heard it from a coach using that to emphasize it, like, oh, it did make me cringe a little bit.
One of my first meetings with a high-level Celtics coach, I won't say which one of the lower-level people in that coaching staff is now a head coach and was listening to me a lot. It was cool to interact with him. But the higher-up coach, that year we were #1 in defensive field goal percentage. And we went into him to try and say, well, we just decided to totally pack the paint that season and give up a ton of threes. And if you looked at effective field goal percentage, we were actually 10th, not first. And you know, the instant response was, well, the point of the game is to score baskets, right?
Yeah.
I say, well, no, it's actually to outscore the other team. They're not all worth the same. That didn't go over well at the start.
That didn't work.
We were #1 in the league at defensive field goal percentage. We have the best defense. Not quite right.
Don't get me started on individual defensive stats.
Oh yeah.
That's, yeah, we all know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So that's a good jumping point because they were really bad and then they got just to be bad once we had data, right? We had optical tracking data. And that sort of fundamentally changed what was possible from a basketball analytics perspective. So from 2010 to 2016, we saw Stats LLC put cameras first in a couple of arenas, including Dallas, Boston, and OKC, and then eventually all 30 arenas. We had the father of PER, John Hollinger. He gets hired by the Grizzlies. We had, John's here probably. Second Spectrum is founded during this period of time, and which was actually birthed out of the research paper competition here at Sloan. And really, player tracking data changed a lot. Brittany, you were at Stats. What were some of the questions that when you actually got your hands on that data that you thought you could tackle? What were the first things you wanted to work on that you couldn't do before this?
Yeah, there were a lot of things that we couldn't do before that. I remember one of the first projects that slid across my desk was actually from the NBA, and it was a project they were doing around All-Star Weekend. They wanted to basically, send out some infographics on social media about the dunk contest, and so all the contestants from that year, they sent us a bunch of video of their best dunks, and they wanted us to use the tracking data to calculate a bunch of stuff like hang time and who had the most force throwing the ball into the net. So I had to dust off my physics cap and calculate this stuff, which was pretty cool. It was the really fun dunk contest in 2016. It was the Aaron Gordon, Zach LaVine dunk contest. It was the awesome dunk contest. So
not this year's. No.
Yeah, no. This year's was all right. So that was stuff like that where just fan engagement was changing. The types of stuff we could share with fans was changing. And then also, obviously, on the team side, I would get a lot of requests around strategy. And, there's just so much more information now we have around what happens between the events that you see in the play-by-play. So now instead of, knowing that you're #1 in pace and how pace was defined back in the day, just a possession game, now, teams were asking us questions like, okay, how are we fast? What time do we actually cross the court in the shot clock? Do we pass the ball ahead or do we dribble it ahead? When this player pushes it, is it different than when this player pushes it? And what are the results of those possessions? And everything from how many players should we send to the offensive glass? 2, 3, 4? What's the risk versus reward when we do those things? So it was a lot of interesting questions, and through that experience, I got to understand what teams and specifically coaching staffs really cared about.
It was totally impossible to speak a coach's language with data until we had the tracking. Yeah. You look at the box score and you can't say what happened in a game by looking at the box score. I just remember going to the first practice that I went to, and I've been going to every Celtics game forever, and they were just speaking a different language. And they weren't just speaking a different language from the language I might speak going in there. They're also speaking a different language than we could possibly have the data speak. And so the tracking just really, really changed the world for all of us doing this stuff.
And I think one of the fundamental things that's missing from the box score and the play-by-play is a lot of defense too. Yeah. So matchups, any of that sort of thing, any kind of help defense, none of that was possible until that came out.
If you've been to a basketball practice, think of the things the coaches tell the players, other than like take that shot or don't take that shot. Pretty much not in the box score.
Yep.
The things that you're telling the players to do. So we need to get the tracking. Nobody wanted to put chips in the players' shoes. I said that at the first conference and got in a lot of trouble. And so we had to do cameras.
So we had this explosion of data. Dean, how did you, and obviously lots of ideas flood your brain immediately when you see what's possible. Like, how do you figure out what to do first?
You address the questions that people will pay attention to, which is whether that's preparing for an opponent or building your own guys. It's what is most important to our people. And I was always not driven by what is necessarily in that data, but knowing what's there and then understanding the questions that our coaches would have. And that was the best way to do it.
Yeah, the other immediate thought was hire some smarter people than me. So we went and did that.
So you got it in
They exist.
before they did the second spectrum machine learning, right?
We put cameras in during playoff games in 2010. So that was the first real NBA game. There were they had the cameras in the stadium in Chicago, but the Bulls didn't know they were on, and it was a whole thing. We were the first team to get some tracking data. And it was very messy. The players would teleport back and forth. They would be wrongly identified and stuff. But instantly we figured out how far guys were running during the game, and we're able to change the training right away. And that was I mean, it took a couple days to get the data back. But you need just different skill sets to deal with continuous motion spatial data. It's just not the same. So
Speaking of needing different skill sets, Second Spectrum came in and we had player tracking data, we had some interesting things coming out of stats, but Second Spectrum developed something that was completely and totally different. So how did what they were doing, tell us, sort of describe what that looked like, and then why was that so fundamentally such a big step forward?
You're all looking at me. So.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the biggest thing was instantly you could teach a computer to recognize the movements in the game that the coaches were talking about. And Rajiv and Yuhan, who founded Second Spectrum, were experts at taking motion data and doing machine learning on it, and also big basketball fans. And so they were smart enough. First, they did a rebounding paper here, and people really liked it. And so they were smart enough to put together a company to do that. And the first question they asked us, we were one of their first clients, was what are the things in the game that you guys care about? And if you've ever been around a basketball team, there's a really lot of those things. There's so many things. So it was great to tell them what those things were, but then they're like, okay, well, show us 20 plays where that happens. Yeah. And so credit to Drew Cannon on our staff, among other people, who spent a lot of time QAing some of the early Second Spectrum products. David Sparks too some, but Drew spent a lot of time doing early QA for Second Spectrum, saying, all right, this is an under, this is a blitz, this is a show. And over time the machines get smart, and now they can recognize all those things really fast. And there have been changes in data provided. First, Second Spectrum was working with stats camera data, then their own camera data, now Hawkeye camera data. But we do this. This work happens really quickly now. At the start, it wasn't so easy, but suddenly, when the coaches say, "All right, we want a play that involves a pin down over here," we can see when that happened in games and how useful it was and how effective it was and who defended it well and so on and so forth.
And the data is not perfect. It's good. It's much better than it used to be. But you still find plenty of cases where a coach well, that's not actually, it didn't go under or didn't go over, that's not what we would call it. But it was so much better.
Every one of us up here has had to fight the, well, that play is coded wrong, therefore it's all crap problem.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Well, I think that's why incorporating video was such a huge breakthrough with this data. Being able to select whatever play action with whatever filters you want and to watch all the video and select the ones that are correct and show those to the coach, you know. But that, to me, was one of the biggest, I guess, innovations in this space, too.
Yeah, it was really, I did that with a player. We're sitting there and like just going through everything and like, oh, okay, I actually had you matched up on the wrong player. Yep. And they're like, oh, okay, so how does my game score effectively change if you have me matched up on the right guy? And like, so they actually started to understand the value of having right data, and it's one possession over the 50 that he was in the game. And they're like, oh, okay, it doesn't make that big a difference. So they get a little more comfortable with that.
So, Allison, as you know, either in your playing or as you start working with players in the NBA, like, what is the reaction from players to this kind of, you know, new view of how good they are based on this, you know, data and a bunch of nerds crunching things?
I think there's some resistance initially because of the way you feel on the court, the lack of self-awareness potentially on what you think you're good at, and where are the areas of opportunity in your play. Dean and I were having a conversation backstage just about players in this age are growing up in the age of data and analytics, so they are much more well versed than the coaches in a lot of senses. You know, I played for Orlando Woolridge, for Muggsy Bogues, for Michael Cooper. You know, their box score, flat box score. Yep. Our guys are playing for, you know, Joe Mazzulla, Will Hardy, and so many others, Quinn Snyder, who see the value in, you know, exploiting the data and to glean the competitive advantage. So, yeah. They're receptive. They're receptive.
And sounds like you've seen a change in how that's progressed over the years as, you know, the field has matured, coaches are different. Is that?
I won't say it's easy. I think little by little, when you see how analyzing data and implementing it can impact winning, you know, gradually you want to be the best you can be and maximize your opportunities on the court. It's not easy. It's, you know, you might think that you know, driving to the basket with your right hand, which is not your dominant hand 25 times a year, is, you know, something that's beneficial for the team, but the numbers might show something starkly different. It's hard to change those habits, you know, short term, but over time, yes.
Yeah. So a couple questions from the audience as we go through this. So,
is anybody asking about the secret handshake between Brittany and Michael? No. Okay.
No? But somebody can ask that, and then we can force them to do it. So it's okay. Let's see here. What's something you were
secret mean anything to you?
What's something you were confident?
Secret for you two, not for me and Dean.
You do it in front of people, we know.
All right.
What's something you were confident would change the game or have some kind of impact, but it didn't work? Like it didn't land and people didn't use it, or it was just wrong?
Taking shots without passing.
Right about everything, I guess. So that's good.
That's a tough one. Yeah, that's really hard.
All right.
Can you repeat that question again?
Yeah. So, what is something that you thought was going to change the game, but didn't work out?
I don't know. This is something might not even be relevant to the question, but I remember a conversation I was having with one of my colleagues around teams that, you know, just shoot threes indiscriminately without factoring in what it's like to be one of those players who never touches the ball when you're doing that. I personally don't think that's I mean, I know there are a lot of people that advocate for just, you know, jacking threes all the time, but sometimes other players want to be in the flow, even if, you know, analytically speaking, it might be advantageous or favorable, but there are other factors to consider that are as important.
I think it gets at one of the communication challenges with the whole shoot layups and threes. It doesn't mean you shoot only those.
Yeah.
And you have to communicate. And you don't, they ask what the right rate of shooting mid-range twos versus others. I'm like, it's not as though we can give you that. And I don't want you thinking too much in a game. I want you to recognize what you're good at. And hopefully we do that in practice to give you that kind of judgment.
to Allison's point, like not every three is equal. It's not, you know, and if, to your point, I'm running up and down the court for 5 straight possessions, don't touch the ball, like I might not run back on defense as hard the next possession. And there's just ripple effects that we don't really know. Your defense might suffer because you're shooting more threes, but not everybody's touching the ball. That's just an example. So not, you know, treating every shot attempt, every three-point shot equally.
We also, just totally unrelated, but another answer to the question. We thought in the 2000 teens, there was like this VR explosion. Everybody had a headset. And a lot of people were thinking that, you know, we're going to just train with these VR headsets on, and none of them could really process data fast enough for people to use them while moving. It was like, you know, quarterbacks were good because they could survey the field and then throw. But you couldn't come off a screen wearing one. And people get dizzy, and we tried one out where all the users were getting nauseous, like dizzy and nauseous, running around wearing these headsets. That hasn't, I think that might be coming, but it definitely hasn't changed the game yet.
Is there footage of you in the VR?
I didn't try. Not to run. I looked around.
Can that be your headshot?
Right, exactly.
All right, so player tracking data matures. It starts being used. There's in college games some. There's in the next WNBA season, it's going to be in all WNBA games. It was used during the playoffs last year. It's in a lot of G League games. We're now Hawkeye, where you got 20 to 30 data points on a body being tracked instead of just a pinpoint. And then also over the last few years, we've got things like Cleaning the Glass debuted, Her Hoop Stats. We've got women's college basketball being populated in Basketball Reference, which allows me to understand Brittany's game a little better. So, Brittany, as a coach, as these data resources have matured and become more available, what are the most important tools, stats that came online for working with and developing players? How has that engagement with those players changed given with that data?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I think to be clear, like we're still at a point where we're not really, you know, on-court player development and data aren't like working directly with each other a whole lot. Like I'm not going to the players directly with data a ton. There's a few reasons for that. One being like, I don't know if the technology is quite there yet. You mentioned biomechanical data. I think that's going to be really useful in player development and like real time, getting real time feedback, particularly with shooting at some point in time, but we're not there yet. But I think the other reason is like, presenting data isn't always the best teaching tool or coaching tool. And I guess an analogy would be like, if I told Mike, hey, I think you would perform better if you drank 20 ounces of water a day. Well, I think, first of all, he'd be like,
he does.
Who the fuck are you to tell me that? You know? But I think
that's not 20 ounces, not enough.
No, I don't even know what 20. Yeah, you're right. What is 20 ounces? What is that compared to what I normally drink? What is that? Is that a lot? I don't know. The second option would be like to tell you to drink 2 bottles of water every day. Okay, it's a little more digestible. I still don't really know. Will you actually do it? I don't know. But if you're talking about like changing behavior, like this is a human being. If I just didn't tell you anything about how much water you should drink and I just put a water jug in your office, like you're probably going to drink more water. So the same way in coaching, like it's not always like, hey, X player, you're this much better when you go left versus right off the pick and roll, shoot a 3. It's more so about, as coaches, like using the data, using the insights to design the environment for the player, whether that's in the game. If that's the stat I'm using as an example, like you're much more efficient off the dribble 3 going left than you are right, we can draw up plays to get you going to your left, or we can ensure that maybe you're on the right side of the court more, so when you receive a pick and roll or get a handoff, you're going to your left. In training sessions, that could look like, you know, I'm teaching you different reads to get you to your left hand more often. Maybe if you come off to your right and they go under and you're tempted to shoot, maybe I teach you that the big's going to re-screen and flip the screen, and now you're going to come back to your left. So it's kind of designing the environment. It's like a little bit of behavioral science, honestly. To me, like that's more impactful, a more impactful way to use data in player development than to just give the players numbers all the time. There are players that want the numbers sometimes, but not everybody does, and I'm trying to think more about holistically, how can I coach better, how can I influence more behavior, optimize on efficiency.
Oh,
fundamentally a lot of practice. Like, we don't get great data. We think about all the great data that we get out of games, but in practice, they're shooting, a lot of these guys who shoot 3 shots a game, they're shooting hundreds in practice. And we have actually a lot on shots, but we don't have a lot on the rest of practice.
Right.
And so it's not really a controlled experiment. You're talking about, yeah, the integration is not there because it's hard to record what every coach is doing with every player to see whether that helps them.
Yeah, the other issue with our sport, in comparison to some other sports, and you talk to the European soccer people, and they're just astonished at this, is how little we actually practice at all.
Right.
You know, during the month of January, I think we had, what, 3 practices?
Very few.
Now, that's for the guys who play a lot. For the guys who don't play a lot, they're doing a lot more on the off days to stay ready. But, you know, you talk to these soccer teams, and they have a whole periodized practice schedule of drills for every day during the week. And if you're lucky enough to play 2 games a week, that's a busy schedule. And I'm like, well, we got 5 games in 7 nights in 5 cities. There's not going to be practice. So it's hard. A lot of the data has to come from the games, and the games are, you know, you don't get to see all the things that you want your team to do in the games because you know, you're trying to win the game. And so that challenge hasn't changed with more data.
So, Allison, team building is incredibly complex. It's hard to get the right team together, match skill sets, all of that. How has your process, your strategy, your view around that evolved with data and the impact of that?
You know, I am super fortunate to work with the smartest man in basketball. So,
that's Brad, right?
Yeah, I was going to say, Brad is smart.
And exactly.
That's Brad.
It's changed because when I was a player and before I joined and became Mike Zarin's colleague, I knew very little about the draft models and all that goes into prospecting and identifying talent. That's from a roster building standpoint. From a team building standpoint, I think that's an area left largely unexploited and could be tapped in if there were variables to identify that would lend itself to identifying certain players based on culture and what kind of teammate they might be would be lovely. And even like the rate of player development in terms of players are leaving college at 19 years old. What rate of development might they realize a certain potential where they develop into hopefully an NBA roster player or a starter or so have you. So
that's a really interesting question to me. So we use basketball to evaluate players' performance all the time. And how do we use it to better develop players? How has basketball development for these guys changed, given that we can measure their actual skill sets and their actual development so much better than we used to be able to do?
Well, I'll promote a little bit of the book that I've got coming out in the fall.
There we go.
There is
Plug one.
Thank you. Thank you for the feed right there. Yeah, I have a chapter kind of on how you do some player development, how you identify better goals for certain players using some of the stats, identifying what is a better path and I wrote about it, I don't know, a month or so ago with regard to Detroit and what they were doing with Jaden Ivey, and were they developing him the right way? And it didn't appear that way based upon, if you try to make a projection of his future using those stats, the way he was playing was not appropriate for him to develop. So there are ways to do that, and I spell it out more in the book. There you go, twice.
There's also like a big range of basketball skills that we just couldn't track before.
For sure.
So are you a good screen setter? We would watch a bunch of tape and decide if you were a good screen setter or not. But even if you set really hard screens, maybe you weren't locating them right. Maybe you weren't, maybe you were a point guard not waiting for the screen to get set. There's like 50 things we can check now and tell you you're actually better at this now. Yep. You're getting better at it. Let's aim for 3 more of these a game. And you don't have to have someone go and look for each instance of it on the film and then cut the tape up and bring it to, because you can only do 2 or 3 of those for any given game. Now you can do tons of them. And so if any skill you actually care about in the game, it's much, much easier to develop if the guy's playing, because you actually can tell the computer to go find all the instances of it and see how well you've done at it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but those guys who sit on the bench, it's a real tough question because those guys sitting there, you don't get that game day.
Yeah, there's some practice facility systems in place. A lot of places that are doing more tracking there, and that area is getting better, but it's still not what it could be. And the drills are often not super structured in practice, so that's hard to teach a computer to track if you haven't structured it nicely. So.
And when you're on the road, you're not.
When you're on the road, you set up some system in whatever random gym you happen to be practicing in. It's hard.
Yeah.
Very hard.
All right. So this is a question I'm going to ask each of you for an example here. Which players pre-2004 would have benefited the most from playing in the basketball the more analytics era? Whoever has one first.
Well, you just told me that I'm comparable to Jaylen Brown.
Better than Jaylen Brown.
And better than Jaylen Brown, and probably deserving of a $300 million contract.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Allison was my answer.
I think I would too. I shot a lot of threes.
She did lead the nation in scoring in college.
I did.
Pretty good.
I did. Thank you, Michael.
No worries. I got you. I got you.
That's a good question. I'm going to leave it to some of the more experienced, older.
The older guys.
I mean,
That's fine.
I'll pick some old Celtics, not to promote the old boss so much, but Danny just didn't shoot enough threes, and now he would.
Mm-hmm.
And he was one of the best in the league at the time in the late 80s. I mean, you think about the fact, what was the most threes Larry Bird shot in a season? Not very many.
No.
And so those guys would have been even better than they already were in the modern era. I mean, threes versus twos is like the easiest example everyone in this room probably uses for the impact of this stuff.
Yep.
But when you're looking at eras where people didn't shoot a lot of threes, there the impact would have been really big.
Yeah. Brittany, does anybody come to mind?
I'll answer the reverse question of who would struggle.
Yes, that's where I'm going next. Go ahead.
But have Dean answer first, because I think you might have
I'll pull up, I'll follow on with kind of the shooters. I think Reggie Miller and Ray Allen, as great as they were, they would have been even more powerful if they were allowed to do all of that. But the more obscure name I thought about when you first brought this up a while ago was Brad Lohaus. Because Brad Lohaus was a shooting big before shooting bigs were really kind of embraced. He wasn't great defensively, but he could, but he would have been
Old
more
Celtic
than.
references.
I thought you would like that one. I thought you were going to steal that one, actually, when you said Celtics.
All right, so Brittany, for the reverse of the current players, pre-analytic, move them all the way back before they were analytics, who would benefit from that?
Well, I think like the Taco Falls and the Bobans of the world would obviously thrive. They're not chasing anybody off any screens or having to be up and pick and roll and aggressive. They just hang out in the paint for the most part. So those are my two.
Yeah, well, you think about a guy like Roy Hibbert who went through the transition and was very valuable, and then suddenly not nearly as valuable. Those big guys. It's funny, we got sort of a renaissance of big guys coming in the NBA right now, but they're more versatile than the ones were then.
Yeah.
All right, so.
No, I got nothing.
So despite Charles Barkley's claim that analytics is just made-up term and they don't actually work, clearly basketball analytics has grown both from technical depth and impact on the game. So let's talk about what's next. We got AI coming, we got better data, what's possible. So again, for all of you, what would you say are the next set of tools that are coming that are going to have significant impact on any part of the game?
I mean, the pose data.
Yeah.
Pose data. So we're getting 22 body parts at 60 hertz now. Since 2000, some number 10, 12, 13, we've been getting 30 or 20 frames a second, one center of mass dot for each guy. Now we actually can do the skeletal stuff. And so all the biomechanical applications you might imagine, how to jump better, how to block shots better, how to shoot better, all of those things, how to train better, which muscles are you using when you do X, and how do we train those, all of that stuff we've got, 5 months of that data now, and of varying levels of quality. It's getting better. And so, that's a whole other world. For a long time, we sent our guys somewhere at the start of the season and had them put the video game white dots on them, and they would jump, and we would measure their jumping technique and stuff. And now we're getting that data constantly during the game. And so it's just that there's a whole range of physiological stuff to do there that we've barely begun to tap.
Do you think that will ever be used to predict or indicate fouls on the court, for example, like the physics of SQBR?
I expect, somewhere Monty's laughing in the back of the room. I expect, Monty McCutcheon's here somewhere. I expect a bunch of automated officiating to happen pretty quickly in the next few years. We'll see what happens, but
not from fouls, though, really.
Maybe not foul. Fouls is hard. That's more subjective.
But it's subjective. But if you could determine,
would you want that as a next player? Would you want a computer calling the foul on you?
The times players say they don't commit a foul, and two say I want the foul.
Do you think they would complain any less if the computer called the foul? I don't think so.
I don't know.
So, Brittany, any big predictions for what's coming?
Yeah, I mean, there's always an intrigue about decision-making in basketball, and both how do we teach that more effectively and how do we measure that. I'm always thinking about, designing drills and whatever to teach it better and to set up situations where players can perceive things easier and faster. And so I'm always interested in what the players are looking at when they're on the court, and I think the pose data might kind of help with that. Where's their head at? I don't know, but we need to know what they're looking at. There are eye tracking goggles out there that can give you that sort of data. I don't think we're going to put eye tracking goggles on our players, but it's really, really interesting to think about. And if we could, I don't know, come up with some sort of tool that would help us with that. But then the other thing I think about all the time is coaching analytics. So trying to evaluate as staff what we spend the most time on in practice and film sessions, what we spend the most time discussing. When we work on those things, are we just, is it an introduction? Are we talking about it, teaching it, or are the players actually competing? Are they learning? What level of teaching are we doing when we're working on these skills, and how often? I think so often we think we're working on defense or think we're working on offense, but really it's 80-20 is the ratio that we spend on these things. So just having a better idea of what we spend our time on, and then how that's playing out in the game, and how we can maximize our time with our players.
Yeah, some of this is data. I mean, that is data, just getting track of what we focused on in practice. And you can kind of get that out of a practice plan.
A little.
Okay, but it's
we don't always
terrible
follow
to translate. Oh, I know. I
Go
know.
off. Yeah.
That's for sure. But what Mike is talking about is a lot of data. But I think there's a critical thing is what are these going to answer? What is the question that you're going to answer with all of this? Because how you evaluate coaches, a piece of data on its own is not going to answer that.
Right.
You've got to put it together with, well, what are we trying to do? And did it have a result that we can measure?
Yeah, to sort of broaden what Britt is saying too, I think there's a big bunch of neurological decision-making, brain science stuff coming down the pike from fields other than sports that we'll get to use that will really change how we both evaluate and train athletes. I don't think that's just a basketball thing.
Allison, is there something from a culture that you talk about, sort of culture and leadership and things, is there measurements there that you can imagine that would be, useful in how we look at these players and our teams?
None come to mind. I'm imagining some indicator that would be beneficial with the amount of books we're reading, with the amount of leadership consultants we lean on to help shape our ideologies around our programs. I can't think of anything off the top of my head, but would be definitely beneficial.
But I think there's a common fallacy in that question, which is we meet with guys and interview them and talk to them and talk to their teammates and their coaches and their friends, and we learn things about them. That's all data. It's not numbers.
But you don't necessarily know how all of that's going to fit, and sometimes sometimes we lean heavier on the basketball-related data than we do on the I guess, the qualitative data.
If that's true, it's a big change in
Yes.
the last 20 years.
Yeah, that may be the most fundamental change, if that's
we
true.
Certainly, I know we've made,
If that's
maybe
true,
not
it's a
us
big
in general,
change.
but I know that decisions are made. Sometimes we forego what we know about, this qualitative piece because of.
We shouldn't.
And we should
Totally
not
right.
because there's a, yeah.
Absolutely.
You want to find out what pieces of information best predict outcomes that you care about. Sometimes that's going to be a number. Sometimes it's going to be something else.
Yeah.
And those things, I mean, one of the things we spend a lot of time thinking about, and I don't know how good we are at it, but we spend a lot of time thinking about it, is and we get asked this all the time, how do you weigh A versus B, where B is something, 3-point percentage adjusted for some sample size with some confidence interval and all these fancy statistical things we can do, versus the fact that you know that the people around this guy are bad people.
Yeah.
And it's hard to, those are just examples of things, right? So that's not easy, but you can't tell me that that second thing isn't something that will help predict whether or not this guy's going to be successful in the NBA. Or maybe you can tell me that and then we can go test it and see. But you need to be able to have some process by which you evaluate the reliability of that set of data and then the utility of that set of data, just like you would with 3-point percentage.
And it depends on the system, like this individual systems.
All right. So Dean, what would Dean from 2004 be most surprised by in how basketball analytics has evolved?
The speed that we had in effect, the fact that we changed the game in a lot of ways with a lot of help from Steph Curry, don't get me wrong. But yeah, the fact that the game is played differently, more optimally in a lot of ways, that's what I'm blown away. When I got into the league, I never would have imagined that we would have changed this much, this fast.
Two more audience questions here. So you talked about the worst stats that you've heard coaches use too much. What are the most underutilized ones that you like for everybody?
I'm answering that question.
Mike, you have an opinion?
Joe knows. Joe knows.
Yeah, I got competitors up here. I can't be.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. All right, then I'll go to this last question from the audience. So, Mike, this is for you.
Okay.
For all the impact that analytics has had on the game, and given his role as an innovator and practitioner in the field for over 20 years, when do you think Dean will be inducted to the Basketball Hall of Fame?
That's a good question.
Wow, that's a good question.
I didn't plant that.
I appreciate you writing in that question, Dean. I was asked by some journalists earlier this year, who's the Bill James of basketball, and I first wanted to actually say Bill James, who this room is named after. He's not here this year, but we all in this room owe Bill an enormous debt of gratitude. Both these guys worked at Stats, and Daryl worked there.
I didn't work there.
I thought you did something with.
I corresponded a lot with him.
You corresponded a bunch with Bill.
Yeah.
You worked there. Daryl worked there, and none of us this whole revolution would not have happened without him. So we all owe him an enormous debt of gratitude. But if it's not Bill James, who's the Bill James of basketball, because he was mostly writing about baseball, it's Dean. And so I don't. The Hall of Fame voting committee might have to change its makeup a little bit before they want to recognize this stuff.
Contributor.
But he certainly contributed. There's no doubt.
Wow.
I don't know when.
I don't know when either.
So
we'll see.
There's
could be
if ever.
Campaign to get started there. Hashtag Dean Hall of Fame. So that's.
I will say we haven't, like, the crazy thing about this. I've said this before. The kids who were watching Steph are just sort of coming up now.
Oh, yeah.
So we actually, to the point you were asking Allison about earlier, I think the set of knowledge and curiosity in the locker room about this stuff is going to be really different in the NBA in 5 to 10 years. It needs to be a whole different type of player who is used to quickly looking at video of things they care about in the game.
Yeah.
And when we started, there was nothing like that.
It's already happening. My daughter, a recruiting tool is to send data around what, the rosters for each team that she's considering, and, how she would potentially fit.
Allison's daughter is like the #1 recruit in the country.
He's on my PR team. No, but honestly, like they're trying to show her how she might fit in the system based on her, profile, given the profile of the other players. So it's already happening.
Yeah, the players really know a lot, and they're going to be the next wave of coaches too, and so they are going to be teaching a lot of the analytics to the next wave of NBA players too. So it's happening.
The middle school game, I saw a warm-up line for threes the other day, so it's a different world. All right, so got about 90 seconds left here. Closing thoughts from each of you. Like, this has been a massive change over the last 20 years. What we can do, we've talked about it, we've touched on a lot of it. We weren't able to touch on a lot of it because we only have an hour. What is the one thing that is truly, I asked Dean what would be most surprising, but most impactful to you about data in the game of basketball today?
I'm going to cede my time to the GOAT.
No.
So what's this question?
What is the one thing that's
use the
most
seconds for
impactful?
that.
What has been most impactful here in the field that maybe we haven't touched on too much today?
Yeah, we've touched on a lot of the important things.
It's all in his book.
Look at the number, but look at the number of people's lives who've been changed by this stuff.
We have a lot of people working.
It's freaking amazing. There's half the room here are people working in sports stats now, and that there's a whole industry. We have this conference.
And I remember when it was
about
just
the first
us.
conference. Like, we took all the basketball people at the first conference out to dinner afterwards. It was 8 of us at the Fours. I mean, this is like, I'm just blown away by the community that's developed around this. Never mind the impact it's actually had on the broader game that so many people around the world care about. It's really, really neat to be a part of it. And I'm just super, super lucky.
I think that's a great point to end on. It's been a wild ride and a great ride with a lot of amazing people. So thank you, everybody. Great time.
gentlemen, our program will resume in just a few minutes. So please begin taking your seats at this time and take a moment to silence your mobile devices. Thank you. We'll be underway shortly.
Hello, everyone. Thanks again for joining us at the 2024 MIT Sloan Sports Analytics Conference. My name is Ryan Perkins. I'm a second-year MBA at MIT Sloan. And it is my great pleasure to introduce our next panel, Fanalytics, Fan Engagement in a Virtual and Global World. And engaging in this amazing discussion today, we have our four incredible panelists, Catherine Frederick, Chief Marketing Officer for the Los Angeles Rams, Carolyn Tisch-Blodgett, CEO and founder of Next3 and governor and lead owner of New York, New Jersey Gotham FC, Tim Clark, Senior Vice President and Chief Design Officer at NASCAR, and Shelley Passara, Executive Vice President of Global Insights and Innovation at Wasserman. And the panel will be moderated by Allison Overholt, former editor and chief at ESPN Magazine and ESPNW, and currently a professor at Columbia Graduate School of Journalism and founder of Good People, LLC. The panel will run for 45 minutes and we'll leave 10 minutes at the end for questions. For the questions, please submit those via our Cadence app. You can navigate to this panel via the schedule and navigate to the Fanalytics, Fan Engagement in a Virtual and Global World event. Questions can be submitted on there and they will be selected by the moderator. And with that, I'll turn it over to you, Allison.
Thanks so much, Ryan. So welcome everyone to Fanalytics. We are here this afternoon to talk about engaging fans in a world where there is a lot of competition for attention. and I'm excited today to dive in with Kat, Carolyn, Tim, and Shelley on how analytics and technology can be a differentiator in a sports properties engagement strategy. Okay, so fan engagement. We almost have to kick things off by talking about the past year's most visible example of a league and sports property driving new fan segments and higher engagement levels. And of course, I'm talking about the NFL and Taylor Swift.
Of course.
Measurable growth in viewership, higher engagement in women, brand new engagement by younger girls. I could go on, but my question is this, and I'm going to ask Kat to kick us off, but everybody to weigh in. If you are running business operations at the Chiefs, what is your data and engagement strategy to make sure those kinds of gains are sticky and that they're not just a one-time blip?
I mean, I think at the end of the day, you absolutely welcome. This is great for the game. The incremental audiences generated, at that point, it is on us as a team, as a franchise, to capitalize. How do you demonstrate what your values are, what the brand is about, based on what you know about them? And it is about bringing those incremental audiences in, but trying as best you can to understand who they are, what they care about, and make sure that you have benefits and value to deliver. And I think that it is an incredible momentum. As I said, I can't wait until like our guys start dating Olivia Rodrigo or Dua Lipa or any of that, because in a town like LA, that's where culture is truly defined.
Yeah, I second that. Just learn everything you possibly can about them. Figure out who's new, how long they've been there, maybe why they haven't been there before.
Right.
Right, and that's the big assumption is that Swifties just didn't want to be there no matter what. And I don't think that's true at all. We haven't done any work on that specifically, but figure out why, like you said, your brand potentially then means to them, and what else they're doing and where else you can show up. And if you don't have an asset or a way to engage with them, you better think quickly about how to build one.
For sure.
So that you can hold them in, because it then becomes, and we all know it's moving towards like a player-driven connection point, but that then leads to engagement with other teams, because that would be the natural thing that they're looking for in other teams, could be this player first. Getting to fans, Jess talked about this on another panel this morning, where we're finding fans of multiple teams in one sport or in one league, because it's that player first mentality. I like Cooper on one team and I like Jason on the other. So figure that out and then build the plan around them. So invest in data, which of course we would say, but learn as much as you can and then build whatever you can to hang on to them.
Yep. Other thoughts?
But there's no truth to the rumor that we have just parked a running race car for every race as an open invitation for Taylor Swift. So if that happens, then so be it.
I love it. So staying with the topic of growing fan bases and deepening loyalty, we're now 4 years removed from the start of the pandemic. Fun fact, the last time I moderated this panel was in 2020, like 5 days before the world shut down, and we had no idea. The conversation we were having 4 years ago was very different topics. But what trends or shifts in fan engagement have you measured in the wake of the pandemic? I'm curious about what things you've seen that have fundamentally shifted, or whether things have really kind of returned to their pre-pandemic levels of engagement.
I'm happy to start. I think, in 2020, when everything shut down, including live sports, we made a fairly immediate pivot. I think we were dark for 1 week, and the following weekend, we pivoted into virtual racing with all of our athletes, all of our drivers, but it was happening in a virtual environment. And I think we took a couple of lessons from that, one of which was we probably had a tendency, and maybe still to a certain extent do, to overthink things. And I think there's value in data, there's value in the insights and the analytics, but there's also some value in just moving quickly when you feel like you've got a good idea. So I think there's been some extenuation to that in the days since. But I think we probably all, to a certain extent, found some very much pent-up demand for moving back from virtual into real-life fan experiences. And if there was ways to gather data on those fans or those fan behaviors during the pandemic when consumer and fan behaviors was very different, then it's up to us to make that pivot when they do come back to the real world in-person experiences to offer just as good, if not better, experiences.
Are you all seeing levels of fan engagement back to their pre-pandemic levels, or are we in a fundamentally different place now?
I wouldn't say that we're in a fundamentally different place, but I do think that the pandemic tested a lot of people's digital capabilities and showed you where the gaps were, showed you the increasing need to be able to rely on your data. You got to know them to grow them, and for that to happen, I think you had to increase your sophistication, your technology investments, et cetera. And so I do actually think never let a good crisis go to waste. This accelerated a lot of things that we needed to do, having opened a new building in 2020 and having a whole season where we were still fortunate to have games but no fans in the building. And so what did we learn that year? How do we continue to experiment around a lot of the hypotheses of how to engage in that environment when everybody was trying to explore through it? And now I think you forged some of those best practices and are accelerating the scale at what you can do now.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead, Carolyn.
Oh, just to build on that, I think for so long, the kind of legacy leagues like the NFL took for granted that you were always going to have a filled stadium and you were always going to have a waiting list, and you almost didn't need to have a ticketing team, right? Because of course people are going to show up. And I think COVID did test that, and all of a sudden you can still, you can love the New York Giants, the Los Angeles Rams as much as you've ever loved them, but wow, is it really enjoyable to watch that game in your living room with your own snacks, your own drinks, your own bathroom, we were just talking about. So, I think it just raised the bar on all of us need to create a really great in-person experience if the expectation is that people are going to show up for it.
Yeah, I think that's awesome. I think the other thing we learned is what else everybody cared about.
Right.
Right, because we had to quickly go and say, okay, so if they're not doing this, then what else are they doing? To your point, Kat, pressing on digital capabilities, 100%. And then if you weren't there before, how do I create an authentic experience digitally when I've only relied on live, or I've only relied on a particular combination of digital and live? I think the other thing too is we found latent value when they came back, or sports came back, just even in their miniature constructs, so the wobble with the W, right? So thinking about that and actually how hard fans of women's sports were already working to see them, to participate, to engage, then you layer in everything that was happening socially around that, and now we realize, wow, these fans have exponential value that has carried forward, right? Because now women's sports has gone out, the W specifically has gone out, excuse me, and they have now figured out that, okay, my fans care about these same issues, so with that in mind, what can brands do to either come in and support that? And that was a new conversation. That conversation was not on the top of the list if we were meeting with our partners on either side, whether it was with a rights holder or with a brand. So that pulled that forward and frankly put more value in the system when you're looking at now talking about your audience coming out of it, saying those that stayed, those habits that remained, they are now worth a lot more to us because A, they went through the work to get there, and we also have them in on something they're passionate about that's separate from the sport itself. It's tying into their values. It's incredibly authentic.
And to build on that, I think it has become so critically important that the investment, which is oftentimes, not here, but oftentimes for businesses, not sexy to be like, we need to invest in this infrastructure. We need to get it right because that will provide us that future agility. And I think that became more paramount, especially coming out of the pandemic where there was so much data and lensing of those individual fans. How do you harness that? How do you activate against it? And how do you ensure that you're tracking so that you are making a difference to what they're telling you coming out of the pandemic?
What are some of those new things that you are tracking, and what are some of those different investments that your organizations are making as a result? Who wants to dive in on that? Carolyn, you want to start?
Sure. So my background's on the marketing side and now shifting into sports. So I used to run marketing at Peloton, and we thought we
really we're laser focused on NPS, so Net Promoter Score. How likely are you, there's probably a lot of really complicated data happening at MIT. This is very simple. How likely are you to refer a friend for this product? And that was really the holy grail. And when we kind of broke that down into, again, very simple, your usage of the product. If you use our product, thinking about Peloton, but you can translate that to sports, if you use your product, you are not going to churn. You are going to stay forever. And then the lifetime value is, however you want to calculate that. So so now kind of bringing that in, we're taking the same we're taking the same lens and applying that into sports now. So we just invested in a women's soccer team, New York, New Jersey, Gotham FC, and we're taking that same kind of, again, simple laser approach to say, what is the NPS of a fan? When people walk into our stadium and they go to, what's the game day NPS look like? How often, when, maybe we can get people there because maybe you'll hear today and you're like, I didn't know that New York had a women's soccer team, I'll go. But you're going to go to a game, and then how likely are you going to refer your friend? How likely are you going to come back? And that's kind of, there's a lot of things we can track below that, but that's really the holy grail that we look at.
Yeah, and what is that journey? How are you going to refer them? Is it about going to the match right away, or is there another way that you're going to engage to begin with? Is it player first? Is it not? I don't know. But I would say those are the things we started looking at as well. I mean, because we're working with so many different brands who have very different needs from their consumers, very different objectives, we kind of had to look at everything. And what that drove was for us to go back and say, okay, if we're pulling in data from all over the place, how do we bring it together so it makes sense? And then we can turn it back out, because our power really lies in helping people know what to do with it, right? Versus just having it. Great, you and I just had this conversation backstage. I might be sitting on boxes and boxes of it, but if I don't know what it means to the next best decision, what am I doing with it, right? So that was where our power came in, and knowing what they're going to do. What does that referral look like? And I think then where else in the ecosystem, or kind of in like the spectrum of engagement, is there value to be had? So if you have those who are your top net promoters, I would imagine they're worth a tremendous amount to you. But now that we have all of these new ways of communicating with them because of new behaviors that came out of the pandemic, what are the inflection points along the way that I can nudge someone along so that you end up with more folks there, even if some drop out that are of lower value? So we had to go back and kind of reskin that for everyone, right? And it's almost like reset. But the investment and the time was really spent on bringing the data together so that we could understand it and then spin it back to our clients.
And is that deepened understanding leading you to keep track of new and different touch points and pay attention to other things? What are some of those things that you pay attention to now that you weren't as focused on before?
I mean, I'll say it quick and then you guys talk about it because you're doing it day in and day out. But I mean, with respect to that, everything else that they're doing, right? I was on the brand side for 20 years before I jumped the fence and came over to the agency side, but we cared about everything that was happening in a household. When I was at PepsiCo, it was like, how long am I going to keep Cheetos in that house versus when they switched to Sun Chips, and when they switched to, I think it's called Starry, but at the time it was Sierra Mist. But from that standpoint, right?
Right. My first job out of business school, Sierra Mist.
Yeah. So
where did that go?
Yeah,
no, we're good.
I'm not sure, but
No,
anyway, from that standpoint, but there was a very distinct transition in these behaviors, what was happening in someone's life to kind of predict how big of a share we would have of the household. It's very similar. Like, once we know that fans are now looking at many more passion points because they had to kind of pick some new lanes and things to be interested in, right? You had emptied out the Netflix library, so now you have to figure out, what am I going to do next? Then you're looking at, how do I bring that passion point in or make it adjacent to what I'm already doing, because then I can extract more value from that fan, or just talk to them another time and further advance my brand values to them. So those are the things that we were looking at. I'm sure you all have plenty of specific experience.
I think you're right. I think the extension to that is doing it in maybe a non-selfish way. Because back to your previous question, Allison, I think as opposed to saying, is this fan engagement more valuable in the arena versus happening digitally or virtually, I think the way that we've maybe changed our way of thinking, certainly post-pandemic, is fandom is fandom, whether that's happening in an arena that may or may not get scale. I don't think that makes those fans any less valuable. I would even argue maybe it makes them more valuable, because I think as we're all looking to get younger and more diverse,
I think opening up virtual channels or second screens or whatever the case may be, if the end goal is ultimately to get them into the venue, fine, but I don't think we can discount those fans that have different or newer ways or more immersive ways to engage with the sport. So I just don't think it can be exclusionary, and it can't be on our terms. It has to be on theirs.
Exactly. I mean, I think you think of your fans and that great white whale of one-to-one personalization where everyone is driving and they're pulling the experience they want to have from your brand, but you're giving them all the options and opportunities. What we've seen is we've seen huge growth rates in SMS, and to me that is a huge trust factor, right? Like I can infer that if I'm able to get into your text messages, that's very different than me being able to get into your email, right? And so you start to think about it's always, and it's the classic marketing example of right channel, right message, right fan, right time, but the complexity of that has certainly exploded. We lean on things like our algorithms, machine learning, and AI to help make sense of this whole world of data that you're sitting on. But at the end of the day, it's how do you create an emotional connection with those fans? At the Rams, I believe if I do my job right, only 1% of our total fandom will actually enter the building, right? Attend a game. Because I've got global audiences and I've got folks at which maybe price or for other reasons they can't make it to the building. That doesn't mean that their fandom is any less, to Tim's point. And how do I super serve them? How do I super serve someone in Shanghai? How do I super serve someone in Melbourne or Mexico City? And I think that comes down to, in order to serve these audiences, in order to serve 72 distinct neighborhoods across Los Angeles, you have to let the data show you what matters as it sits up against your agenda of what value you have to deliver.
Just one point on that I just want to add is I totally agree with everything you're saying. That is such a shift for legacy organizations to think like that. When you think of, again, like traditional NFL franchises, the idea that you would care about a fan in a country that is never going to walk into your stadium is a fundamental shift from where they've been in the past.
And I think that's how you decide you want to discuss your fan base. Is it the people who come to games? There's so many people who, for all the reasons, are going to root those fans on, including our St. Louis fans, including our fans from way back when we were in Orange County, Anaheim. And so I do think that it is really, really important to think broadly about that value and let your fans speak to what they want from your experience and make sure that you do have offerings for all of your key growth audiences.
What I think is really fascinating, so as you're saying that, right, such a huge shift and change, but as your example, someone, on the other side of the world. So go back to your opening in the Taylor Swift effect. I mean,
how are you going to serve
many people
those
were
fans?
just, right, how are you serving those fans all over the world? So now you have to worry about what your brand means to all of these people who now have been introduced to the NFL around the world, right, through her. And through this one particular team, but now the league has a bigger story that they have to tell. And yes, the international program's gone a long ways, but that's fascinating and not something that everyone's been thinking about top of their list.
And with the evolution of sports fandom, the paradigm has shifted. And so it is completely natural that the industry has to shift. With, first with fantasy and now with sports betting, what you're passionate about, where that irrational sports passion stems from, could be a ton of different motivations. It's the grandfather who wants to take his grandson to a game, or it's hey, I really, really need Aaron Donald to make this sack because, or it's Travis Kelce catching a touchdown in the Super Bowl. Like, there's different motivations as to why people are passionate about sports. And I do think as marketers, it behooves us to understand the why.
Absolutely, absolutely. So Shelley, I wanted to come back for a second to something you mentioned. You started at PepsiCo, you made the shift over to the agency side. Since you've joined Wasserman, you've brought data analytics to the forefront in your time there. And some would say revolutionized how your company looks at their audience and its marketing possibilities. How did you, and Carolyn mentioned this too, that this is a fundamental shift for existing organizations to change how they think about decision making. How did you introduce that thinking?
So lucky for me, I honestly didn't have to because it was already in our DNA, right? So when I got there, Elizabeth Lindsay, who's the president of Brands and Properties Division, I mean, she was probably the first staunch advocate with Casey, you know, honestly backing her up, and was part of the reason I did jump the fence was they said, hey, we want to create a language where brands and properties can come together in a way we're after the same thing, we want to give fans an amazing experience together, but we need a language that connects them together and shows that there's value on both sides. Okay, that sounds amazing. Love selling chips and soda, but much rather create these experiences. So it wasn't a hard sell. What became hard, and you just said this before, and I thought, God, this is encapsulating it, is the non-sexy stuff. The hard sell is going in and saying, I need this much money for access to this data, this group of insanely brilliant people who are going to help us mine that data and turn it into something that's then going to help our clients. But guess what? You might not see that for a hot minute, right? But I need the money up front. And so that took time, getting people to understand that actually being a fast-paced, dynamic, somewhat impatient organization, this was something where we needed to slow down and believe that we have honestly built a massive business on being insights-led and data first, but now we had to put our money where our mouth was, in the infrastructure. So instead of buying all the subscriptions now, it's like, okay, we'll take what we can from the market, but if first party is the way to go, you guys all know it, then we have to take that into our own control, and frankly, that's proprietary. It can be proprietary for us, but it can be a huge benefit to our clients. So getting us to take that on, because we're not developers, we're not a tech company, we're not an IT company, but we needed to bring that expertise in so that we could build that out and then, you know, put that benefit into the market for our clients and give fans these amazing experiences. That shift took years, right? So with that in mind, we did little pieces at a time, but you're building and flying, and you need a lot of people behind you, and there are going to be missteps, like being able to fail fast and move on, make decisions and fail fast. So it was a bit of a cultural shift, but eventually you get 1, 2, 3, you sell a few more things, and suddenly, you know, you're kind of not alone in it. You've got a whole army with you. Right, that's right. So that was the harder part then. The belief was already there. It was a matter of like, can we take the time and make the investment, and thank God we did.
Makes sense. So Carolyn, you're not pivoting an organization, you're building one. What do you look for as you look to create a team that's going to make data-driven decisions and, you know, take this more forward-looking approach to things? What kinds of qualities and characteristics are you looking for, and how do you build that kind of team?
Yeah, so when I think about, as I said before, so we just invested in this women's soccer team, and as we think about this opportunity of, there really isn't a legacy of sports in women's sport. A legacy of data in women's sports. So we do have an opportunity to kind of build what we want from the ground up. And it's clear, obviously, there's no shortage of data. So it's really about, you know, finding people that know what to do with it. And I would say the kind of common trait we're looking for is a lot of what we've talked about, which is this deep understanding and passion for the fan and for the consumer. And kind of, I just go back to kind of basic marketing principles of who is your consumer, what are you solving for them? What is the need you're filling for them? And not just, you know, you're not just creating a product for product's sake, but you're fulfilling a need for them. And really, if you can't answer that question, to your point, for every one of your consumers, then you're not really doing your job. And so there's going to continue to be different technology, you know, a year or two from where we are today. And people call me all the time and they're like, what performance management tool did you use at Peloton? I'm like, first of all, I don't remember. Second of all, it would have nothing to do with what you would need today because the tool is going to change. And so I don't really care as much about like the specific technical skills that someone's going to bring today because those are going to change. But really what's harder to teach is that deep passion for who is my consumer and what need am I filling for them. And that's really what I'm looking for.
Yep. Other thoughts on building teams? I'm sure all of you think about this constantly.
I mean, I think it is so much of growing fandom is the art and the science, right? The collaboration, to Carolyn's point, the psychology of what makes fandom tick, how does fandom graduate over time, those kinds of things, but also not letting yourself go to a theoretical academic place with that, and making sure that the data gives you pragmatism. What are you going to do about it? How are you going to make their lives better? How are you going to improve the experience? And I think the goal is to challenge yourself every day, as opposed to making these exercises the business goes through, so that it is built into the DNA and part of that shared vocabulary of what success looks like for the business. Because growth, sometimes you can say, does it make you feel good? It's better when you can quantify it.
Okay, so speaking of challenges, we'll follow up with you on that. Your stadium's been operating for a couple of years now, and you share your stadium and your town with another NFL team. So how does that impact your fan engagement strategy? How do you use data to differentiate the Rams brand?
I mean, first of all, for those of you who have not been to an event at SoFi Stadium, you have to come. It is the epicenter of sports and entertainment. Taylor did 6 nights, and you can watch it. You can get a glimpse of that if you watch her capture of her tour, the Eras Tour. So definitely come by. Call me when you come over. But ultimately, you know, I think it comes down to, I wish that was the only competition in town. But with double-digit competition, not only just in sports, but you think about the world of music, you think about the beaches free, you think about the mountains being so close, you have to have a compelling value proposition. You have to be a brand that people want to root for. And remember, you are in the city of champions. So this is not a, hey, we were good once, like, you're still our fans. No, you have to stay committed to those winning values, whether you're winning or not. And I think that ultimately comes down to how we present that value, and how it's not about benchmarking to one another. It is living our best values the best way we can in LA, in California, and across the globe.
Yeah, just to build on that.
I was going to say, would you please, because you're in a crowded media market too.
Yes, I feel like we
share
that.
a lot
Yes.
of it.
So New York has 15 professional sports teams, but to your point, the sports teams are the least of the competition, right? There's Broadway, there's music, there's good restaurants. So we, every day, have to put the best product on the field, whether that's Gotham, whether that's the New York Giants, and give people a reason to show up. And so we spend much more time, again, thinking, as I said before, about who is our target audience, what need are we filling for them, and how do we deliver the best product every day, versus thinking about, in my NFL world, are we thinking about the Giants or the Jets? In Gotham, it's funny, actually, when we invested with Gotham, it was right around when the New York Liberty, the WNBA team was making a playoff run, and so many people would say to us, like, ugh, like, are you guys, how is that affecting Gotham? Liberty's in the playoffs. And I was like, there's not this like finite pie of women's sports fans, and like they took them, so we can't. Like, this is about putting the best product on the field every day, and people will show up when you do that.
And fandom begets fandom. Like, I think the more that you live your life with that passion and excitement and zeal, you're going to attack all of your passion areas that way. And I think that it is really, really important, as we think about that it's not just the physical, right? The war for attention on all media properties is a war that you're fighting. It's the arms race every day. And so how do you think about those motivations and say, it is really important to me as a brand for you to get to know our rookies. I want Kobe Turner singing Tennessee Whiskey. I want him singing the anthem at a Kings game, because this is how people better understand the next class of our brand on the field. And I think that also is mirrored in what is your commitment off the field. And whether physical or digital, I think people expect particularly with these younger generations that are so social conscious and want to be mission oriented? How are you demonstrating all aspects of your brand through your channels in a way that they can self-select?
Well, so building on that idea of a more expansive notion of fandom, Tim, I wanted to spend a minute hearing from you about the NASCAR Full Speed series on Netflix. You know, it's an exciting accomplishment for you and your team. It feels like an audience expansion move. Can you tell us more about how that project came about, what you hope to accomplish with it?
Sure. You know, I think the idea of storytelling in sports and certainly through the follow doc concept is not a novel concept, but I think it got a big shot in the arm over the last 4 or 5 years with Drive to Survive. So I've lost all of my insecurities of being asked, have you guys ever thought about doing a NASCAR Drive to Survive? So now we can check that box. And I would say that it is as advertised, right? It's not a... none of us have the luxury of being in one place or the other now. We've got to be ubiquitous, and we certainly have to be ubiquitous with storytelling. And Kat made the point earlier, fandom is not rational. That is, you know, off the sheet right now. But you have to give them a reason to care. And I think storytelling, I think is core to that. And I think among other,
my language here.
I mean,
it's so true.
Among other reasons for that show, there are some difficulties with our sport in terms of showcasing these athletes. They are in protective equipment, and then they're in a race car, and they're also going almost 200 miles an hour. It's hard to kind of capture who these people are as human beings, but being able to tell those stories and give people a reason to care about who these people are, who their families are, what their backgrounds are, you know, it's exceptional what they do on Sundays. Now I want to know what he does on a Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the idea of creating those stories and then telling them on a very public platform outside of the race broadcast was exactly the initiative that we were after. And, you know, I think so far so good.
That's awesome. Love to hear that. So fandom is more expansive than we've ever known before. Fandom is not rational. Fandom is not finite. These are all really interesting things that each of you have said. And as part of that, you know, Shelley and Carolyn, you've both touched on that as it relates to the growth of women's sports. So I want to spend a minute there. Shelley, you've spoken a lot recently about the opportunities that lie in the new approaches to media coverage, growing audiences in women's sports, and specifically the Wasserman effort to grow the collective think tank. Can you tell us more about that?
Sure. Well, relative to the coverage of women's sports, Amy Johnson from my team actually presented in the Competitive Advantage this morning that we are now up to 16% of sports coverage. It was 15% about 6 months ago, but now it's up to 16% of sports coverage dedicated to women's sports. I think what's new and different, so that's great. We're not going to be at parity. The businesses aren't at parity now, but it's another box to check in the business case or the commercial case to continue to say women's sports is an amazing business to be in, not just because it's women's sports, but it's a great business to be in. I think the way that we had to kind of think about approaching the business, and honestly just doing that work, was to go back to everything we're talking about here is, what is the fan doing? Where are they engaging? And so where are we going to look for where coverage is going to happen, right? So is it social? Is it streaming? Is it linear? Is it digital? Is it live? And what's that combination look like? So we had to go kind of throw out the traditional way of the work that had been done before that was right for that time when it kind of hung at that 4% number for a really long time, and build new models to pull in all of the information everywhere that women's sports was showing up. I mentioned earlier, women's sports fans have had to work really hard for a long time to find it, and it's great that there's growth everywhere, but you know, kind of continuing to hone in on when and where and why you can find it will be great. I think the new media rights deal that the NWSL just came with will be wonderful. It's been talked about a lot, a significant increase in that overall value. But we had to change our model and start to look for it in places where that fan base was, which I think is, honestly, in doing that, you have to look at the whole universe. It's given us great insight to all sports in thinking about places to show up. You just mentioned kind of that idea of it's a day in and day out battle to maintain that engagement. and you're not with them live all of the time. So what is happening everywhere that these fans are during that time that you could pick up on, and whether it's singing Tennessee Whiskey or something else, we can now capture that because we built the model that's going to be rooted in sound, in TikTok, in image recognition, in text capture or whatever. We wouldn't have done that before. We would have relied primarily on the traditional methods, which would have been a lot of Nielsen data, no offense to Nielsen, with respect to the linear side of things and call it more traditional methods. But the world's not that way anymore. So we had to kind of catch up and then be ready to be dynamic enough. And I think fungible, Amy, right, is what you said today, is to have a model that helps us stay on top of it. So we're anticipating what's next versus reporting on what happened in the past.
Yep. And Carolyn, as a lead owner of a women's soccer team, beyond the media piece of the attention pie, what are some of the unique opportunities and challenges that you see as you're thinking about how to reach your audience?
So as Shelley just said, for so long, women's sports have they've suffered from a lack of attention in the media. They've suffered from, you couldn't find, to your point, you couldn't find them on TV. There was, even if you wanted to watch women's sports and you were a fan of it, you just couldn't find it. So we weren't a part of the cultural conversation. There was no visibility. There was no investments. 99% of investment dollars in sports went to the men's game. And so that's all changing. But I think and so again, we have an NWSL media deal now, a historic deal, 40 times revenue of what it was before. You do see the 16%, although I would argue that number should be much higher. And you are seeing new owners coming in like ourselves, like many others that are treating this as an investment. And that's so that's kind of the biggest shift is when we talk to brands about becoming sponsors and partners of ours, we don't talk about, yes, it's good for your brand because, this younger consumer feels good about, they're social conscious and they really want brands that stand for something that they believe in. We show them that there's an ROI and that there's a real financial investment to be made in women's sports. And that's what's going to make this a sustainable business. That's what's going to make this, 10 years from now, and hopefully we're sitting on panels and we're not saying like, oh wait, in those last 10 minutes, we should remember that there's women's sports too. Yeah. Women's sports will have equal footing because there's a financial argument and a sustainable business behind it.
Yeah, we've done work that has proven that the value of engaging a fan of women's sports on average is higher when it comes to brand awareness, sentiment about brands, purchase consideration set. And so we're building that into our valuation models. So now as we're looking out at the value of the assets for whether it's Gotham or Kansas City or Angel City or whomever, we're saying there is incredible value for these brands with these fans of women's sports, and that should be considered on all fronts of the entire commercial proposition so that you're actually seeing that in your revenue, and then the programs are there, the brands will invest, and the fans can have the experience they're looking for.
Yep. Yeah, we just had a sponsor come in, and actually a previous sponsor come in at a higher number than they were last year, and we, throughout the conversation, they kept saying, we don't have we don't have more budget, we don't have more budget. Every marketing person has ever said, we don't have more budget. But they were actually able to make the case to pull from other parts of the business, and there was, again, no one's doing that because they're sleeping better at night by doing that. There was a clear decision of this is where we see the best value for our brand, and so we're going to, pull a budget from somewhere else and invest it in our relationship with Gotham.
That's awesome.
So we've talked a ton about expansion and engagement strategies. Can we spend a few minutes here before we throw to the audience to talk specifically about technology and tools? For all of you, let's talk about what new analytical tools that your organizations have started using in the last year or so. Like, what is new? What is exciting? What are you paying attention to? Anything that you're like, ooh, I just rely on this more than I used to. Share the knowledge?
Well, big Kager plug. They have been our data Sherpas through our journey as we reimagine the entire technology stack, starting from the data up. And so they have been absolutely instrumental. We certainly are in the cloud worlds with Google and Salesforce and others, but I'm really excited as I look to the future for a lot of what AI can continue to unlock for us, both from an insight perspective, still concerned about the governance around activation, but I do think from an insight perspective can be very, very useful. And so as we think about where we're going, and that scale, right? You have to remember sports properties are still very lean, mean teams. So how do you give ourselves leverage from a technology standpoint?
So to that point, I think that's where we found technology to be the most useful. When I, again, go back to my days at Peloton, when we launched internationally, it was, and this is not that long ago, 4 or 5 years ago, it was so labor intensive. So when we launched in Germany, it was literally manually translating classes from English to German. Now, when I think about, as we look at expanding internationally at the Giants, there are tools that can, in 30 seconds, 10 seconds, translate Daniel Jones doing a press conference, and all of a sudden it's his voice and German. And so when you think about, tools like that we don't have a large team, there is no one that's going to sit there at the Giants translating everything into German, I can promise that. So how do we use tools like that to, expedite the process? You can really imagine a much more efficient marketing team.
Yeah, I mean, that was what the women's study really, kind of put our feet to the fire in terms of getting really comfortable building and running models of our own, whether it was, natural language processing or, like I mentioned, sound and image recognition, but, using some of the open source capabilities. We were having to go out and grab the whole universe anyway. So let's start to figure out how we can build a model and get to a level of confidence where we know we're looking at the data in a way that the platform has intended it to be looked at. Again, TikTok from a sound perspective. It also allowed us to look at, I think by the time we were done with this second run, 1.6 billion lines of information that, to your point, we wouldn't have been able to do before. We don't have those people. We don't have all of that.
No one has
but we've been doing it for years, right? Nobody does. And I think that's the other thing too. It's not like AI didn't just get here. Like, we've been using image recognition for years to understand media exposure value, period. So it's just this continuous evolution of it. And frankly, I think all the attention to it is great because we're pointing it at things that we didn't try to solve before. And now we can say, what else could we look at if we could get our arms around this data set, really get it organized, and then analyze it in a way that could help us solve a new problem. So again, kind of back to, all right, you say you can do this, let's go give it a shot and make the team comfortable that we could try some new things along the way.
I'll second the Kager plug. They have been transformational for us. But the other thing I would say is, and maybe this is a little bit more old school and less progressive, but nonetheless effective. So we started a rewards program, which you're going to hear that on the surface and think there's nothing progressive or innovative in 2024 about a rewards program. But what I would say, and Brooks Deaton, who leads that program for us, is here. I think as we're investing in data and building this consumer data platform that aggregates all of the fan touch points, what becomes of the utmost importance is that not only are you growing the database vertically, but horizontally. And I think the ability to use something like a rewards program, which again doesn't maybe get the headlines that an AI or a machine learning would get, it's nonetheless something that you can use to figure out A, how your core fans are engaging most, and then B, creating more of an incentive to encourage more of that behavior. So I think it's important to not only look at the future, but to make sure that you're using the foundational tools and technology as well.
Well, I actually think it's spectacular. I mean, it's been sitting in front of us the whole time in the entire CPG industry, right? From, they've known what you've been buying in grocery stores forever, right? And I think too, every multi-use entire entertainment district that's being launched and built right now, they all are being announced with rewards programs, connecting everything together. That's what we're trying so hard to do, right? So you're just doing it. And kind of going back to some of those basic, but like you said, Carol, what are you looking for? Someone who's passionate about a brand. What am I looking for? To understand how it all ties together and what they're doing in different places. Like, the rewards program's amazing.
I think we all spend enough time on airplanes that you start to understand they know an awful lot about me. Why maybe we should just take the same approach.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
All right, so we have a ton of questions coming in for all of you, so let's just dive into those. When looking at marketing efforts, how do you strike a balance between the test and learn approach and presenting your customers with a polished product that will be accepted?
I think there are opportunities for you to be scrappy, but still feel like you deliver on your brand promise and your brand standards. But it is about being nimble, and so you can be in that continuous learning mode. But keep in mind, you're still running a business. You have things that you want to share, and you have the times that you want to share them. So I think that for us, it certainly is about being thoughtful about where we can be scrappy and where we want to move fast and break shit, and where we think that we owe the fans a fully baked, polished product. And we run the gamut across the program, incorporating a bit of both on purpose.
Smart. What specifically are you monitoring to measure fandom at a digital level? Is a repost equivalent to a page view, or is opening an email more valuable?
So we started a couple years ago looking at a metric called consumption that, you know, is not going to be novel. I feel like I'm really talking, like, you know, the rewards program is bad, our metrics are bad. Trust me, we're way more progressive than I'm making it sound. But we use this metric of consumption, which on our digital platforms was page views and video views by visit. And the idea behind that was, you know, if you're in sports, if we have a race on Sunday that is extremely exciting, like the one in Atlanta this past weekend, we're going to have a lot of traffic. And to a certain extent, that's not a lever that we pulled. That was a byproduct of what happened on the field or on the track. But if you can look at, as opposed to traffic volume, if you can look at the amount of content they're consuming per that visit, then whether it's a Tuesday afternoon where there's nothing going on, or a Sunday afternoon where there's a ton going on, then we feel like we're able to measure that relative to the experience we're able to deliver. So I think there's a million examples like that, but I think, you know, there's a lot of vanity KPIs and metrics that you'll hear about, but I think if they're, you know, to the point Kat was making earlier, if it's relative to what success metric you're trying to deliver, then you may have to get a little bit outside of the box.
Okay, so this is a good follow-up to that then. What data points or tools have been kind of tossed out of your standard processes? Like, what's a KPI or a metric that is now archaic in the marketing world, and why?
I don't know that any are completely gone, but I think some of the vanities have definitely been given a run for their money. I think walking in and talking about, you know, 100 million impressions and not having much behind that, I don't know. I wouldn't say nobody cares, because it's still a currency in the way that media is bought and sold, but you're not going to get anything done with that, right? So I don't know. To your point, depending on what your objective is what we're going to be looking at. So are you looking to bring new people in? Are you looking to drive awareness of your brand? Are you looking to drive irrational loyalty? You know, if it's that, then I need to figure out how I'm giving you the most amazing experience. You spend, you know, the $5,000, and you feel that you should, because I've given you all of that value. So I would say that's what high level, nothing underneath, nothing about building that relationship and kind of continuing that engagement would be the things that we've now set more to the side, because we actually have the capability to go in and talk about, what did you expect to happen on Tuesday when you reached out to this set of fans and gave them whatever in value?
Yeah, and I would say the notion of there is a framework, right? A rigid framework of what you look like, what you look at. If anything, it is fluid. So much technology is coming online that if we say these are our canonical KPIs, in 6 months many of them will phase in, phase out. Like, remember when we all thought we were going to have to build, you know, multi-year programs for Clubhouse? Like that, there's a lot of change in the market, and I think you have to make sure that you're measuring what you care about, and that it's not just measurement. Like, if that doesn't turn into actionable change or a strategy that you're going to pursue, then it's an academic exercise.
How critical is it for your organizations to have state-of-the-art facilities like SoFi Stadium? Do you find your marketing departments pushing for upgrades or new facilities within your organization often?
That's not fair to the rest of us with Kat here.
I know.
Had to ask.
You do realize I played 10 games in that building, right? Until I'm fortunate to play in the postseason. So we're not there all the time. And so if you were to ask many of our teammates, we're about to embark on our interim practice facility, which will give us great opportunities to shoot more content. Right now, our business facility and our training facility are in 2 separate locations. So bringing that closer together where we're operating as one holistic team has so much upside from a storytelling, content, and just a better understanding of the pulse of the team and where their personal passions are. Because capitalizing on what they're passionate about and who they're already engaging with means that you're already just capturing organic slice of time.
Just to add from the women's sports perspective, there's one women's only women's specific soccer stadium right now in Kansas City. It was just built, just opened this year. So the rest of us are all tenants, and that's really challenging when you're building a brand and you're trying to create a great fan experience when it's not your home. So I think that pushes the marketer and me and our marketing team to think about how do you create that fan experience, especially when you're in the early days of building a brand. How do you build a brand both in a place that doesn't necessarily always feel like home, and then to what we've talked about before, outside of game day, and how do you again build that brand experience for people that may never walk into the door, and even if they do walk into the door, it doesn't necessarily feel like it's your stadium.
What are the intricacies with partnerships as it relates to growing your brand? How often are outside companies coming to you, and how often are you going to them for your own fan engagement efforts?
If you've ever watched any portion of a NASCAR race, you'll notice that sponsors are very front and center. So I think, and Dave Alpern from Joe Gibbs Racing was on a panel earlier talking about the identity of that sponsor becomes one and the same of the identity of the team, which I think is really unique, but it also brings some challenges that it's not okay for that brand to be visible. There's got to be meaning behind it. And I think if there's a goal of the team and the league, and then there are different goals for that sponsor or partner, it's not going to work. You've got to find the alignment, and it can't just be okay that the check is going to clear. It's got to be that there's aligned meaning and shared values.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I think again with a marketing hat on, gone are the days of like, here's my brand's logo and it's prominent in the stadium, and then we never talk to you again as a sponsor, right? The reason sponsors are at the table with a brand is because they are looking for that shared overlap of values, and on the sports side, it's our job to deliver on that. It's our job to articulate why you should be investing in our team versus your team versus your team versus any other cultural experience. So we absolutely need to come to the table and say, these are our brand values. This is why it makes sense for you to partner with us. But equally listening to what are your brand values, what are your goals, and how do we build something together?
I mean, we spend 99% of our time there. That's what we're doing, is figuring out the right marriages. So we may have someone call us and say, you know what, I really want to get into XYZ. And we'll say, okay, let us take a look for you. Let's figure it out. Does this make sense for your objectives, who your fan is, who your consumer is? Let's look at what they're trying to do. And we may have to go back and say, listen, like, I know you love this personally, but for your business and what you're trying to accomplish, we actually would say you probably should move over here. Or think about something else, or kind of a both and. So your point doesn't always have to be one or the other. We spend a lot of time managing full portfolios of partnerships. AT&T has over, close to 100 partnerships that we're looking at, and they all serve very distinct purposes, right? And they mean very distinct things to whomever's business that's impacting, as well as to y'all, like from the rights holder side. So finding that marriage is so critical, and so you have to be the one who can be kind of the truth teller and let you know when you think it's going to work versus not, because nobody wants the check to just clear. We have to get something out of it, because that is what enables you to go and get more money from the other budgets. That's when you're like, this is working so well, I can now go get money from something else because I know it'll outperform whatever, I'm just going to call it, a traditional tactic might have been.
Yeah, I mean, our chief commercial officer says it best, which is, she says our remit within our partnerships groups is to partner with purpose. It has to make sense. And that's sometimes easier said than done. We talked, Kevin talked on his panel a little bit about what it means to develop a bespoke program for every brand that comes through. while I'm also trying to manage who we are as a brand and what that means to our fans with the backdrop of our partners. And I think that that's always a fun, you know, evolution. Every day is a different, I mean, you think the field, what happens on the field is live, hand-to-hand combat. So is the business office itself, because you want to make sure that the things that are important to your brand, you have a shared ethos about that. Otherwise, why is this the right marriage? Why are we, I mean, and Nalpern said it best when he was like, you guys have it where it's physically tied to the driver and the car and the opportunity. And I think we want to have that level of brand discipline so that our fans can continue to invest in what they thought they were investing in.
So partner with purpose. Fandom is not finite. Data is not meaningful without the insights and then the action to move forward. I mean, these are big ideas. I want, as our clock runs out here, I just want to say thank you to Kat and Carolyn and Tim and Shelley for your time this afternoon and your incredible brain power. We all appreciate it. Big round of applause for our panel.
Ladies and gentlemen, our program will be getting underway in just a moment. Please take your seats and silence your mobile devices. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for making it to the last panel today of the 2024 MIT Sloan Sports Analytics Conference. My name is David Rhodes, and it's a pleasure to introduce the panel, Winning with AI, the Future of AI in Sports. Our panelists today are Daryl Morey, President of Basketball Operations for the Philadelphia 76ers, Julie Souza, Global Head of Sports for AWS, Tyrone Millard, Director, Sports at Google Cloud, Kevin Lopes, Vice President, Sports Business Development and Innovation at ESPN. And our panel will be moderated by Matt Russo from Trace3. Again, the panel will run for 45 minutes, and we'll leave 10 minutes for audience Q&A at the end. Please submit your questions throughout the panel using the Cadence app. And with that, I'll turn it over to you, Matt Russo. Thank you.
Thanks, David. Let's jump right into it. First, since we're the last panel of the day, I just wanted to start with a big thank you to Daryl, Jessica, everyone at MIT, including the students, for putting together an awesome event. It is an absolute honor for me to help close out day one. This is exactly the type of panel that's brought me to Sloan for many years. And honestly, this is exactly the type of panel that will keep me coming back. It's no surprise to me that, that innovation has been a theme throughout the entire day today. The next hour, we're going to build on some of those topics because Trace3, we talk about machine learning and AI. We're talking about the intersection of data and innovation. So innovation in the enterprise is really moving at an astonishing rate. There's disruptive technology that's represented up here, things like Amazon Bedrock, Google Gemini, and others. It's going to just change the way we do business forever. It really is. And Tyrone and Julie, hopefully you noticed that I left out some of your key competitors in Gen AI. But I'd be remiss if we didn't also give a shout out to Microsoft, their sponsor of the conference, and also a very important partner of ours. Copilot is really already proving to be a game changer for productivity in the Microsoft suite. So, but before we jump all the way to generative AI, which we were talking about backstage, there's a concept we talk a lot about, which is AI readiness. So is your data ready and available for AI? What are your governance policies? Things of that nature. So to get us started, I wanted to hear from each of you about your company's perspective. So Kevin, if we can start with you. You represent the brands behind some of the biggest collections of intellectual property ever assembled in Disney and ESPN. Talk to me about some of the considerations you and your team are thinking about as we adopt machine learning and AI.
Great, thank you. First off, it's an absolute pleasure to be on here with these esteemed colleagues here. I've been to this conference numerous times and have the opportunity to sit on the stage. I did host one during the pandemic, but it's definitely different being up here. I work for ESPN, so we're part of the Walt Disney Company, and you said it, not me, but you could argue that the Walt Disney Company has some of the world's most valuable IP.
You gave me that.
And so one could argue that. So we need to be really careful that we're protecting our IP in this new world, and we're also honoring and protecting others' IP to be friendly in the ecosystem. And I think also, when you have an entertainment company, you want to make sure that you have the compensation and consent of anyone that you're using AI to replicate, right? So you want to make sure you're protecting name, image, and likeness. So, if you're cloning someone's voice, you want to have their permission. You want to compensate them. You want them to make sure that they understand how it's working. And, it sounds complicated, but I think, if you have clear compensation and clear consent, then I think, the sky's the limit. So really excited to work between those considerations at ESPN.
Excellent. Tyrone, tell me about how Google's thinking about it.
Yeah, I mean, so we think about it in various different ways. I think we, obviously look at kind of the content side as well, but I think there's also elements of how do we actually integrate what AI is into kind of the fabric of everyday kind of work. And if you think about everything from enabling kind of the workforce in the enterprise to folks who are in kind of stadium and venue operations to athletes to folks who are creators, AI is different for each of those groups of people. So, for us, what we think about is the way that we build our products is not so much with specific solutions in mind, but more Lego blocks to help you go and build other areas and things that you'd like to build on top of that. So, we come at it from kind of a different route. I think the protection side is really important. So, we're working on kind of like watermark technology inside image creation, et cetera. So there are areas where, I think we play really, really well. And I think there's areas that, we rely on our partners to kind of help build additional solutions on. So for us, I mean, we have a number of different product sets, everything from I sit inside the cloud division. If you think about all the other areas that we kind of play, we have a lot of consumer-facing technology. We do hardware. So for us, when we think about AI, we have to kind of really build from the end user experience first and kind of build that backwards. That's how we think about that.
Well said. Julie, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I think going back to what you said at the top of this, which is generative AI is sort of what gets put on top of a foundational AI ML strategy, which sits on top of a basic data strategy, right? So this is all a very layered process and opportunity there. And I think that where we're seeing customers that we work with in this space, that they're at all levels of this, right? So some are still trying to get, wrangled together data from disparate sources and different, multimodal data. And then you get into, okay, now let's apply AI to glean insights out of that and machine learning to glean insights out of that. So whether it's talking about next-gen stats on Thursday night football or Brant Berglund from the NHL is going to be talking about some of the analytics that the NHL is doing with Edge IQ. Those are all great use cases. Player health and safety is a huge use case for this stuff. And so I'll hold my comment there. But then you look at Gen AI, and then it's like, okay, what do you build on top? How do you take all of that and then create additional things from it that are net new, that are generated, hence Gen AI, right? So it's a process, and I think I personally find all of it exciting.
Outstanding. Daryl, your thoughts?
I would say we're pretty different. I would say mostly we're users of AWS, we're users of Google Cloud. We're just one team in this massive ESPN portfolio. So I'm sort of the odd duck on the panel, but I would say for the Sixers, it's important to think about what is AI. I think that was probably talked about today. Anyone who's been in statistics and predictive modeling, AI has been around forever. I took a class from Jeffrey Hinton here at MIT, who's like one of the godfathers of neural nets, and Michael Jordan, not that one, was his co-professor. And to show you the transition, Jeffrey Hinton was being made fun of by Michael Jordan, that neural networks would never amount to anything whatsoever, and he had no argument back. So this was in '97.
Look how that turned out.
Yeah, which is a fun story. But basically all it is prediction, right? Whether you get into the large language models, just prediction of the next word based on a huge heuristic space. And getting to the Sixers, though, we use it for productivity. So on the back end, just like you were mentioning Copilot, things like that. And then we use it to try to improve our predictions. So far, in terms of improving predictions, we haven't found a ton there that beats like the stuff, but that will change. That's definitely going to change. So I don't know if I answer your question. But
Could I add something we were just talking about?
Yeah.
Right before we walked on stage, we were talking about how the iPhone was like a giant leap in like the advancement of technology. I made a joke about how like the slide phone from the Matrix was like the coolest phone in the world, and then the iPhone comes out and it's even cooler. But you don't really know what the benefit of the iPhone was when it first came out. And it ended up kind of being the App Store that you could, you could date on, or you could trade finance on, trade stocks on. Like all the individual people had ideas on how to make that technology even better. And so I think about that when I think about generative AI. It's like, what kid in their dorm at MIT or Northeastern or University of Rhode Island has like this idea to take what generative AI is now and then put their own spin on it based on the technology. And I don't think anyone quite knows what that is yet. And that's like fascinating to me on what's going to be the next thing. And we exist in this moment in history, in my humble opinion, that like every day we're seeing new incremental innovations in AI. Every day, like the SOAR stuff comes out, or there's a humanoid robot company raises $600+ million. Like that's like all in the last 24 hours, last 48 hours. Like what is it gonna be from the freshman at MIT in 2 years?
I think it's the biggest tech advance of my lifetime since the actual computer, which came out for PCs in like 78, 79. So
right.
I think it's bigger than the iPhone pretty easily because it's even more fundamental.
I agree.
So yeah, we don't have multiple panels like I said earlier because every panel should just be about AI because it's that important for the future of really everything.
So let's stay on the generative AI topic for a second and then work our way back to stats and real-time data and things of that nature. But as we've all agreed, we're at a fundamental point, and with that comes risk. So I would love to get each of your perspective on some potential risks for generative AI. And Julie, maybe we can start with you.
Yeah, and with any technology, right, the responsible use of technology is a big thing. And so, Kevin was talking a little bit about, you safeguarding your IP, and there's a great way to create more IP out there, but are you then appropriating or doing something that infringes on someone else's IP? So those are some of the risks. There's also, people without maybe good intent, right? There's a big concern about synthetic news. I was joking backstage, you could get to a point where none of us are in the room, none of us were alive or none of us are still on the planet when a next generation of folks come along that weren't here to see the last Super Bowl. And Gen AI could say, let's try an alternate ending and let's put that video proof out in the world. And then have we changed history? So you can start getting to this place where it gets a little draconian, a little scary. Mm-hmm. But I think that's where we all, need to really get, focused, whether it's institutions or governments or the industries themselves, making sure that we have responsible use and safeguards and figure out how to protect against unintended consequences while also realizing the benefits of really powerful tech.
Unintended consequences could also be for the businesses that we represent too, right? And Daryl, you talked about productivity. Introducing productivity apps like Microsoft Copilot or otherwise could create unintended consequences that our chief security officers are thinking about. Any thoughts on that?
Not on security. I haven't been good at that. So, that has never been my expertise. But quick story on that. While I was in Houston, the Astros were hacked by another team, and then as compensation for being hacked, they got a first round or second round pick or whatever. And we immediately were like, we should make all our stuff hackable because nothing we have is worth a second round pick. So So hopefully we hope one day to be worth a first round pick in the NBA draft with some of our stuff that we do. I would say we're this unique small business. I feel very intimidated being next to these very large companies. And because it's a small business, we're very selective, and our people are very high up on the talent stack. So Copilot and stuff is great. We're just going to move up the talent stack. I think it's the folks who can't do that rapidly or adapt rapidly that are going to be most worried about, what the productivity gains can bring. So we should be okay though. So.
Sure. Kevin or Tyrone, anything you wanted to add on potential risk areas?
I mean, I think the use case for generative AI applies broadly to a number of scenarios, especially kind of in the enterprise security is actually a really good example, especially if you think about observability and where you could have more eyeballs effectively on something that is monitoring a critical business infrastructure, as an example, like live broadcast or something along those lines. But I think what I was going to add was just to really echo what Julie was sort of saying is, if you think about like the use cases for it, it's really good at getting you kind of like instant gratification on answers and things like that. But the thing that you have to be really careful with is hallucination and making sure that the data that you're getting back is actually accurate. So that requires you to spend a lot of time tuning the models to make sure that there's nothing that's incorrect that potentially could be coming out as back as.
Can I ask about hallucination? So it's the first. So I've been in computer science for a long time, and it's the first. This is the first thing we don't understand. Like there are literally papers, and we don't know how it's making that prediction, and we think it's this, and it's trillions of nodes. That's mind-boggling. We've actually now created something with zeros and ones, where every step we made the creation, but we don't actually know how it's producing the results, is completely new, actually, and people don't talk about it enough.
Scary.
Yeah, so there's a lot of scary things with this, but it's like it sort of is. This is happening. There isn't going to be a really way to like do all this safety stuff. There isn't. There's going to be open. There's going to be open source. There's going to be multiple countries, multiple actors. So there isn't actually going to be any way to control it. So you really just should lean into it, honestly, to help your business, to help what you're doing. And there could be a very scary thing you hit, but what's the alternative? Not embracing it? It makes no, so that's hard.
Yeah, I would say for me to kind of fight the hallucination aspect, right now for me, like with generative AI in particular, I think you always want to have a human in the loop. I think that's why Microsoft branded Copilot. But like if you have a human in the loop, you can kind of push back on that. You don't want to just generate something currently and push it right out to the public. At least I don't. I mean, I value my position at ESPN. I want to retain it. And so anything that I might propose internally has that human in the loop for now. But humans are flawed individuals, and there are folks out there that I won't make tinfoil hat comments, but there are folks out there that will manipulate it. But for my actions in the organization I represent, we're focused on having a human in the loop currently.
Outstanding. Let's shift gears. Would love to talk about player safety for a second, Julie. I know that AWS has done some work around the digital athlete. The NFL has made a significant investment in partnership with AWS around player health and safety. Can you tell the audience a little bit more about that project?
Yeah, I love this project. So we're collecting data from myriad sources, right? You've got the next-gen stats data coming in, you've got training video, you have computer vision, you have that's coming from optical tracking, you have the sensors that are worn in the uniforms, like, for players that opt in, there's sensors in the mouth guards, tons of data coming in. We're collecting about 6.8 million frames of video per week during the season, 100 million points of location in that same week of where the players are on the field of play, and altogether it's about 500 million points of data that go into the digital athlete to help us glean insights. And the two technologies out of that really are risk mitigation models, or modeling, and which is like to mitigate risk is the point of that one, and then pose estimation, which really helps us and the league understand, okay, what football actions are more prone to cause injury, and then how do you maybe outlaw those actions, right? Things like horse collar, and rules are changing to make the game safer. Equipment is changing to make the game safer, make the players more protected. So it's really exciting, this stuff. And the cool thing about it, it's not just the NFL benefiting from this. I was talking to Sam Schwartzstein, who's the on-air data analyst for Thursday Night Football, and he was saying, the helmets I wore like in college and high school, like you can't wear those in college and high school anymore. Those are outlawed because of the developments in the NFL that have sort of trickled down. So, and I think that there's a broader applicability to, if we can make the workplace safer for athletes, we can make it safer for military, for manufacturing floors, for all these other places too. So sure. I'm really excited. This was the first year that all 32 teams got access to the digital athlete, and it's helping them just, identify, hey, these players are at risk for injury. Let's lighten their load. Or Puka Nacua was saying right before the Super Bowl that like when he sees the boss or the coach come over with I'm not going to name, it's the Surface Pro, whatever. When he comes over with a look on his face, he knows he's not doing max capacity, and they know he's not doing max capacity. And so it's just helping them push them a little bit more if they need to be pushed, and also pull them back and protect them if they're at risk of injury. So I love, and it's just the beginning, right? So one of the folks from the Minnesota Vikings said, we're not going back, right? There's no way to go back from this. We're just learning more and making the game safer, which is great, obviously for the players and the league, but it's also great for us as fans, so we can keep our favorite players on the field and playing and doing all these spectacular things.
Daryl, I saw you nodding your head. Is the NBA doing anything with AI around player health and safety? Anything?
I know I'd prefer to have the league talk about that, but I know they've done a lot of studies on player health and safety and done a lot to fix our schedule, which was a big issue. They used, again, the word AI can get overused, so I would just call it a very well-structured algorithm to set up the schedule to minimize the number of times players have to play multiple times. They also commissioned a study on what things drive injuries and whether or not, which schedule things drive injuries, and I know they factored that in a lot of it. In fact, shout out to Evan Wash, former lead of the conference, who worked on that with a team at the NBA. Yeah. So I would say that. Can I ask a question to Kevin? So I have a question.
Yeah, please.
So speaking, because your IP stuff is really interesting to me.
Yeah.
When someone can just say, I have my lacrosse game at my high school, and I make a virtual SportsCenter 2-minute clip of the highlights of the game with, either Dan Patrick himself or someone like that. Well, how will ESPN view those short videos that we're probably 1 to 2 years at most away from?
Yeah, I mean, I would say we're not in the business of restricting the free expression of our fans. Okay. That being said, if you get to a certain level where it's taking the brand and not honoring it in a productive, healthy way, I think we need to take action there. But we don't have teams of people scouring the internet trying to take the letters away from an 8-year-old kid trying to make a highlight. But if there's a company out there that's disparaging the logo, we probably would need to take some action.
So far it's like copying the sincerest form of flattery. You go there. Now this maybe you can't, but Disney, I want, make me a cartoon like Fantasia, and it's like eerily close to Fantasia.
Yeah, you don't want to mess with the Disney privacy team, I'll tell you that.
So that will be where maybe Disney, you think, would step in.
Yeah, I'll get on the phone after this, and we can figure out the answer to that question.
Okay. Sorry. I'm just more curious than anything.
This is a great time to segue because as we were preparing for this session and we were talking about real-time data, analytics, generally speaking, a few of you mentioned the Big City Greens initiative with the NHL. So we're talking about fan engagement a little bit here. The NHL's Big City Greens Classic, it's going to be coming up, streamed live on ESPN+, a bunch of different Disney channels and properties on March 9th. And for those of you who don't know about the Big City Greens initiative, the Penguins and Bruins game at TD Garden, it's going to be recreated in a virtual environment featuring 3D animated players whose movements are synced with real-life players on the ice. Really, really cool technology. So Kevin, if I come back to you, just curious to get your thoughts on this type of disruptive technology and what it means for fans.
Yeah, I mean, look, honestly, and thank you for plugging it. Next Saturday on Disney Plus. I promise I wouldn't be like promotional here, but you did it for me.
Of course, it's awesome.
But honestly, it's probably it is the most fun project I think I've ever worked on at ESPN. Just animating Disney IP with a league partner in the NHL that's just a spectacular partner. And it's one of those ideas that when you like go to your league partner and you talk about it and everyone just buys in immediately. Everyone's like, yeah, that makes total sense. And then NHLPA is on board, the league office on board, the innovation team's on board, Disney's on board, and it just kind of runs downhill. And everyone's like, this is just the right thing to do. It's awesome, it's fun, and everyone just kind of makes it happen. Selfishly, I have a 9-year-old daughter, and she thought I was the coolest dad in the world because she loves Big City Greens. If you have a kid of a certain age, it's one of the more popular shows on Disney Channel and Disney Plus. And to take that IP and to experience it together with like your kid, and I don't put a lot of stock in comments online, but I did read hundreds of comments, and it was like parents with their kids watching it. This is the first time I was ever to watch a hockey game with like my son or daughter. And I experienced that. And so it was just a lot of fun. And to bring it back again is cool. Now, on the innovation tech side, I'll take the emotion out of it. We're combining multiple technologies in close to real time. You're taking the optical tracking data and you're stacking it on top of the wearable chip data. And it's kind of like reading both at the same time and filling the gaps if any of them falls down. And there's a couple quirks to it. I think one of the goals was the player was facing the wrong direction, which is why now we're using both on top of each other. But that's what you do. When you innovate in real time, there's going to be a couple of issues with it. But we're super excited to work on it, and the partnership has been spectacular. And it's part of the ESPN difference, that we have the bat phone not only to our privacy friends, but also the animation friends who can provide world-class IP, and we continued that with Toy Story Fun Day Football, and we did that with the NFL. So really excited to figure out how we can do something with the NBA. I know those conversations are at play. Nothing to announce, but it should be fun. I know Julie and I had a great conversation about it, and it was awesome to have folks within the industry like really weigh in and feel that it was something that was additive.
It was awesome. I mean, it's awesome because the demo they hit with this, that you hit with this, was tween girls. Now, is that who we were going after? Was the NHL like, that's my fan, right? No, probably not, but how awesome that tween girls.
What happens when they fight?
Have you met tween girls?
They cut to something. No, the hockey and the actual hockey game.
They just circle each other, and the ref's the chicken ref, and so it's
okay. So while they're actually
there was no
beating the heck out of each other.
There was 0 fisticuffs in the Big City Greens, yeah.
The NHL though, but so you're just gonna abstract away from that.
Yeah, so I mean, this is a real meeting. Like we had to sit in a room and go, all right, what happens if and they would just kind of like be skating in a circle, and the ref was a chicken and our friends and partners at the
there
NHL
needs to be
were
a fight in this
great
game
partners with that.
Marshy.
It was very playful.
Yeah. Yes.
No, I love it. What this actually speaks to is what you're leveraging puck and player tracking, the underlying technology right there, and then you are syncing that with, animation, which is no different than the stats overlays you get if you're watching Prime Vision or something like that, right? So what we're talking about is a personalization of content that can reach really discrete fans and allow them to sort of choose their own adventure. I want to watch, the Big City Greens version of the NHL, or I want to watch the NHL Edge IQ version, which is all the stats, or I want to listen to Spitting Chicklets call the game, right? You got Manning Cat, you have all of this. That's awesome. And I think what I credit for this is streaming, because we had a one-to-many linear environment before, right? Where you were trying to feed the least offensive broadcast to as many people as possible. Right. Now with streaming, where people can opt in and choose their own adventure, it's virtually limitless what you can offer them and how you can speak to them. And that makes me like so excited.
Dude perfect, right?
Yeah, 100%. Dude perfect. Yeah, exactly.
Can I mention what I love about this?
Yes.
So I just dipped into this and I mostly only saw snark, I'll be honest. Like people saying like, who wants this, all this kind of stuff. But to me, I love that you're trying a new platform, because honestly, the first time you do it, it's probably not going to be perfect. It's probably not going to be great, but it probably will yield 10 other ideas. Like our in-season tournament in the NBA, the most basic, simple idea, and we're basically copying Europe from 200 years ago, but whatever. there was so much snark, and then when it came on, people liked it better, and obviously now they're going to evolve it. If you don't take that first step, you know, so I appreciate you guys fighting through some snark at least. So.
Let's continue down the real-time data conversation for a second. Tyrone, you told me that Google is exceptionally good at real-time data and analytics. So since you own Google's relationship with Major League Baseball, would love to talk a little bit about StatCast.
Yep.
Millions of data points you're collecting on a game-by-game basis. Tell us more.
Yeah, so there are 2,400-ish games a year in MLB. We capture somewhere between 15 to 25 million data points per game. Everything from exit velocity of the ball, spin rate of the ball, at release of the pitch, to when it gets to where the batter is, exit velocity, arc, distance traveled, all that kind of stuff. So we work really closely with MLB on that to help really power what is their crown jewel, right? MLB kind of like lives and dies by the accuracy of the stats, so that's something that we're super proud of in the work that we've sort of done there. We are looking to kind of extend the capability of what it can do across, the minor leagues as well, and then starting to think about actually even Little League as well. So starting to think about like how do you actually use that data to feed to live broadcast? Is there a way for us to potentially use that to understand how the players are performing over time? Are they trending in the right direction? Are we kind of getting what we sort of need out of the players over the season? Again, also to kind of think about injury side is understanding at what point does fatigue become an issue. So there's a lot of things that we're looking at there with MLB on that, and hopefully to potentially build out some interesting fan experiences as we kind of continue to work with them.
Excellent. Julie, I think we would say AWS is pretty good at processing vast amounts of data.
Yeah, we don't look at it. Yeah.
Well, why don't you tell us about the NFL and how they used machine learning and the processing power of AWS for the schedule, like you had mentioned earlier.
Oh my God, I love this too. You're asking all the fun questions. So NFL has to consider 26,000 points of data when determining what the optimal schedule is, right? It's like, how many, away games do you have in succession, travel time, like, what else is happening in that local market? If you have like New York, where it's a venue that's split by two teams, like 26,000 of these. Yep. And they would, at the end of the Super Bowl, they would start churning like on servers and like hoping to get like one schedule produced in an overnight batch run or something, right? There are literally 1 quadrillion options for the schedule. That's 15 zeros, I had to look it up. And they're doing it in 3 months, and they're getting an optimal schedule. Not everybody's always going to be happy all the time, right? But your, ratings and all this sort of stuff, that's a massive amount of compute. And the way they're doing it is they're doing it really efficiently. So the stat on that is they're saving $2 million a year by running it on AWS.
Love that.
And it's awesome.
All right, finally, Kevin, to you on this topic. In our discussions, I think you told me there were something around 200 people in the stats and information group at ESPN. You described this group to me as having the greatest mountain of sports data in the industry. So
I might have said that.
Tell us why that's such an advantage for ESPN.
Yeah, I would say I can't talk about that team in this room without acknowledging the folks who are likely in this room who run that team. And Jeff Bennett, I don't know, probably somewhere here. Jeff Bennett's been at the company for a long time. He's built that industry and that business very successfully. We've got probably 225 people that are creating world-class data every day. I mean, we've got the ESPN Analytics team, which is part of my larger organization, and Allison Laux is probably here in this room, and she runs a great, tight, narrow team that builds world-class analytics. And we've got 40 years of high-quality footage. We've got 40 years of high-quality audio. We've got 40 years of high-quality, elite-level sports journalism, and real-time data that we're collecting and creating our own. And so we're sitting on a mountain of just an elite amount of sports data and analytics. I would argue it's arguably the largest. And so what does that mean? Like, obviously people say it's a cliche, like data is gold now, but in a world of like generative AI and large language models, like, I have nothing to announce. There's no breaking news here. But we certainly have a strategic advantage. We're really well positioned if and when we ever choose to enter that game. Yep. and we have some control over that given our position in the industry. So that's what we're excited about.
I totally agree. I think the SIG group is amazing at ESPN. And like, I remember Ben Alamar, I'm a former ESPNer as well, walking into my office one day and like pounding the desk, and he was like, "We have to buy Second Spectrum." And I'm like, "Slow your roll. Like, what are you even talking about? What is this?" And then I'm at Second Spectrum, and I'm like, "Oh, I get it. Like, this is going to change everything. Like, this is the future of sports, right?" And the fact that it's people like Jeff and Ben and Allison, all these people focused on this stuff every day and thinking about what's next and where can we take it is awesome. So worldwide leader indeed.
Fantastic. Daryl, I'd love to talk a little basketball for a second, if that's okay. So we've heard you talk about the people on your team having a deep domain of basketball expertise, right? And as I look at the NBA today, it seems evident to me that GMs and scouts are really, they're always going to have a place in NBA front offices because you just can't replace the human insight and talent completely. It'll never be fully replaced by AI. Talk to me about some of the limitations of the AI models that your team's using today and why maybe they can't be beat by some of your own team's hard-coded stuff.
Yeah, if by AI we mean like the more advanced machine learning techniques, we just large data sets pointed at problems, which we have overhead camera data, we have pose data, which you mentioned. At least currently, like the general like take the big data, point the recipe of models at it, and see if it can like predict which draft picks will be better, which players will perform better in the future. So far, none of those are beating our internal stuff. That doesn't mean it won't happen. So that's sort of the current state. We haven't found one that's beating. So now we're using the latest Gen AI, to use your term, in things like Copilot and some of the more foundational tools. But in terms of like just taking the pose data, taking the overhead camera data and saying, tell me which players are going to predict better, that day may come, but it hasn't come, at least for us, yet. So I don't know if that answered your question.
No, it's a great start. Earlier we were talking about the pick and roll. You had some thoughts on the pick and roll, and through our conversation, you shared that basketball people often disagree about whether a play actually constitutes a pick and roll. So tell us about.
Yeah, I can see in the future where it's used to prove you're a human to get on a Google server or something like that. Yeah, no. So pick and roll, it's like the simplest play in the history of basketball. It's literally, a person's driving and the person they're guarding gets hit by someone else so that person can no longer just guard the guy. It's the most simple play. Turns out to get complicated in practice because one of the best ways to confuse the defense is to go act like you're about to set a screen, don't actually set the screen, and run away quickly, slip it, or there are other terms as well. And so, or you just run past each other like you're going to and just keep running. And the defense has to, there's a screen coming. I got to, okay, quick. Oh, shit, he didn't set the screen. So if you put all that in, like coaches don't agree on what necessarily is always a pick and roll or what wasn't. It's a very fundamental component of our game, though, so tagging it's very important. So really it's almost like you have a dial of like, this is 95% of pick and roll, this is 5% of pick and roll. But you have to set a threshold and say it is or isn't for most of the analysis coaches want, which is basically like, whenever we run a pick and roll between these two people, what happens? Do good things happen or do bad things happen? So it's just an example where AI is helpful. It creates the classification, but if you go back and look and say, all the ones it tagged as pick and roll, it's not going to get them all right, and neither would a set of coaches, I guess. So if a human can't do it, it probably means AI is going to have some trouble. Often they're superior than humans, though, in those environments.
I love that. Thanks for sharing.
Yeah.
So we've got some questions coming in from the audience. Tyrone, I'm going to send the first one over to you. we see how AI impacts team performance, business operations, and so forth. How do you see it playing a role in partnerships?
Oh, that's a great question. Okay, so I think if you think about partnerships, most professional sports teams or clubs have multiple partnerships or partners that they work with, and I think if you come at it from a fan experience angle, as an example, if you are if you are watching the Golden State Warriors and you're in the Chase Center and you are a Chase customer, what does that get you? Right? So, and understanding whether you're actually in the venue or not at the time when the offers are sent out, I think it's super useful to have something that is contextually relevant given to a particular fan based on where they are. And again, I think that could apply anything from ticketing to customer experience to customer service to in-venue operations. There's a lot where that can kind of play based on whether venues have particular like retail experiences. So most of the kind of the larger teams, and actually in Philadelphia, that's a kind of a great example where it's not just one venue. There are other areas around that. There are retail. There are other things like that. So understanding who is a fan and or also a customer is incredibly important, especially if you're thinking about people who are coming to watch a live event, but also potentially getting involved in retail experiences post that. There are plenty of areas there to think about, like monetization, that is beneficial for both sides in terms of a partnership with like the team and the club, and or anybody else that they're working with. So I think there's lots of opportunity for AI to play inside that space.
You have comments, Julie?
Well, you said something that made me think of your story, so I want you to tell your story.
Oh, I'd love to. I had a really amazing experience watching the first ever Black Friday NFL game. I'm a big fan of the NFL. I'm a big fan of saving money. I had been looking at a particular set of headphones for a week or two prior to Black Friday. I hadn't made the purchase yet on purpose. I was waiting for Black Friday. So I turn on the game on Prime Video, another plug, and in broadcast, I received my first ever real-time personalized advertisement for the headphones that I had been looking at the entire week previously. Immediately made the purchase because, of course, I had to make my first in-broadcast transaction. And I had an aha moment. One, I realized why Amazon spent $100 million on placing that game on Black Friday. And two, just the real-time data that was being processed for millions of customers, millions of fans that were watching that game and delivering personalized ads, it really just blew me away. And so it was the coolest real-time use case I've seen in a long time.
So I have this question about that. So a lot of people are bothered by that because they're like, oh, it's spooky. Siri's maybe listening to me or whatever. But why wouldn't you want relevant ads?
Yeah.
Like, why would you want irrelevant ads?
Right.
But like, I would say it's a very large percentage of people, like 85%, who are like, oh, like that's just weird. Like, I got the custom thing, right? But it's actually super useful to me.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
I completely agree.
Yeah.
Julie, did you want to add on to that?
No, I just like your story very much.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. So another question coming from the audience, Daryl. This one's kind of great. Could you ever go to your owner and say, I do not want to make this trade because of data that I received by way of AI?
It wouldn't go exactly like that, but something close to that does happen, right? Because Josh Harris and David Blitzer are two primary owners, very intelligent guys, as you might expect. So, yeah, when people are like, that person has final say of X, like that's not really how sports works. Basically, you have generally smart owners, and you generally have very smart GMs. And it's not just, you make your recommendation, like I want to do this trade, but it's very important you then also walk through the reasons, like what are your main tent poles of support for that recommendation. And one of them can be a model says, this guy is better than that guy. Then you have to follow it up with, and that model has very good reliability and reproducibility in this environment. We're in a slightly different environment. So we think the variance is a little higher, but we're still quite a bit above the threshold of a trade. Yes, we do go into that detail. I assume there are some teams where maybe, you know, the owner isn't as involved, but honestly, sports teams are bought by, you know, billionaires generally. They love sports. And I just always ask, if you were a billionaire and you bought a sports team, would you just not be involved at all and just be like, ah, they're fine? You know, you'd want to hear and be in the action, right? And I think it's actually appropriate because it sharpens the team to be able to explain why they're recommending something. And so, yes, an AI model could spike a trade. You would have to feel comfortable that model has had produced good results in the past, and that the very important, you know, you're only as good as your past data, really with anything. Humans too. People make it like it's a new thing with predict, but humans are just a product of their environment and data as well. And so if you think that you're in the same or similar-ish enough environment that the model is producing to what it's saying is the right thing, that ups your confidence in making that decision. So I don't know if that helped at all.
No, I think it absolutely did. Another question coming from the audience, and this is to the panel, to all of you. As leaders in your organizations, what data or AI skill sets do you think is important to look for in people that you're hiring? Anybody want to start?
I'm not even going to go to the technical skills. I'm going to go to the business skills, or the, you know, we have a saying at Amazon, we always work backwards from the customer, right? So, you know, we could do a lot of really cool things with tech, but tech for tech's sake, without a real value, you know, whether it's helping us play, you know, make more strategic trades, or improve our performance, or engage fans, or help, you know, protect the health, you know, of our athletes, what's the point, really, right? So it's understanding what problem are we trying to solve, or what are we trying to advance? How do we make something better? And then work backwards from that. So it's for me, it's the application of those skills, less than the skills themselves. Yeah, I could go through and, you know, understand SageMaker, understand Kendra, and understand all these other tools and whatever, and that's fine. But if you don't know how to apply them, you know, that's
It goes back to what we were talking about earlier in the deep domain basketball expertise, right? You're always going to need that. Any thoughts to the question?
First, yeah, the question's important, and I think it's important for the audience, especially folks who are either just starting their career or even later. It really is about you know, adaptability. It really is about having problem-solving skills, the ability to learn something quickly, the ability to make decisions in a group and work well in a group. Even as you add in machines and AI into your group, they just become another component of your team, helping make decisions, helping produce a result. And so it's those foundational skills way more than, you know, Python or the, you know, C++ or whatever the du jour our coding is at that time.
C++.
What's that?
You went to C++.
Yeah, well, yeah, I was.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I was assembly.
We mentioned C++
I'm old.
on an AI panel.
Yeah.
I love that.
I love it.
Well, a lot of real-time data that AIs are doing.
Yeah.
And generally, you'd have to get closer to the assembly level, and so that's why C often. So.
It's curiosity, too, right?
Kevin, anything you wanted to add to that?
Yeah.
I mean, being on a panel with really intelligent people here, like, I'm a people person. I like to read people in the room. I like to negotiate deals in person. I just really believe in, like, hiring folks that are really hungry and ambitious and respectful. Like, I have no asshole policy, I'll say it. Like, everyone needs to get along on my team. Everyone has to be a generally good human. But I like ambitious people who learn things very quickly, and that resonated with me. And if you're going to work on the analytics team, you should probably know how to code. You need to, you know, be a smart person. All that's a given. But, you know, if you, like, generative AI really wasn't that big of a thing 2 years ago. And I tell young people all the time when I talk to classes, it's like, be the best prompt engineer you can possibly be. You'll get hired somewhere. Right. Like, everyone's starting at zero. At some point, everyone is faking it. Okay? I'll say that again. At some point, nobody knows what they're doing. And then they figure it out. The difference between people is people fake it for too long and get exposed, and other people learn it aggressively while they're flying the plane. So, you know, generative AI comes out, learn everything you can. Read all the news. Go take free trainings. Be the best prompt engineer you can. You spend 6 months getting every free prompt engineering training you can find on the internet. If you knew nothing 6 months ago, maybe you're not an expert, but you know a lot.
Oh,
and you can be a really good prompt engineer. So I just like really ambitious, nice, hungry people who are committed to learning and furthering themselves at all times.
I want to add one thing to what you just said. You want to be a developer, go learn GitHub Copilot, go mess around with it, learn how to code, let the technology help you in your pursuit. I love that.
Yeah, so I was just going to actually echo that as well, which is, you know, AI is not going to replace you. Somebody using AI is. And if you don't understand that you need to get on that train now and understand everything about prompt engineering, and as somebody who's actively looking for those people right now, it is like, you know, finding a needle in a haystack. Like, there is not a lot of people who know how to do this well. And as you kind of work through that, I agree, you know, take every free prompt engineering course you can take right now.
I can't speak firsthand, but this is where maybe some gender differences come in that women, at least studied historically, will sometimes hold back and not, you know, learn as they're flying the plane. And so, yeah, and then on the flip side, men will often, like, you know, be on the bleeding edge where the plane's crashing, crashes because you're, right? So it's, you have to always be good with a little bit of uncomfortableness that, and realize that everyone else is also learning on the fly, and to have some confidence and keep pushing. Yeah, if that makes sense. Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah.
So we've got about 5 minutes left. I'll just take it down the path here. Daryl, you want to start? Any final parting thoughts?
I'll skip. I'll go here.
Skip. No, I mean, it's been a fun conversation. I mean, I think, you know, back to what you guys were saying about being curious and going after. I mean, all of you being here is an example of that, right? And so, taking, you know, those students that are, you know, and folks that are thinking of job changes or whatever in this space, like being at things like this is super important. And I'm thankful to you and to Jessica and to everybody who puts this event on. I've been attending for a long time, and it is my single favorite conference in sports. So
I'll echo that. Completely agree. Thank you to you, Daryl, to Jessica, and everybody again. Really appreciated having this conversation. So thank you all as well. It was great.
Thanks.
All right, very cool.